recognize the sponsor to give details of the budget, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian.
Senator Sherwin Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President, we respectfully submit for the body's consideration the fiscal year 2026 proposed new appropriations for the Office of the President amounting to 27.3 billion pesos and for the Presidential Management Staff amounting to 854 million pesos. And before we approve the budget, Mr. President, pang-apat na beses na ho ni Executive Secretary Ralph na pumunta ho dito during our budget debates. Yung first pagpuntahan ho niya, Secretary of the Department of Finance ho niya. Itong huling pagpunta niya, Executive Secretary na ho siya. No, so Mr. President, I'm pleased to propose those budget for the Office of the President and the PMS.
You are what you are saying, Mr. Chairman, is that Secretary Ralph Recto is setting a record of some sort.
Yes, Mr. President. Parang, this is the first time that we approved the budget of Secretary na iba po yung position nung una and then iba yung position after.
All right. All right. Majority Leader.
Thank you. I think that's the first time that's happened, Mr. President. In the span of 1 week, he's representing two different agencies or departments.
Major.
Major. Yes, Mr. President. And of course, we congratulate the appointment of our distinguished colleague, former Senate President Pro Tem,
Yes.
Ralph Recto. Mr. President, I'm moved to recognize Senator Jingo Estrada for a brief manifestation.
Senator Jingo Estrada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this representation wishes to move for the termination of interpellation on the budget of the Office of the President as a show of institutional courtesy to a co-equal branch of the government and to the President of the Republic, who also happened to be a former colleague, a member of this august chamber during the 15th and 16th Congresses. This representation also wishes to place on record my full support to the proposed budget of the Office of the President with a 66.2 million increase introduced by our hardworking chairperson of the Committee on Finance. A considerable amount of the OP budget for fiscal year 2026 will be used for the hosting of the ASEAN Summit and related meetings next year. If I may also spread into the records, Mr. President, the Office of the President received unmodified or unqualified opinion from the Commission on Audit for 3 consecutive years from 2022 to 2024. I so move, Mr. President.
And,
The motion is for the termination of the interpellation.
yes, Mr. President, and
Majority
also Senator Alan Cayetano sent me a message that he will no longer interpolate the budget of the Office of the President and executive offices, Mr. President. There being no other member who wishes to propound any questions to the said agencies, I therefore move, Mr. President, that the budgets of the Office of the President and the Presidential Management Staff be deemed submitted. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, the budget of the Office of the President and other executive offices hereby deemed submitted.
Yes, for minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session is suspended for 1 minute.
They should. We should, right? Walang tao dito. Walang interpolation. Close na to. Huh? Only 3 in the building, and none of the interpolators are in the building. Huh? Okay, and then what? Sino? Yun ang nag-usapin natin para mabilis na. Sino pang tatlo? Sino si Estrada?
serbisyo lahat dahil hindi siya magising na maaga.
Mahaba ba sa'yo? Nice. And it's matching. It's matching. Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session is resumed.
The Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development. Senator Wing Gatchalian for the details of the budget.
Any objection? Hearing none, the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development's budget is in order.
Thank you. Proposed new appropriations of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development and its attached agencies and corporation amounting to 6.4 billion pesos. And the breakdown is as follows. For the Office of the Secretary, 1.4 billion pesos. For Human Settlements Adjudication Commission, 526 million pesos. For the National Housing Authority, 4.3 pesos. For Human Settlements Adjudication Commission, 526 million pesos. For the National Housing Authority, 4.3 billion pesos. For the Social Housing Finance Corporation, 166 million pesos. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, before I recognize our first interpolator, I just want to recognize my guests from Bukidnon, Mr. President, that they're here now. Our mayor from my hometown of Maramag, Bukidnon, together with the other LG officials that are here.
We welcome your guests to the Senate.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the first to interpolate the measure is our distinguished colleague, Senator Jingoy Estrada.
Senator Jingo Estrada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I will just dwell on two topics. First is the Monterrasas de Cebu project, Mr. President. Mr. President, the DNR has formed a joint inspection and investigation regarding the Monterrasas de Cebu project amid complaints and concerns that the ambitious project contributed to the unprecedented flooding in the city of Cebu, particularly in the Guadalupe area. The DNR also issued a notice of violations and a stoppage order last November 12, while the Cebu City government has launched a separate investigation. My question is, when did the DHSUD issue the certificate of registration and license to sell to the developer behind the Monterrasas de Cebu project?
Thank you, Mr. President, for that question. I thank you, and I thank Senator Jinggoy for those queries. The issuance of the certificate of registration came in multiple times. The first one was given on 2008, and then the second one was 2009, the following one on 2024, and the last one was 2025 this year.
Okay. May I know what violations will trigger the suspension of the certificate of registration and license to sell of the developer in this case?
So, Mr. President, the certificate of registration has multiple prerequisites. So, one ground for the certificate of registration to be canceled is the cancellation of its ECC. Another ground, if the building permit is also canceled or revoked, then it can also be a ground to cancel its certificate of registration. So, there are multiple grounds that can be used in order to cancel the certificate of registration, because there are different prerequisites that allows the certificate of registration to be issued.
Right. By the way, Mr. Sponsor, who is the developer of this project?
Mr. President, I was advised by the DSUD team that the original proponent was Landco, and then eventually a company called Gen V bought out Landco.
Who is the owner? Do you know the owner?
Mr. President, the developer is Gen V Agro-Industrial Development Corporation. Let me just get the directors and stockholders of the company.
Just submit it.
If you allow, the department can just submit it,
All
Mr.
right.
President. Thank you.
Since the DNR already issued notice of violations, can the DSUD suspend or revoke the license to sell?
Well, Mr. President, the current situation right now is, like you mentioned, the DNR is investigating the possible environmental transgressions. The local government as well is also doing its own investigation. But as long as those documents still stand and are still valid, the ECC, the Sanggunian resolutions, the building permits, the department will not revoke the certificate of registration.
Great. Well, Mr. President, in your view, is it still proper for Monterrasas to continue selling their properties even though there are ongoing investigations left and right?
But, Mr. President, because there's no um, official communication from DNR as well as local governments in relation to their violations, their certificate of registration still stands, so meaning they can still sell their units and their products, Mr. President. But as soon as there are adverse findings and their ECC will be revoked or the local governments will revoke their permits, then the certificate of registration will also be affected, and they will be instructed to cease the selling of their products.
Okay, since ito bang DSUD, hindi ba sila gumagawa ng kanilang internal investigation with regard to this project?
Actually, the division, Mr. President, the DSUD is regulating on the selling portion or the commercial aspect of the project, Mr. President, while the DNR is regulating the environmental aspect of the project. Of course, the LGU has much more broader powers. It's general welfare of the constituency. So as long as there is no official communication from the DNR and from the LGU on the violations, the commercial aspect or the regulation of the commercial aspect will still stand.
Yes, I was informed that the city government of Cebu is against this project since, is my information correct?
Yeah, well, Mr. President, from the information I gathered from DSUD, there's a permit, a valid permit from the local government. And you're also once a mayor.
The local government.
The local government. This type of projects cannot proceed without a valid sanggunian resolution.
But the provincial government, I think, is against against this project since it contributed to the flooding of Cebu City itself.
Well, as I understand it, the project is located inside Cebu City. And it's the Cebu City local government who should be regulating and supervising this project.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Sponsor. Let's go to the second topic on government housing projects. Initially, under the Pambansang Pabahay para sa Pilipino, or the 4PH program, the government aims to build 1 million houses per year, totaling 6 million units by the end of President Marcos's term. But the target has since been revised, and the DSUD was quoted as saying that it aims to construct 3.2 million housing units before President Marcos steps down in 2028. My question is, as we speak, how many housing units have been constructed since the start of the Marcos administration?
Yeah, Mr. President, for the direct housing, it's 113,000 housing provisions. And for the indirect housing, it's 314,000. So a total of 428,000.
Only? So hindi natin mamimit yung target before the term of President Marcos ends?
Well, the target, Mr. President, is 1.1 million by 2028. So meron pa hong balancing 705,000.
Kasi ang usapan
Medyo tall order. Challenging ho talaga, actually.
The government aims to build 1 million houses per year, totaling 6 million units by the end of the term of President Marcos.
Well, you're correct, Mr. President. They had to revise their targets. I think 1 million is very ambitious, Mr. President, and they have to be realistic with the budgetary constraint.
Ano, niloloko natin taong bayan? Bakit sinabi 1 million per year?
Yes.
Tapos, so right now, as we speak, how many? How many houses? 400? 400,000 plus pa lang.
Well, Mr. President, we all know that we have a new leader, a new secretary in the Department of Housing. And after his analysis and consultation with stakeholders, the 1 million per year seems like it was a very big challenge.
So what is the revised, how many housing units per year? Or yung target before the end of the term of President Marcos in 2028?
About 200,000 per year, Mr. President. That's the target. So, ang target po nila, by the end of the term of the President, they would have constructed at least 705,000 units to complete the 1.1 billion. 705,000 to complete.
705,000 units.
From 1 million a year, ang naging target is 1 million in the next 3 years. No?
So sa 6 na taon ni Pangulong Marcos, 700,000 lang ang
Hindi. Magiging 1.1 million.
1.1 million.
Yes, Mr.
Pero ang
President.
pangako nung una, 1 million a year.
Yes, Mr.
Pero
President.
ginawa 1 million sa 6 years.
Yes, Mr. President. In short, tama ho kayo.
Okay. Where are these housing projects located, if I may ask? Is it all over the country?
It's all over the country, Mr. President, but primarily in the high-density areas like Region 3, NCR, and Region 4A.
Are these climate resilient housing units?
Yes, Mr. President, these should, before they build, they make sure that the area is suitable for habitation, and they also make sure that they have mitigating measures to mitigate the effects of, let's say, heavy rainfall or natural geographic contours of the area. Kung may mga ilog ho doon, they also make sure that they have mitigating projects to mitigate the effects of those riverways, Mr. President.
Okay. May I know how much is allocated under the 2026 budget for the housing projects as a sponsor?
About 4.3 billion, Mr. President.
4.3 billion.
Yes.
Magkano bang isang housing unit?
The Senate actually increased it by 1.5 billion, Mr. President.
So, naging,
Dati 2.7, tinaas ho natin to 4.3, Mr. President.
is that sufficient enough?
Their request is more, Mr. President.
Itong year, for next year, 200,000
Yes,
ang
Mr. President.
Target, no? Sufficient ba? So magkano yung,
Well, Mr. President,
magkano per unit?
Mr. President, during the budget hearing, the Secretary made a very extensive presentation on how he reformed the 4PH project. So, ngayon, covered na ho from informal settlers all the way to middle-income families, Mr. President. So, my housing products na for all of these families, Mr. President.
Can you give me a ballpark figure kung magkano ang presyo ng bawat housing unit? Just a ballpark
Yeah.
figure.
So, Mr. President, for NHA, ang row house nila, 26 square meters floor area.
26 square meters?
26 po. May dalawang variant, 26 square meters and 28 square meters. For the 26 square meters is 806,000, Mr. President. Murang-mura lang, Mr. President. Below 1 million.
806,000?
Yes. For the 28 square meters, it's 863,000.
Maliit lang diferensya.
Maliit
So
lang.
yung 28 square meters, gaano ba kalaki yun? Kasama na lahat yun?
Oh, kasama na ho. That.
Kusina, banyo.
Yeah. Kasama na ho yan.
Kung 10 anak ng isang pamilya, paano magkakasya?
Is 40 square meters. So meron pa ho area for small garden or kung masenso sila, meron maliit na parking lot. No? So the lot area is 40 square meters. The floor area of the house is between 26 to 28.
Ano pa naging problema kung bakit bumaba yung target ng DSUD from 3.2 million to 700,000 units? Masyadong malaki yata yung binaba ng target ng DSUD. Sino ba makikinabang dito?
There were, admittedly, Mr. President, there are two major reasons. One is the design of the 4PH. In the past, the design wasn't hitting the market that needed the most. So that's why it created delays in the implementation. In fact, for 2025, they have not obligated the amounts for the 4PH project. There's still 683 million pesos. So because of that delay, natulak po yung kanilang targets. That's one. And of course, the fiscal
Funding.
space, Mr. President, hindi mo funding is the other one, Mr. President. But I think in design is the top reason bakit po hindi naabot yung 1 million per year. Tama ho kayo, yung po yung the design of the program wasn't targeting the right income class families, Mr. President.
So, may I know who will benefit from these housing units? Are the informal settlers going to benefit from this? At vine-vet ba ito? Sino nagve-vet nito?
So, Mr. President, yung bagong design po ng 4PH is actually targeting almost all income streams from families. Is this families?
Yes, sir, deciles, income deciles.
Of
From the
families?
lowest.
From families earning 11,000 pesos all the way to families earning 74,000 pesos.
Now, who
So
does
yun
the
po,
vetting?
yun po yung kanilang spectrum.
Who will do the vetting of this project?
Well, it's a combination, Mr. President, because meron rin silang partnership with the private sector. So yung private sector, they're the ones doing the vetting of the families.
Who among the private sectors are concerned here?
Kasi ho, yung the private sector can apply to Pag-ibig to build socialized housing, and the government subsidizes the interest that the families are giving. Doon pumapasok yung gobyerno. So it becomes affordable for them every month. And then there's also another modality wherein it's NHA that builds everything, and NHA vets the beneficiaries, Mr. President. So dalawang modality
So,
po.
pwedeng isama yung mga kapulisan,
Yes, Mr. President, they're
military,
Pag-ibig members. Basta Pag-ibig member ka,
mga
pwede
teachers.
ka. Yes, Mr.
Kasi ito
President.
yung mga lumalaban sa ibig pinagtatanggol ng ating
Yes, Mr. President.
gobyerno.
Yes.
Medyo mababa pa yung sahod, kailangan siguro isama natin itong
Yes,
mga
so kung pulis ka
teacher,
and you want to
police,
buy...
kapulisan, military, tsaka yung mga guro. Well, according to a recent study, the housing needs in the Philippines is estimated at 6.9 million units for 2022 to 2028. 819,000 in NCR, 2.7 million in Luzon, 1.38 million in Visayas, and 1.96 million in Mindanao. The housing backlog, according to researchers, has already reached an alarming level. And if not addressed, this could surge to 22 million by 2040, according to the United Nations Habitat. And what are the steps or reforms being undertaken by the department to address distortions in the housing market and make housing easily accessible, especially to low-income families? Masyadong mababa ang target natin na 700,000. And sinabi ng UN, kailangan 6.9
Totoo.
million.
Yeah, Mr. President, that is a really sad reality, Mr. President. So the department is undertaking two modalities. One is purely financed by government. Ibig sabihin po, gobyerno magpapatayo, and NHA is the lead in that endeavor. The other one is in partnership with the private sector, wherein the government steps in to subsidize the interest payments. No? So ito naman po ay tinutulungan ng buyer side. No? So magiging affordable po yung kanilang amortization every month. Doon po pumapasok yung gobyerno.
Kasi nakaka-alarma naman malaman na 6.9 million units ang kailangan ng ating bansa tapos 700,000 lang ang target natin. Anyway, pwede ba malaman kung ilan ba yung informal settlers dito sa buong bansa? How many informal settlers are there in the whole Philippines?
The estimate is about 1.4 million informal settler
1
families. 4
The whole
million.
Philippines or only in the whole Philippines? You sure?
That is the
As we speak, ilan?
that is their internal survey, Mr. President.
Internal survey of the SUD?
This is 1.4 million families, Mr. President.
Families.
Families.
Alright.
So if you times 5 that's
By rule
about
of thumb.
6 million.
By rule of thumb, you multiply it by 5.
Yes,
times 5.
Mr. President.
So kung 1.4 million families, that's 7 million
Individuals.
individuals.
Yes.
All right. So, kanina sinabi nyo kasama sila sa recipients ng pabahay. So, do you think 700,000 is sufficient enough to accommodate these informal settlers, makapulisan, mamilitary, ng mga ating guro?
Mr. President, shelter is really a very challenging endeavor on the part of government because you have new families. Yung mga new families, they are also looking for new homes. Then you have to address existing informal settlers that are also eventually, alam naman ho natin, lumalaki rin yung kanilang families. There are informal settler families that are informal settlers for generations. No? So, in catch-up po talaga very challenging. But the department is coming out with new financing schemes para hindi naman po lahat gobyerno nagpapatayo. That's why they also partnered with the private sector so that the private sector can invest in shelter and government will come in to pay the amortization. And we subsidize the amortization to make it affordable. So may mga iba-ibang schemes. Hindi ho parehong formula for all the different housing needs of our country.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, for being patient in answering all my questions. I terminate my interpellation to give way to Senator Risa, who is the next to interpellate.
Maraming salamat po, Senator Jinggoy. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you.
All right, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, next to interpolate is our Deputy Majority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
The Deputy Majority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, is recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. President, at magandang hapon po, Mr. Chair, at sa DSUD family. Unang tanong ko po tungkol sa accountability para sa utility delays at compliance, particular po water access. So, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, we've repeatedly addressed the persistent infrastructure gaps in high-density housing projects, such as the 7-year delay in water service for occupied sites like Alpas, and the complete lack of water service preventing occupancy in projects like AMC. Also, given the reported failure of Prime Water to invest in San Fernando, Pampanga, paano po magiging posible na ma-occupy yung daan-daang 4 PH units? Anong specific institutionalized action ang gagawin ng DSUD sa loob ng, halimbawa, 90 days para i-mandate at i-expedite, pabilisin yung water connection mula sa mga suppliers para siguruhin na mababudgetan yung mga utilities, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the question, Senator Risa. For the HDH Alpas, located in San Jose del Monte, Bulacan, the interim solution. Legal ba ito? Yeah. Sorry for the delay, Mr. President.
It's all right, Mr.
The
Chair.
HDH Alpas, which is located in San Jose del Monte, the interim solution is a construction of deep well, while the LGU is going to take over. No? Tama ba? Yeah, but are they going to take? Okay. So, sorry, I'm just clarifying. So, the LGU is already taking action on Prime Water. The supplier here is Prime Water, and it's the LGU that is taking action and coordinating with Prime Water. But the interim solution is that the Social Housing Finance Corporation will construct a deep well, and this will be operational between 90 to 120 days.
Okay.
So, yun po yung interim solution nila para magkaroon ng tubig. Pero hindi ako satisfied sa 90 to 120 days. So, walang tubig. Kaya huwag maligo ng 90 to 120 days.
Hindi
Diba?
lang mahirap, Mr. Chair. Imposible.
Kaya nga eh. Dapat bukas may tubig na ito. Dapat kung habang walang tubig sila, wag rin kayo maligo. Kaya. Diba?
Ang hirap po.
Nagrarasyon naman raw, Senator Risa. So, may interim, nagrarasyon ho sila ngayon.
Okay.
But the second interim is to magkaroon ng deep well na legal. No? I was verifying, dapat ho legal.
Yes.
Hindi pong colorum na deep well. And this will be already applied with the DNR. No? So, ang request namin ni Senator Risa, mapabilis ho to dahil hindi naman pwedeng walang tubig yung community. No?
Totoo po, Mr. Chair. Ganito rin po ba yung magiging immediate tapos interim solution doon po sa San Fernando, Pampanga, Mr. Chair?
I was informed by Social Housing Finance that the Crystal Peak Estates in San Fernando, Pampanga, wala naman pong issue. It's the LGU and the local utilities, no, that is operating the distribution, water distribution. Nag-take over na pala ho yung LGU. So they are now operating the water distribution activities in that area.
I understand, Mr. Chair, na nag-take over na yung LGU sa San Fernando, Pampanga. But are they actually operating already? Are they actually na nakaka-deliver na po ng tubig
Yes,
sa mga
Mr.
bahay?
Mr. President, so that is a affirmative.
All right. So that's good to know, Mr. Chair, para yung daang-daang 4 PH units doon sa San Fernando, Pampanga, mauokupa nga dahil may available na water utility doon. Good to hear na within pasok sa 90 days sana na specific institutionalized action doon sa Alpas, San Jose del Monte. Although may range 90 to 120 days. So salamat sa Chair for asking for immediate urgent action.
And
kahit
I
informal
also thank
question.
Senator Risa because I know that you are also very concerned about this community. I know that you are monitoring the welfare of that community. So thank you for bringing this up so that the Social Housing Finance Management can take a look at this once again.
Oo nga pala, Mr. Chair, at salamat sa SHAFC for undertaking the construction of that deep well An example na bukod sa good share, bukod sa akin at iba pang mga kasama dito na inaasikaso ng DSUD, yung ganito mga communities, at yung key shelter agencies tulad ng SHAFC should and do step in kapag may immediate interventions and then more strategic interventions na kailangan po. So, dako naman po, and before I leave this first topic, question, Mr. Chair, maigi po sana, kung pwedeng tanggapin ito ng DSUD bilang mungkahi, good if there will be a senior official who will be assigned to developing and seeking resources for a water plan for these housing projects, Mr. Chair. Just for the record and the consideration of the department.
The DSUD families here, they're complete, so they'll study your proposal, Mr. President.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. So, dako na po ako sa affordability crisis and subsidy recalibration. At least ganito po yung karanasan at impormasyon na dumating sa informal settlers. At particular, yung concern po dito, institutionalizing yung 1% target rate para sa Maralitang Tagalunsod. The Lapidario Medium Rise Project in Cavite, ito po, ikinuwento sa amin ng Kilos Maralita. Yung Lapidario tragically demonstrates that the 3% interest rate disqualifies the intended urban poor beneficiaries. So, magko-commit po ba, Mr. Chair, ang DSUD na agad mag-issue ng joint policy circular kasama ng pag-ibig para yung mga pangako ni dating Secretary Acuzar ay madedeliver pa rin. Kasi po, when the interest rate was at 1%, the beneficiaries reported that more than 700 people qualified for the project. But at a 3% interest rate, 159 of them only would qualify. And these people already looked for a parcel and a developer and already actually enrolled in the earlier 4PH program. And I would suppose that a similar highly concessional package would also be needed for families who are being involuntarily resettled from no-build zones at the edge of rivers and from government project right-of-way. So iba pang concern ito, Mr. Chair. So pwede po bang i-consider ni Secretary ang mga tao sa ganitong mga sirkumstansya? Una, yung pumasok sa programa at 1% interest rate, tapos nabalitaan nila 3% interest rate na po. And then pangalawa, yung mga tao na nasa no-build zones, nasa right-of-way, pero sa pilitan silang inililipat, Mr. Chair.
The new secretary is committing to maintaining the 1% effective interest rate for 4PH projects. Ito ay quite innovative because this is subsidizing the demand side of the housing project. And 1% is actually reasonable, Mr. President. And during the public hearing, he also demonstrated the reforms that he plans to do in order to cover more families in the 4PH project. Dati ho kasi limited lang to middle income and the higher income families. But ngayon na pati mga informal sector ay mako-cover na rin, and the low income families. Yeah.
I'll also get to that point, Mr. Chair, a little later kasi magiging very welcome development po yun sa mga informal settlers, mga maralitang tagalunsod na tinataas ng DSUD yung target nila na mga kababayan nating magbebenepisyo dito sa ating housing programs. So, yung pong commitment ni Secretary na i-maintain yung 1% interest rate, posible bang mapaloob yon sa isang joint policy circular kasama ng pag-ibig or aling key shelter agency dapat, Mr. Chair?
Mr. President, sorry again for the delay.
It's all right, Mr. Chair.
The explanation to me is in order to maintain the 1% effective interest rate for 4PH, which is a subsidized rate, we need to assure the department that the corresponding subsidy that, of course, Congress and the Senate appropriates to them will be maintained. So, contingent yun kung ano yung budget na nakukuha nila. So, so it's also important, well, it's important that yung budget ay mapasok sa National Expenditure Program para hindi magkaroon ng shortage yung subsidy at kasi ang effect nung pag hindi nabigyan yung subsidy, pwedeng tumaas yung interest rates from 1 to 3%, Mr.
Yun ang
President.
kinatatakutan.
Yeah, that's
Opo.
right. Well, before, nung bago si Secretary pumasok, kung nawalan nagkulang yung subsidy o hindi nabigyan ng subsidy, tumataas siya ng 6. Pero they managed to work out with Pag-ibig na may cap at 3%. No?
Okay.
So, it's really a budgetary issue, in other words. No?
Pero sa naging NEP nitong taon, Mr. Chair, para sa susunod na taon, and yung current form ng GAB, meron po bang line item doon which would enable DSUD or the Secretary to deliver on his commitment na i-maintain sa 1% yung interest rate?
Yeah, based on his projection for 2026, covered na po yung 683. Covered na ho yun for next year.
683.
Million, Mr.
Aha.
President.
Okay po. And ano yung kailangan nilang suporta mula sa atin, sa Kongreso, para siguruhin na they will always have the wherewithal para i-maintain yung 1% na yun?
Mr. President, the target is about 200 units per year. Sorry, 200,000 units per year, of which so itong 200,000 units per year, may corresponding subsidy ho siya. So kailangan matulungan natin ang DSUD na makover yung subsidy na yun. That's the additional. But of course, may existing pa eh. No? So we need to also cover the existing.
Okay po.
So in other words, yung kanilang target and existing should be inside NEP
Yes.
and should be maintained all the way till the budget is approved.
Opo. So I'm also taking note of that, Mr. Chair, na baka homework po sa atin dito sa Senate, and siguro naman kinommunicate din ito ng DSUD sa mga counterparts natin sa House,
Yeah.
na year on year for the next
Yeah.
couple of years, kailangan natin laging siguruhin na may ganitong line item.
It's a good question, Mr. President. So tayo naman dito, we know the effects if we do not allocate the subsidy that is related to the 4PH. Mayroong effect siya in terms of how much the families will be paying. No? And we want to maintain that 1% throughout the life of the project, Mr. President.
Salamat para doon, Mr. Chair. At makikipagtrabaho po itong representasyon sa Good Share para masuportahan yung DSUD at yung pag-ibig sa aspetong ito. And sana po, Mr. Chair, tama ba yung understanding ko na kasama dito sa subsidy na ito para 1% lang ang interest rate nila, yung mga tao na sa pilitang i-resettle dahil nasa no-build zones, nasa gilid ng ilog o nasa government right-of-way areas?
Pag informal ho, dito naman papasok yung NHA, Mr. President.
Okay.
And when NHA comes in, ito purely subsidized housing rin. So NHA has 4.3 billion. So dito naman papasok yung ating housing subsidy through NHA.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Just taking a step back momentarily, gusto ko lang i-bring sa attention ng DSUD kaugnay nung water access na as of 3 months ago, the manager of San Fernando Water District told us that there is no water and no money for capital investments for the water supply for the San Fernando 4PH project. So sana kahit double check lang ulit ng DSUD na real time yung sinabi nila kanina na may tubig na dun sa service area na yon, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Referring, Mr. President, Senator Risa, to the Crystal Peak Estates, San Fernando, Pampanga.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, according to Social Housing Finance, nag-move in na itong mga families and they have validated na meron pong tubig na doon sa area na yon, doon sa community na yon.
Alright, salamat po para doon, Mr. Chair. That things have indeed improved within a quarter of a year since. Okay po, Mr. Chair, dako na po ako sa utilizing escrow funds para sa resiliency at para sa building code reform. So the DSUD has the mandate to utilize the balanced housing escrow funds to support socialized housing. However, CMP loan funds cannot be effectively used for strengthening existing houses without a technical framework. So meron po bang inherent power, Mr. Chair, ang DSUD para agad pamunuan nila ang pag-develop ng isang annex to the National Building Code IRRs, specifically po para sa mga CMP sites, Mr. Chair?
Mr. President, Senator Risa, they relaunched the CMP to what they call the eCMP, the Enhanced CMP, Community Mortgage Program. And the community can borrow to address, they can borrow to implement resiliency programs in their community. So for example, nasa typhoon belt sila, right? Let's say Region 5 or Region 8, they can borrow, the community can borrow so that they can make their houses resilient to typhoons. They can retrofit their houses. So yung mga windows ho, pwede nilang lagyan ng protection so that the community is resilient to typhoons. So meron na silang ganitong programa po.
Okay, salamat, Mr. Chair. So hindi na, tingin ng DSUD, hindi na ba nila kailangang magdagdag ng annex sa IRRs ng National Building Code para dun sa CMP sites?
Mr. President, admittedly, the building code needs to be updated talaga.
Actually, Mr. Chair, yung code mismo, hindi lang yung IRRs ng code.
Yeah,
Opo.
talagang kailangan i-update because it's not attuned to the times anymore. Walang any conversation there on resiliency, on mitigation, even on energy efficiency, wala hong ganun. So there's now a move in the House of Representatives to update the building code. They call it the National Building Act, and DSUD is participating there constantly, Mr. President, so they can share their views on how the building code should be updated.
Okay. Including in terms of the CMP sites, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. President. So kasali na ho doon. Admittedly, marami, like for example, in energy efficiency, wala hong ganun na parte sa building code. No? So, and I saw yesterday that the President inaugurated a solar rooftop project in a socialized housing project. No, let's call it, I think, Ning Ning, the project. So it's actually quite a innovative project because nasa socialized housing facility siya. Normally, it's the houses in Forbes or houses in luxury enclaves na meron pong solar. Pero ito, socialized housing po. Row houses, nakita ko. No? So, those are the things na wala ho sa building code that should be taken consideration.
I agree, Mr. Chair. And it actually makes sense na hindi lang sa socialized housing areas din, pero particularly sa socialized housing areas where ang layunin ay affordable quality housing, na powered ito ng renewable energy na alam po natin sa atin ng mga advocacy sa energy democracy na kalaunan mas mura ang kuryente na generated ng renewable energies. So, dahil meron ng umaandar na proseso sa House of Representatives, and I look forward na makapag-counterpart tayo sa Senado sa ganito, National Building Code Bill, hindi ko na kailangang itanong kung pwedeng magbigay ng timeline ang DSUD sa pag-develop ng annex sa National Building Code IRRs, specifically for CMP sites. Iwan ko na lang itong suggestion din na dun sa pag-participate nila sa House of Representatives process and eventually harinawa dito sa Senado, na isama po nila yung mga simplified standards for incremental development and for the development of a grassroots organizational approach for the technical capacity, for the structural vetting of self-built homes that need to be transformed into resilient assets, Mr. Chair. And huli na lang sa paksang ito, bukod pa sa mga ganito, yung update ng National Building Code para sa CMP areas, ano pa po ang pwede nating gawin para maghanda para sa the big one na ayon kay DOST Secretary Solidum naman ay maaring magresulta sa tens of thousands ng mga pamilya natin na mailibing sa ilalim ng rubble, Mr. Chair.
Mr. President, DSUD is very conscious of the areas that are called no-build zones. So ito yung mga malalapit sa fault areas. At talagang very strict sila, hindi ho nila pinapayagan magpatayo doon. Sa waterways, kung in area ay flood-prone area, hindi rin nila pinapayagan ho yun. So they're very conscious of that. Very strict ho yung policy on building in areas that are considered no-build zones. And at the same time, we mentioned kanina na meron ECMP, ang Pag-ibig meron rin pong facility for home improvement. So, for example, if the community or the homeowner, individual na, no? The homeowner would like to retrofit their houses, pwede silang mag-loan. No? Kung tingin nila luma na or sabi ng engineer ay hindi siya adequate to resist or to withstand earthquakes, pwede sila mag-loan. Yeah.
Okay, salamat Mr. Chair. Bago ko iwan itong paksa, isang note lang, no? Yung Philippine Building Code ay para sa bahay na tinatayo from the ground up. So bagong construction. I'm guessing baka ganun din ang perspective nung house bill sa National Building Code. Samantala yung existing self-built houses, ito yung mga nasa CMP sites. So yung practical question po ay, ngayong papautangin sila, yung mga informal settlers natin, or yung mga nasa CMP sites, ngayong papautangin sila ng SHAFC para sa house improvement, paano nga tutulungan ng SHAFC itong mga tao na nasa CMP na i-improve yung mga bahay nila incrementally? Bago pa man magkaroon ng bagong batas, kaya ako naitanong kanina yung pwede bang magkaroon ng annex sa IRRs ng kasalukuyang National Building Code. So para sa kalaunan, ay maging compliant, pati itong mga CMP households sa building code, Mr. Chair.
Ang NHA po very strict when it comes to addressing resiliency. So yung kanilang mga units are certified by engineers and compliant with the building code. Doon po sa mga CMP na housing, they coordinate with the LGU in terms of the structural aspects of the houses. But ang recommendation ko nga ho sa SIAPSI, magkaroon po ng parang technical assistance doon po sa mga communities. No? For example, they can do some inspection at sabihin sa community na itong bahay niyo kailangan i-retrofit natin para mas safe. Lalo na ang SIAPSI ngayon nakita ko is multi-level na no? So vertical. No? So I suggested to them to come up with parang technical assistance to the homeowners. No? So, but ngayon, it's just coordination with the LGUs insofar as the housing or the compliance to the building code.
Na-appreciate ko, Mr. Chair, na on the same page ang Chair, ang DSUD at key shelter agencies at itong representasyon in terms of yung concern para dun sa mga CMP families. Siguro yung tanong ay mas yung coverage nung applicable law. Kasi malamang a long time ago, nung unang binuo yung National Building Code, hindi pa nakakontemplate ang isang programa tulad ng CMP. And ngayong meron ng National Building Code bill sa House, hindi ko pa rin sigurado kung kasama yung CMP. Dahil nga, kumbaga, nasa ibang stage of development yung mga bahay ng mga CMP. Hindi sila i-build from the ground up pero i-improve. So, baka pala yung unang tanong ko ay relevant pa rin. Kahit dun sa pag-participate ng SHAFC sa National Building Code Bill deliberation sa House, baka ngayon pa lang pwede na nilang i-consider, magbungkahi na magkaroon ng annex or hiwalay ba na provision sa loob ng bagong National Building Code o annex sa IRRs or at annex sa IRRs once ito ay mailabas, Mr. Chair.
The DSUD family is here and some of them I've worked with them when I was a mayor. Si GM Laksa ho, nung mayor ako, nandyan na yan. Hanggang ngayon, nandyan pa rin. No? So, expert to sa housing. So, they're listening right now and they will take your suggestions very seriously in terms of addressing resiliency, retrofitting houses, and also going beyond the standards of the building code. Kasi building code parang minimum yan eh. And then you can actually build more than what the building code requires. So they'll take your suggestions very seriously.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. And additionally, making sure na kung sa lumang batas, hindi reflected yung mga homeowners tulad sa CMP areas, sa bagong batas, marereflect na sila.
Correct.
At sa IRRs ng bagong batas, marereflect na rin po sila.
Tama po.
Mr.
That's
Chair.
why yung new building code, I'm very happy to hear that nag-umpisa na rin in discussion. And I welcome the updating of the building code when it comes here so we can look at or suggest new concepts in the new building code.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Muli, pagtutulungan namin yan ng Chair at ng representasyong ito. And then just as a last note para sa DSUD, sa paksang ito, that LGUs should have a DSUD vetted engineering extension service. So, something for possibly DSUD, kung tingin niya mabuting ideya to bring up with the DILG, and then tayo rin, baka pwede natin, Mr. Chair, itanong sa mga local government units kung tingin nila mabuting ideya ito, na magkaroon sila ng engineering extension service na DSUD vetted para po sa mga constituents nila na mga informal settlers and eventually mga CMPs, area residents din.
Actually, some LGUs are very proactive. They have, by ordinance, they put up their own housing office, especially to address the shelter needs of their constituents, especially from the informal sector. Kami po sa Valenzuela, for many years, meron na kaming a mini DSUD, no? We call it Office of the, ano bang tawag? Parang Housing Office and Resettlement Office, no? Something to that effect. Na we work very closely with SHAPSI, with DSUD, with NHA on our shelter needs. No? Pero ang office na yon, siya talaga yung point person namin kung meron pong requirements on shelter. Even adjudication, kasi mga homeowners, madalas nag-aaway yan on the ground. So para hindi na umakyat dito sa HLURB or sa DSUD, local government na nag-address. So I was advised that here in Metro Manila, half of our local governments have some form of housing office. Baka magandang, maybe we can come up with a law that if you have a significant number of informal settlers, pwede silang maggumawa ng housing office, no, to coordinate with DSUD.
I agree, Mr. Chair. At kung kalahati na pala ng LGUs dito sa Metro Manila ay may ganitong katulad ng sa Valenzuela na Housing and Resettlement Office, baka pwedeng tumulong ang MMDA i-echo yung ganitong modelo, ganitong best practice sa iba pang LGUs dito sa Metropolis na yun na nga, gaya ng sinabi ng Chair, may significant informal settler population. And with the help of DILG, kahit po sa buong bansa. So again, something for DSUD to consider bringing up with those other government agencies, Mr. Chair. So dako na po ako sa NHA, charter mandates at convergence plan. So particular, kaugnay din ng partnership implementation. So the NHA's new charter, Sorry, Mr. Chair. NHA's new charter mandates an important shift in its role. Ano po yung current progress at ano po yung 2026 work and financial plan para sa land assembly program sa palibot po ng mga upcoming train stations mula sa Clark hanggang sa Calamba? I ask this, Mr. Chair, because this would ensure that resettlers from danger zones and government infrastructure sites, mga naitanong ko rin kanina, are not resettled at the foot of the Sierra Madre, halimbawa, and that they retain unimpeded access to work by riding the DOTR trains, Mr. Chair. So, yung current progress na po at yung work and financial plan.
So from the, I thank the NHA for the update. Meron ho ang NHA and DOTR isang MOA to implement the housing needs of the mga tatamaan po ng right of way, particularly the PNR North 2 project, North-South Commuter Railway project, Metro Manila Subway project, and South Long Haul project. So in other words, hindi po pababayaan ng NHA itong mga pamilyang ito na tatamaan po ng right of way. And ang kagandahan, sabi ho sa akin ng NHA, mga in-city ho ang kanilang paglilipatan. So hindi sila dadalhin sa malayong lugar na walang eskwelahan. Or the worst is they call it next city, no? Yung next LGU or adjacent LGU, no? Yan ho talaga ang actually resistance ng mga relocatees, yung i-relocate ho sila sa napakalayong lugar, walang eskwelahan, walang transportation, walang trabaho. Nandoon ho sila sa lugar dahil may trabaho in the first place, no? But if you will relocate them, madi-displace ho sila. So the NHA the NHA's target is to do in-city relocation. The worst is the next city or the next municipality.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Naku, sasabihin ko pa naman sana, implementation plan please, wag ng memorandum of agreement lang na naman. But sige, I'll step back a bit to that. Actually po, kahit nga hindi in-city, kung next city, kung adjacent man, baka may advantage kung kailangang mag-relocate, ma-relocate nga dun sa palibot ng mga upcoming train station. So, meron na po bang work and financial plan para sa land assembly program na yon? At ano pong progress nito, Mr. Chair?
Mr. President, actually it's the DOTR ang humihingi ho sa kanila ng relocation site. So the Division of Labor is pag meron pong expropriation or right-of-way alignment, NHA, at my family doon sa alignment, it's the NHA that takes care of the looking for the property kung saan pwedeng lipatan at sila na rin po nagpapatayo. At maganda pong balita, talagang in-city po yung kanilang practice. Kasi I remember mga past relocation, dinadala sa malalayo eh. No? Kaya yung mga pamilya bumabalik po doon sa original areas nila. So these are all ongoing projects. No? So even though memorandum of agreement, but it's really a more substantive arrangement between DOTR and NHA. Mayroon ho talagang, nakita ko ho dito sa update, meron na pong mga physical work na ginagawa po ang NHA. So we can submit to Her Honor an
Yes,
update
please,
on
Mr.
this transit-oriented development.
Salamat
Tawag nila ho, TOD, transit-oriented development.
Matagal na pong magandang advocacy ng lumang NEDA, ngayon DepDev, at interagency po talaga ang magpapatupad niyan. And in fact, Mr. Chair, hindi kailangan hingin ng DOTR sa NHA ang lahat ng relocation sites. Alam na po ng DOTR na sa ilalim ng Transit-Oriented Development Strategy na iyan, yun nga mismong mga lupa sa palibot ng mga train stations nila mula Clark at Calamba ay pwede at dapat isama bilang relocation sites. Kasi at least, kunyari, nilipat mula sa danger zone, tabing ilog, hindi naman itatapon, ililipat sa paanan ng Sierra Madre. At the same time, dahil nandun sa mga lupa, sa palibot ng train stations, may easy access sila sa tren at makakasakay sila papunta at pauwi sa trabaho or sa eskwelahan. So just a reminder to DSUD na they can also ask the OTR to be more forthcoming and proactively, kung hindi pa man naisama sa Work and Financial Plan for 2026, isama yung mga lupa na i-identify nila sa Land Assembly Program dun sa palibot ng mga train stations. And yung MOA po na meron sa ngayon, but I'm hoping nga na mas substantive ito gaya ng sinabi ng Chair. Kasama din po ba yung DPWH, Mr. Chair?
Mr. President, I was si NHA si GM is here. Apparently, because it's a DOTR project, so sila yung nagpo-provide ng housing funds to NHA for the relocation of those affected families. So ang source ng funds ay galing po sa DOTR. No? So yun po yung kanilang partnership. So aside from the physical division, it's also the funding division. Yeah.
And of course, I can imagine very well appreciated po yan ng DSUD on the part of DOTR at tayo rin ng mga housing advocates. We certainly are glad na ginagastos yung pondo in that way. Ang akin lang po ay paalala, maybe as much for DOTR as for DSUD, na meron pong land assembly program sa ilalim ng transit-oriented development na dun sa palibot ng mga train stations nila. Huwag po nilang kakalimutan yung mga kailangang i-resettle na isa sa mga priority sectors din for resettlement doon po. At yung MOA po, Mr. Chair, kasama din po ba yung DPWH, yung NHA DOTR MOA?
Hindi po kasama. It's only
Hindi
DOTR
kasama.
lang.
Okay, maybe that's
These
something
are
to
for
look into.
DOTR projects.
Okay po. Baka that's something to look into po moving forward, Mr. Chair. So huli po sa NHA updates, meron na po bang IRR para sa mandated NHA loan condonation? At meron na po bang LGU NHA partnership framework na dinedevelop sa settlement site upgrading tulad ng kinocontemplate po ng bagong charter ng NHA, Mr. Chair?
Kasi when I was a mayor kasi ho, very active ho kami sa housing and shelter in Valenzuela. Kaya I can sympathize with NHA. Sabi ko, very challenging ho talaga ang housing and shelter, lalo na sa urban areas. So meron ho silang condonation program and meron na silang 7 na condonation program. And ang nag-apply na po ay 35,000 out of the 156 potential availees. So yun po yung nag-apply. And the condoned amounts is about 562 million. So malaki-laki rin po.
At may IRRs na siguro po itong loan condonation ng NHA.
Yeah, meron na po.
Okay. Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr.
Apparently, wala ng IRR because it's embedded in their charter na raw. No? So it's self-executory yung condonation. That's the way I understand it.
I see.
But they're implementing it. There's already meron na pong 7 condonation programs, no, amounting to 562 million pesos.
Okay po, sir. So, NHA has an existing loan condonation program. Pero, konti lang ng mga eligible ang sumali so far. Bakit
Yes,
po kaya,
konti lang
Mr.
nga.
Chair?
But
Opo,
this is,
parang 20% lang ba
This is
eligible?
20%?
Opo.
20%?
Bakit kaya? I mean, sinong hindi gugustuhin na makondo ng utang? So, may problema po ba? May limitasyon ba? How can we improve it, Mr. Chair?
Kasi maraming bagyo. Actually, since July, hanggang ngayon, walang bayad.
Well, ang sagot po sa akin, because of the typhoon, because of the effects of typhoon, so I think hindi ho lang naasikaso. Maybe the NHA could also endeavor more information campaign. Baka hindi rin alam ng tao, no? That's the first thing also I saw, parang ang baba, 20% only applied. But this is a good program dahil
Yes.
matatanggal po yung kanilang utang.
Opo.
So I suggest to NHA to do more information campaign para malaman po ng tao.
Opo. And in fact, itong loan condonation program ng NHA na isinabatas din po natin dito, it mirrors yung loan condonation ng mga agrarian reform beneficiaries sa
correct.
kanayunan naman. So, talagang mapapaisip ka, sinong hindi gugustuhin na, kumbaga, ma-forgive yung debt niya? Kung effects ng typhoon, of course, at the same time, pagkatapos ng disaster, pag nasa rebuilding stage tayo, syempre, lalong pampagaan sa loob kapag, ay, may utang ako na makokondone. So, I support the suggestion of the chair na mas proactive na information campaign para tumaas po yung uptake sa programang ito.
Meron kasi akong na-experience in Valenzuela when I was a mayor. I was telling the secretary and the GM of NHA, kung nagbebenta po ng rights, uso ho yan sa mga urban areas. So, may mga secondary owners na or secondary beneficiaries. And hindi nila pinapayagan mag-condone yung mga
Yes.
secondary. No? So,
Opo, Mr. Chair.
maybe that's a different program.
Opo.
No? Kasi ang mura lang kasi in NHA housing, maganda pa yung location. So the original beneficiaries normally na bebenta ho nila yung, they call it rights. No?
Right.
At in secondary beneficiary, hindi naman papayagan ng NHA to condone. Pero
Opo.
sila na yung physically nandun sa area. So maybe, I think I suggested to NHA to look at that angle also.
Yes. And in fact, Mr. Chair, narinig ko na rin po yun sa mga beneficiaries, potential beneficiaries nitong loan condonation program. Alam nila yung ganyang sitwasyon, alam nila yung ganyang programa. At sila mismo, they are very willing to work with the NHA to make sure na yung magbebenepisyo lang ay yung mga karapat-dapat lang, hindi yung nabentahan lang ng rights. And kaya rin, siguro, because of these issues, Mr. Chair, kaya nga, baka kailangan ng bagong IRR para sa loan condonation program.
Yeah, meron kasi, I was telling si GM Laksa na may experience kami sa Valenzuela, actually hindi ko na masyado na-update, na kalahati na po nung community is secondary, I call it secondary beneficiaries.
Opo.
No? So, but hindi ho sila rin recognize ng SHAPC. But sila na nakatira doon and willing naman sila magbayad. So, I think they should, they call it substitution. No? They should address that issue also. NHA
Yes,
should
Mr.
also address that dahil willing naman po magbayad yung pangalawang lumipat.
Opo.
Yeah.
So baka hindi sila pasok sa loan condonation program,
Yes.
baka ibang program.
Ibang program.
Opo,
Oo.
na maaring didisenyo pa ng key shelter agencies natin. And again, that's why baka kailangan ng bagong IRRs para to take cognizance of kung paano nag-evolve yung situation on the ground at yung participation ng mga beneficiaries sa iba't ibang programa natin. Mr.
The
Chair.
NHA will be looking at that also.
Salamat
Thank
po
you,
para doon, Mr.
Senator Risa.
Chair. And lastly, tungkol sa paksang ito, kanina doon sa transit-oriented development, we're talking not just about the resettlement of affected persons, bagamat, syempre, kasama po yun, we're talking about urban development around the stations, otherwise known as, kaya nga po, transit-oriented development. Na doon, yung mga informal settlers, hindi lang po sila beneficiaries, sila po'y mamumuhunan din. Mag-i-input din sila sa development process around the train stations. So, dako na po ako, Mr. Chair, sa walang kamatayang NLEX Segment 8.2 conflict, yung forced relocation at internal audit. Aware po si Sec. Aliling sa serious situation kung saan daang-daang mga pamilya ay apektado ng NLEX Segment 8.2 extension na iniuulat ay pinipressure daw ng NHA, pinipressure daw ng DPWH na lumipat sa mga off-city sites na kontra po sa in-city housing plan ng Quezon City. So, itanong ko pala muna, Mr. Chair, aware po ba ang Good Secretary sa ganitong seryosong sitwasyon? After this one.
They're aware. Sorry, Mr. President, for the
Yes,
delay.
Mr.
I was
Chair.
just getting an update from NHA. They're aware po about the NLEX 8.2 segment,
Okay.
Mr. President. And medyo ano ho to, medyo very challenging because ang total ISF is about 28,900,000 families.
Opo.
Tama ba ito? 1,000 families. Busong.
Very challenging talaga, Mr. Chair, at saka ang laki po ng potential for a public good na ma-generate, public goods na ma-generate pag na-resolve ito sa tulong at sa pamumuno ng DSUD. Kasi to set the record straight on how rules of humane settlement are being complied with and to address the integrity of the relocation process, posible kaya na ang DSUD ay kaagad mag-issue ng directive sa NHA Internal Audit Service na mag-conduct ng mandatory third-party monitored audit ng relocation process para sa proyektong ito para siguruhin yung compliance sa adequate consultation and social preparation requirements, Mr. Chair.
Ang NHA naman, Mr. President, Senator Risa, nakita ko yung work nila, they're experts already pagdating sa relocation. Talagang may social preparation sila. They also look at the relocation site to make sure that hindi lang bahay, kundi may school, may daycare, may health center. It's close to the employment opportunities. So NHA is sisiguraduhin nila na hindi lang po ililipat yung tao, pero yung paglilipatan ho nila ay hindi po makaka-apekto sa pamumuhay po ng mga tao.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, dahil din siguro sinabi nga ng Chair na very challenging itong situation, tumagal na. Ang tagal. Halos ilang taon na nating pinag-uusapan dito tuwing budget interpellation. At may ilang mga solusyon na isinusulong nitong nakaraang mga taon, wala pa rin talagang namumuo. So, kahit for the sake of argument, sabihin natin, i-concede natin na ganito yung mga katangian ng NHA, pwede nga kayang i-direct ng DSUD ang Internal Audit Service ng NHA na mag-conduct niyang mandatory third-party monitored audit, Mr. Chair. Baka makapag-generate ng bagong findings na hindi pa natin nakikita o bagong recommendation para sa solusyon.
I-audit po yung process dito
Yes,
po
Mr.
sa
Chair. Yung relocation
and
process.
relocation process.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Para siguruhin yung compliance sa adequate consultation at yung social preparation din, Mr. Chair.
I was conferring po with the DSUD family. Meron din ho silang coordination with PCUP, yung Presidential Commission on the Urban Poor, because ang responsibility naman ho nila is to make sure that bago po i-relocate, makatarungan po yung kanilang relocation area. So they can be a good third-party agency para po tignan itong relocation process po ng NHA, particularly for this project. No? So we'll request from DSUD and NHA to coordinate with the PCUP on this matter. Alam
Salamat,
kong PCUP, very active rin yan. I've encountered many instances where talagang hindi nila pinapayagan kung wala pong proper relocation site.
Opo. Salamat po para doon, Mr. Chair. Coordinative nga po yung PCUP, bagamat wala siyang masyadong enforcement capacity. So, am I hearing na ididirect nga ng DSUD ang PCUP na mag-conduct nitong mandatory third-party monitored audit? Na parang sila yung, although hindi naman sila hiwalay, hindi naman sila exactly third party, pero sila yung mag-conduct ng audit. Kasi mataas po yung at stake dito, no? Yung kung yung rules ng humane resettlement ay kino-comply with at yung integrity mismo ng relocation process. So did I hear the good news na i-direct ng DSUD ang PCUP i-conduct ang audit na ito, Mr. Chair?
That's a suggestion that I made to the department dahil po ang PCUP is under DSWD, so at least merong check
So good,
and balance.
third party nga po.
Correct.
Third party
May-
nga po, Mr. Chair.
Meron pong check and balance at walang conflict of interest. So the secretary agreed that he will write PCUP or request PCUP to do a third-party audit or a third-party some form of third-party engagement, and they will also consult with PCUP on that process to make sure that they are compliant. No?
Maraming salamat para doon, Mr. Chair, at sa good secretary. Huling paksako na lang, huling tanong na lang, Mr. Chair, tungkol sa accountability at cost effectiveness ng in-city solutions.
Senator Risa, just
yes, Mr. Chair.
very quick lang, no? I'm
Nga po.
looking at the mandate of PCUP. Saan yung plan? Saan? One of their functions is to plan and monitor programs and projects for the development of urban poor or communities in coordination with the agencies involved. No? So, pwede itong maging parang third-party auditor or third-party monitoring body dito sa project na ito.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. So, swak na swak, pati sa mandate ng PCUP ito. Thank you so much for that. So, huling tanong ko na lang po tungkol sa Quezon City Partnership at yun na nga, cost effectiveness ng in-city resettlement. So, Quezon City, being the primary LGU responsible for its constituencies' shelter, has a long-standing proposal for an in-city resettlement partnership, offering cost-effective solutions like 800 peso monthly rental options to prevent job loss when people are displaced. So ang huling tanong ko na lang sa interpelasyong ito, Mr. Chair, pwede bang mag-commit si Sec. Aliling na tumawid sa Kalayaan Avenue bago matapos itong taon para magkaroon ng formal consultation kay Quezon City Mayor Joy Belmonte at yung Local Housing Board tungo sa isang Memorandum of Agreement na kikilalanin ang Quezon City bilang co-implementor niyang NLEC Segment 8.2 Socialized Housing Component, Mr. Chair.
So maganda naman po ang relationship ni Secretary Aliling kay Mayor Joy Belmonte, and yung Quezon City and DSUD have good working relationship. So in fact meron ho silang 4 na public rental housing projects in QC. No, almost 1,000 families po ang beneficiaries po nitong public rental housing. So yes, they will coordinate with the Quezon City government for itong mga endeavors na ito. Yeah.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Specifically, formal consultation at posibleng memorandum of agreement na kikilalanin ng QC bilang co-implementor ng NLEC Segment 8.2 Socialized Housing Component.
Mr. President,
Chair.
in fact, kasama talaga ang QC dito po sa segment 8.2. In fact, nakita ko kasama rin ng Valenzuela eh. But wala na yata kaming, may informal settlers ba kami? Wala yata eh. Meron din pala kaming informal settlers. So, yeah, I just saw in the map na, mahaba ho siya, no? It's a very big project, crosses multiple cities, Valenzuela, QC. So I'll also request LGU Valenzuela to coordinate with QC in terms of consultation and social preparation. And also, ang department will also coordinate with QC government naman po in regards to this social preparation and coordination.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair, kay Secretary at sa buong DSUD family, yung key shelter agencies. I think I'm so happy to, every once in a while like now, to end an interpellation on a happy note. Maligayang Pasko at manigong bagong taon sa DSUD, sa QC government, at sa mga constituents, partners nyo doon, ng mga informal settlers. Maraming salamat.
Thank you,
Mr.
Senator Risa.
President.
Nakabawi na ako sa iyo. Kasi
Ay!
kahapon mainit yung ulo natin sa DICT.
Pero, opo, dun ako sa department uminit ng ulo, hindi po sa inyo, Mr. Chair. Salamat po.
Si Secretary Ililing mas cool.
Salamat to Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, before we continue with the budget of the DHSUD, the Department of Housing, we'd just like to welcome to the Senate His Excellency Bibata Nebi Quadrago, non-resident ambassador of Burkina Faso to the Philippines, together with the Honorable Honorary Consul General Consul Robert Goyutay, Consulate of Burkina Faso in the Philippines, with his wife, Ms. Fego, and Si Khalifa Sumali and Madeline Tiemtore, Mr. President. We'd like to welcome them to the Senate.
Thank you to our guests, to Ambassador and the party together. Welcome to the Philippine Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for visiting. Yes.
Mr. President, no
Majority
other
Leader.
member wishes to interpolate the budget of the... may we recognize Senator Robin Hood Padilla, Mr. President.
Senator
for a short
Robin Padilla is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at sa ating pinunong mayoriya sa pagbanggit po sa aking bisita. La patrie ou la mort, no vaincront. French. Fatherland or death, we shall overcome. Opo, pwede po bang magtanong sa atin pong mahal na kaibigan,
Pero
Senator
wag in
Einstein?
French. Hindi ako marunong mag-French.
Hanggang doon lang ang French ko.
French fries pwede.
Marami lang po akong mga gustong tanungin, pero ang lahat po na yon ay nabanggit na po ni Senator Risa, kaya ang mangyayari po sa akin ay manifestation na lang. Pero meron po akong video bago po ako mag-manifest. Ready na? Sir. Ito po ay kuha sa Cebu. Na-interrupt po ang video, pero malinaw naman po doon sa video, nakita po natin na nakalulungkot po ang sitwasyon na ito, sapagkat dito po nagkaroon po ng Lina Law, at ito po yung RA 7279. Sa Section 29, ang sabi po doon, resettlement. Within 2 years from the effectivity of this act, the local government units, in coordination with the National Housing Authority, shall implement the relocation and resettlement of persons living in danger areas such as esteros, railroad tracks, garbage dumps, river banks, shorelines, waterways, and other public places such as sidewalks, roads, parks, and playgrounds. The local government unit, in coordination with the National Housing Authority, shall provide relocation or resettlement sites with basic services and facilities and access to employment and livelihood opportunities sufficient to meet the basic needs of the affected families. Nais ko lang pong magkwento po sa inyo dahil hindi lang po ako galing sa Cebu, galing din po ako sa Negros at galing din po ako sa Bicol Region. Gusto ko pong ipaalam sa ating mahal na ahensya na aking pong partner sa loob ng 3 taon. Marami din po kaming project na nag-umpisahan ng NHA. Gusto ko pong iparating po sa inyo na karamihan po sa mga napuntahan kong tamaan ng kalamidad, isa lang po ang kanilang kahilingan. Sila po ay maalis sa lugar na yon at mailipat sa isang lugar na sila po ay safe. Nakikita niyo po yan, kalsada po yan, naging waterfalls na. Ganyan po ang sitwasyon. Gusto ko pong malaman po din ninyo na sila po ay hindi ko malaman kung bakit pinayagan ng local government na tumira itong mga taong ito sa riverbanks, sa mga tinatawag po nating daanan ng natural na tubig kapag umuulan. At yung iba ginawa pang barangay. Hindi ko po talaga maintindihan paano nangyari yon na itong mga taong ito ay pinayagan doon tumira. At noong nandoon po ako at nakipagtalakayan sa kanila, ang sabi po nila sa akin, wala daw pong ino-offer na resettlement o relocation sa kanila, ang NHA. Nakalulungkot po dahil kinausap ko po yung local government, dribble ang nangyari. Ang sabi po, tinuturo naman po kayo. Kasi ang sabi sa batas, sila ang mag-aalis, kayo ang mag-resettlement. Ang nangyayari po, turuan. Hindi po ako magtatanong na. Ako po yung nagmamanifest lang. Ang nangyari pa po, dumating pa yung isang ahensya ng gobyerno, imbis na ang i-offer sa kanila ay resettlement o ialis doon, magbibigay lang daw po ng bubong at kahoy. Ibig sabihin, dyan pa rin kayo titira. Pag dumating uli yung baha, bahala na kayo sa buhay ninyo. Parang ganun po. Gusto ko lamang pong ipaalam sa lahat na dyan po sa Cebu, meron pong namatay dyan, 8 sa isang pamilya. 8. Isang pamilya po yun, 8. Doon po sa Negros, 14. Isang pamilya. Kaya sayang po, kitang-kita po natin, no? Nandiyan po sila sa pambihira, oh. Kaya sana po, tatagal lang po tayo dito kung magtatanungan pa tayo. Baka po sa 2026 na ako magtatanong kung ano po ang ginawa ninyo dito sa nangyayari na to sa ating mga kababayan. Mga mahal kong nasa gobyerno, hindi na po namamatay sa lunod sa tubig ang ating mga kababayan. Namatay po sila sa lunod sa putik. Nung pumunta po ako, lagpas tao ang putik. Hindi na po makita. Yung pong isang pamilya, hindi nila nakita na yung kapatid niyang 3 dahil nalibing na po sa putik. Kaya sana po, ito po ang tingnan natin. Ito po ay urgent, emergency na po ito. Kailangan po natin itong aksyonan na ngayon na dahil baka may dumating na naman na bagyo. Sabi po tayo ng sabi na ito na ang sitwasyon natin. Mas lalakas ang bagyo, mas dadami ang baha. Siguro po ito po ang panahon para ipakita natin talaga na ang ating gobyerno ay re-responde sa taong bayan. At ito po ang kailangan sa ngayon na. Ma-resettle po sila, ma-relocate po sila. Diyan po sa Negros, ako na po mismo naghahanap ng lupa para sa kanila. Ang sagot sa akin, hindi dito. Mahirap humanap ng lupa dito dahil puro asindero dito. Makakaaway natin dito ang mga asindero. My goodness gracious. Kaya sana po, mga mahal kong kababayan sa ating gobyerno at sa inyo po, tulungan niyo po ako. Sa 2026 na po ako magtatanong. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Senator Robin. At loud and clear po ang inyong mensahe sa Department of Housing. At nanggaling rin po ako dyan. At tama ho kayo, yan talaga ang sigaw ng mga kababayan natin sa Cebu, particularly sa Talisay, sa Cebu City, sa Mandaue, na mabigyan ho sila ng disente at ligtas na pabahay. No? Ayaw naman ho nila tumira doon, pero dahil sa hirap ng buhay at wala ring paglilipatan, kumbaga napuwersa ho silang tumira ho doon. Pero ang DSUD at nakikipag-coordinate po sa mga local government units, very challenging dahil bibili ho ng lupa, pero nagko-coordinate ho sila para po mailipat itong mga pamilyang ito sa mga danger zones or danger areas. Kaya maraming salamat sa inyong pagbibigay ng paalala.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, next to interpolate the budget is Senator J.V. Ejercito, the author of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development Act.
Senator J.B. Ejercito is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. A pleasant afternoon to the DHSUD family, our Chair, Community Finance, Senwin Gatchalian. Anyway, it has been 6 years since the passage of the creation of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development. It was passed in 2019. Of course, I'm very proud to have sponsored and authored this measure, no? Together with our colleagues here who supported. Of course, Enrisa was here. Then, Senator Zubiri was the majority leader, and Senate President Soto, no? Under his administration when we passed this landmark legislation. Together, it was also passed together with the Universal Healthcare Law. So these are two landmark legislations that we passed during that year. But sad to say that after 6 years, we still have a long way to go. Still a lot of challenges. Siguro alam po ng DHSUD family yan. Hindi naman po lahat talaga. It cannot happen overnight. No? Wala naman pong magic na pagkapasa ng batas, gaganda na po lahat. Just like universal healthcare, now it is being felt slowly. And by next year, it will now be more effective. But it took almost 6 years for it to be realized. I think itong housing sector will have a lot more challenges. So, based on what we've heard earlier, the backlog back then, as far as I can remember, Mr. President, when we were drafting the measure, was about 2 million that time. And now it grew exponentially. Nasa 6 million na po ba ang backlog, no? As I was listening. So ang bilis ho ng paglago ng backlog if we do not really construct those houses. Kaya lang challenge talaga, no? Yung 1 million houses that was planned under the 4PH, under this administration, ngayon po magiging 1 million na lang until the end of the administration. But then being the principal sponsored author, of course, we have to make sure that this measure the program under DHSUD will be more effective, no? Kasi we do not want, ang gusto natin walang matirang squatter sa sariling bayan. Anyway, just like to ask a few questions and on a few issues. So we just like to ask us, yung po mga yung mga bagong can we know the names of the new USECs kasi panibagong familiar faces na po sila. Ang ko lang when we started drafting this measure ever since the housing summit, wala na ho akong nakikilalang familiar face sa kanila. So just a rundown, no? You know, the key officials, can we have their names?
Of course, yung ating butihing Secretary Aliling, then si Yusek Henry Yap, Senior USEC Henry Yap, Senior USEC Sharon Pakis, Undersecretary Odilion Pasaraba, Undersecretary Ramon Aliado, Undersecretary Eduardo Robles, Undersecretary Roman Molina, Undersecretary Maylin Rivera, at si Assistant Secretary Angelito Aguila. So ito po yung kanilang mga USECs and ASECs.
Okay, thank you for that. Not to, of course, we would like to know the new officials of the DHSUD. Of course, I do not want to, I'm hoping that they will really come up, hindi ko inaano yung credentials nila. But, the only problem, Mr. President, with all of the departments, yung pong turnover lagi ganun no? So, my worry always is the institutional memory. Just like with the DOH, naiwan na lang po si Secretary Ted Herbosa. From USEC, ASEC down, bago na rin po lahat. When we were drafting the Universal Healthcare Law, yung po mga kausap namin, yung the ones who helped us formulate or draft the law, wala na po lahat. In the same manner with the DHSUD. So I'm hoping, bagong na naman to, learning curve, sana po, yung sa susunod na 2 taon, malaman nyo na lahat. No? From the Housing Summit, hanggang sa pag-draft, so bago na naman po tayo. But then again, nandiyan na po yan. So we'll just have to help each other. Yung po sa, sa development, the reason why we came up with the DHSUD, all the agencies, all the housing agencies of government, iba-iba po yung they had their own offices, hiwa-hiwalay po sila under the HUD back then. So we deemed it proper that under the DHSUD, at least everybody will move in the one direction. Probably I would like to ask the chairman if you can ask Secretary Aliling, yung pong strategy now with the housing, the socialized housing. Sana po hindi na maulit yung mga dating nakagawian, nagagawa na kung saan pinakamura ang lupa, doon po bibili, magde-develop, gagawa ng socialized housing, low-cost housing, tapos pwera yung ilumipat yung mga beneficiaries, but after a few months, after a few years, iiwanan. Kasi po, malayo sa transport hub, malayo sa mga health centers, sa mga educational facilities. And during the time, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, ang nangyayari, nasa 30% or below ang occupancy. Nagsasayang po tayo ng pera. So, I'm hoping that with the passage of DHSUD, ang gusto natin township development. It should now be complete with the health, educational, transport hubs, and others. So, I just want to ask, is this the same direction still that will be pursued by the leadership of Secretary Aliling and the DHSUD family?
Well, thank you for that question, and tama ho kayo, Senator JV, na yung mga tao na pinapwersa pong i-relocate sa outside of their cities or outside of their municipalities, napipilitan ho silang iiwan yung kanilang pinaglipatan dahil walang trabaho, walang eskwelahan, walang education, at inconvenient para sa kanilang daily life. Tayo man, pag linipat ho doon, talagang aalis ho tayo ng aalis dahil walang mga basic facilities. So, yan po ay hindi na policy ng bagong pamunuan ng Department of Housing. In fact, kanina napag-usapan ho namin ni Senator Risa na ang policy ngayon ng NHA ay in-city or neighboring cities, or they call it close city or neighboring cities. No? So yun po yung kanilang policy. No?
Well, that's good to hear because both of us have experience as former chief executives. And I would say that, I can proudly say, Mr. President, that in Metro Manila, San Juan and Valenzuela have more or less the more successful socialized housing program. Kasi po hindi naman ho lahat ng LGUs prioritize housing because number one, it's very expensive. Land is very expensive in Metro Manila. And second, hindi masyadong mataas, no, yung development cost. But happy to note that Valenzuela has one of the more successful housing programs. Yung po yung Disciplina Village, no? If I'm not
Yes,
mistaken.
Disciplina Village po. Oo.
Dalawa po yun,
Medyo
no?
payat pa tayo dyan, Senator JV.
Oo nga eh.
Oo.
Parang ako hindi.
Hindi. Ikaw yun. Actually, ikaw yung tinutukoy ko.
Yes, this one's, si Congressman Albi Benitez, the one who passed the other measure, the countermeasure. But yung Kalayaan, the Disciplina Village, how many phases was that, Mr. Chairman?
Well, it was an offshoot of Bagyong Ondoy. I
Yeah.
think mayor tayo noon, Senator JV at that time. So dahil po sa Bagyong Ondoy, we had to relocate yung mga nasa danger areas. So to date, we have relocated close to about 15,000 sa mga danger areas. Meron na ho kaming tatlong housing projects. Pero sa amin ho, public rental housing, we rent it to them. No? Hindi ho namin, wala pong binibigay na ownership. So, but mura lang po yung renta, about 300 pesos. I remember this time you were the chairman of the Senate Committee on Housing, if I'm not mistaken, at that time nung binisita niyo kami sa Valenzuela.
And that's worth, worth looking at. I'm hoping that the DHSUD family, Secretary Ling, would consider rental housing. I think will be very good also for Metro Manila right now. Magandang, it was a very good example, the one that they built in Valenzuela. Sa San Juan naman, we built medium rise also, 5-story. This was this community, St. Joseph, was gutted by fire, about 1,000 families or 5,000 inhabitants. But we were able to establish a 5-story socialized housing. My question, Mr. President, during the time of Secretary Acusar, he wanted high-rise, no? I think he wanted high-rise socialized housing for Metro Manila. Rationale is being because land is definitely expensive in the urban area, especially Metro Manila. So they will maximize, no, na maglagay ng high-rise. My only apprehension is that pag high-rise, the cost of maintenance is very high, no? Yung mga elevator, hindi pwedeng 2 lang yan or 4 pag ganun malalaki. Baka 6 to 8. And then the common usage area. What is the take or the position of Secretary Aliling daw and the DHSUD family? Do they still pursue ito pong mga socialized housing that is high-rise, the 20-story or above?
So, tama ho kayo, Senator JV. Itong ganitong project ay hindi na itinuloy ni Secretary Aliling because the price points is beyond the socialized housing price points. So hindi ito yung mga hindi kayang ma-afford ng mga constituents ho natin na dapat ho natin bigyan ng pabahay. No? So hindi na nila ito inadopt under the new 4PH. But what they adopted is a walk-up until 5 floors na public rental housing. So
we go back to the old formula.
Yes,
That
bumalik.
has been, I think that's the proven formula for socialized housing. Talagang walk-up lang. I think yung Sen. Gatchalian is the one in Valenzuela is also 5-story, no? Walk-up also.
Yes, parang 4.5.
4.5.
4.5.
Kasi itong pinapakita ko sa inyo ngayon, kasi ayaw magpatalo yung mayor namin eh. Gumawa kami ng 5-story, gumawa naman siya ng 22-story. So that's my worry, no? Kaya my apprehension. Because the cost of development, the cost of maintenance, security, elevator, common usage area, will be very high. Ngayon nga lamang, siguro alam po ninyo na ang hirap ng maningil doon sa amortization that's very low or rental. Kung isasama pa itong mga ganitong type na kusa na common usage area na mayroong fees, naku, baka mas mahirapan na ho tayo maningil. Anyway, that's I would like to thank Secretary Aliling for again in going back to that proven model, no, na walk up, which is really more appropriate for socialized and in-house housing. So my question also now is that will we continue with the pursuing in city house or near city housing in urban areas? Will the DHSUD partner with LGUs? Kasi ang mahal dito, the bigger portion, the more expensive portion is land. If the LGU would provide the land, I think DHSUD can develop, no? In the same manner that we in Valenzuela and San Juan were able to do it.
Kaya ho sa Valenzuela and also some, I think QC kanina narinig ko, kaya ho public rental housing because mahal ho talaga yung lupa. No? In Metro Manila, the price range can range from 45,000 to all the way to 200, 300,000. Kaya ho, pag isasama ho natin yung price of land dun sa amortization, hindi talaga kaya ng mga beneficiaries. So the model that DHSUD now is using here in Metro Manila is public rental housing. So at least yung on LGU land, no? On LGU land para po
Just like a Valenzuela model.
para wala hong amortization yung lupa. And you can also redevelop that in the future, no? Sa Singapore ho, all housing units dun is rental, no? And from time to time they redevelop the area, lalo na kung yung area po nagiging affluent. So that's the model that DHSUD now is adopting.
Well, that's good to hear, no, from Secretary Liling because these are proven more successful programs, no? Yung maganda sa Venezuela and I would really support that yung rental for Metro Manila. But siguro itong ginawa sa amin na condominium, siguro pwede na rin gawing rental na lang. Anyway, yung po sa ano, no, with regards to other socialized housing, NHA, siguro for us not to repeat the same mistake as before, now that we are pursuing the massive infrastructure, North-South commuter line, Metro Manila Subway, and others, probably the housing sector, the DHSUD can base its projects or programs on the transport development. Kung nasan yung transport, dapat sumusunod yung development. I hope that can be considered. So that hindi na mauulit muli yung dating nasa kung saan lupalop, nilalagay na bundok, na malayo, isolated, iiwanan din. So that's just my 2 cents worth to suggest. Now that we are now pursuing the railway system, highways, sana nandun din yung housing component.
Yes, Mr. President, Senator JV. In fact, nakita natin yan in many, pag bumibisita tayo sa ibang bansa, nakikita natin na yung mga tao nakatira sa labas ng metropolitan area and then nagko-commuter line sila papasok every day, no? Every day. Even in Japan, it's like that. In Europe, it's like that. So hopefully pag natapos itong North-South commuter rail natin, that will be the offshoot na yung mga kababayan natin pwede silang tumira ng Bulacan pero everyday pumapasok sila gamit po yung tren.
Thank you, Mr. President. DHSUD OSEC requested 5.2 billion, NHA 38.83 billion, SHAPSI 9.9 billion for the 4-page project. What is the reason why DBM did not fund these projects and what alternative plans are in line for these unfunded projects? Ano po ang magiging alternate or direction ng DHSUD?
Actually, Senator JV, well, thank you for that question. Kaya ho hindi nabigay dahil meron pa silang natitirang funding that will be carried over to 2026. 683 million still remains in the coffers of DHSUD. And the reason for that is because they reformed the 4PH program to make it affordable. Yung kaninang nabanggit nyo na tuklasan nila pag high-rise, only the upper 10th quintile can afford that housing project. So they had to reform the program, kaya na-delay po yung 4PH program. But now na reformed na, very clear na yung kanilang market target, gagamit na nila itong 683 million for next year. Kaya hindi ho sila binigyan because of the low utilization.
Anyway, I'll just go to be rest assured of our support. No, of course, we cannot let the department fail. The DHSUD should succeed, and again, we need to address the backlog. No, sabi ko kanina nung sinusulat natin ito, 2 million lang ang backlog. It grew exponentially to 6 million. So we really have to move fast, and I think the key here will be financing. No, also one of the things that DHSUD should really focus on the financing side, lalo na sa mga projects. And siguro sa NHA na lang, no? Si GM na lang nakita ko dito. How was kamusta po ang production ng NHA ever since 2022 up to at present? Did we improve the production of NHA? Tinaasa natin. I think Senate ang nagdagdag, yung 1 billion.
In terms of production, Mr. President, walang problema po yung housing production ng NHA. But admittedly, compared to the height of the budget allocation to NHA, at one point nakakakuha ho sila ng 10 billion pesos. But now, ang allocation ho natin is about 4.3 billion. No? So, it's really a question of fiscal space. Kaya ho hindi sila nakakahabol dun sa mga housing requirements natin.
But beforehand, I'd like to thank Mr. President, of course, Chairman, our Finance Chair for adding Senate intervention of nagdagdag tayo na 1.5 billion. At least this is again still construction, no? We can be rest assured that yung ating spending kahit paano magpatuloy, and my support to the DHSUD family, be rest assured of our support. We have to make this work. We have almost 2.5 years, but hopefully as the sponsor and author of this measure, I just want to be rest assured of our support, and di tayo dapat mag-fail dito, no? There are a lot of challenges, a lot of speed bumps, no doubt, but I think with the leadership of Secretary Eliling and the DHSUD family, I would like to profess my support to the department. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority. Thank you, Chairman.
Maraming salamat, Senator JV, to the father of the DSUD Department of Housing.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd just like to echo the sentiment of Senator JV. Lalo na sa mga probinsya at secretary, kasi ayaw nila ng high-rise dun. Gusto nila ng single-detached. Kasi magtatanim ng malunggay, ng alam mo naman. And we're actually very successful because the NHS has 3 major projects now in Bukidnon. So we thank them for that. So, Mr. President, no other member wishes to interpolate the budget of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development. I move that the budgets of the Office of the Secretary, Human Settlements Adjudication Commission, Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, National Home Mortgage Finance Corporation, National Housing Authority, and Social Housing Finance Corporation be deemed submitted. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, including the budgetary support to all their other offices, are hereby deemed submitted.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. May I ask for a minute suspension to allow the transfer of the DTI into the session hall?
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I'm happy to move, because this department is one of my favorite departments. I'm happy to move for the consideration of the budget of the Department of Trade and Industry and all its attached agencies, Mr. President.
The consideration of the budget of the Department of Trade and Industry and its attached agencies is now in order for interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. President. May we recognize the sponsor, Senator Amy Marcos, to give the details of the budget, and then to interpolate as well, Mr. President, you can recognize our Senate President, Senator Vicente Soto III.
Senator Amy Marcos, the sponsor, is recognized, and to interpolate, the Senate President is also recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Majority Leader. Today I rise to sponsor the proposed fiscal year 2026 budget of the Department of Trade and Industry, DTI, including its attached agencies and corporations. Under the 2026 National Expenditure Program, or NEP, the proposed budget of DTI is 12.078 billion, which is 2.197 billion higher than its 2025 level of 10.323 billion. The House of Representatives, in its version of the General Appropriations Bill, or the GAB, retained the NEP level. Meanwhile, the Senate proposes a total budget of 12.378 billion for the DTI, a slight increase of 299.579 million over the NEP and GAB levels. The changes made by the Senate are as follows: an increase of 447 million in the DTI OSEC budget, an increase of 140 million for the Co-op Development Authority, an increase of 69.152 million for the Design Center under the Philippine Design Program, given the fact that they have had to move premises and rent another site, an increase of 119.080 million for APECO, or the Aurora Pacific and Economic Zone Authority, as well as a decrease of 475.63 million in the budget of the BOI, composed of 225.653 allocated to the CARS program, otherwise known as the Comprehensive Automotive Resurgence Strategy, and 250 million allocated for the RACE program, otherwise named as Revitalizing the Automotive Industry for Competitiveness Enhancement, now transferred to the unprogrammed fund. And those are the highlights of this year's DTI budget, respectfully submitted to the plenary.
Yes, Mr. Senate President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Thank you very much. Allow me to ask a few questions that somehow deviates from the other offices and agencies under the DTI. But there are certain concerns that our colleagues will be taking up. But I have a particular concern involving some issues that arose from the Blue Ribbon hearing. So, with your permission, Madam Chairperson, first of all, when the President Bongbong Marcos released the name of contractors involved in the flood control anomaly, the Philippine Construction Accreditation Board, or the PCAB, was at the forefront of the investigation. Now, allegation of corruption within the PCAB surfaced when blacklisted contractors can still be issued licenses despite numerous violations. So on October 27, 2025, Your Honor, Mr. President, DTI issued a preliminary and preventive measure order against these contractors. However, on November 6, 2025, the DTI, we issued a withdrawal of the formal charges. Please take note.
Binawi ng Construction Industry Authority of the Philippines ang mga reklamo nito laban sa 16 na kontraktor na sangkot umano sa maanumalyang flood control projects. At dahil dyan, wala na ring bisa ang suspensyon at iba pang parusang ipinataw sa kanila. Nakatutok si Joseph Morong, exclusive.
Noong October 27, sinuspende ng Department of Trade and Industry o DTI ang 16 na mga kontraktor na umano'y sangkot sa manumalyang flood control project. Kasama rito ang ilan sa mga kontraktor na sinampahan na ng reklamo sa Ombudsman. Kaya mula noon, hindi na sila maaaring mangontrata. Bukod sa pinakukumpiska ang kanilang mga gamit at sasakyan, pinapapadlock rin ang kanilang mga opisina at mga warehouse. Pinapamonitor rin ng DTI sa Coast Guard, PNP at Immigration ang paglabas-masok ng mga kontraktor. Base yan sa formal na mga reklamo na inihain ng DTI sa Philippine Contractors Accreditation Board o PCAB noong October 27 rin. Pero binabawi na yan ng DTI ngayon. Sa mga dokumentong ibinigay na mapagkakatiwalaang source ng GMA Integrated News, makikita na winidraw kahapon lamang ng Construction Industry Authority of the Philippines o CIAP na attached agency ng DTI ang mga reklamo nila. Kapareho lamang daw pala kasi ang investigasyon ng CIAP sa nauna nang nasimula ng PCAB. At PCAB ang may kapangyarihan na magrekomenda ng suspensyon sa kalihim ng DTI. Kaya raw revoke na rin o wala ng bisa ang mga dating ipinataw na suspension na mangontrata sa mga kontraktor. Hinihingan pa namin ng pahayag si DTI Secretary Cristina Roque at ang PCAB. Para sa GMA Integrated News, Joseph Morong, nakatutok 24 oras.
Thank you, Mr. President. You see, my question now, is this the first time na merong mga nakasuhan ang DTI? At ang itsura naman kasi parang sila po'y naguluhan sa proseso ng investigasyon sa sarili nilang departamento. Can we be enlightened on what happened?
Yes, I was given to understand that this isn't the first time. That in fact, ang PICAB very active sa pagsususpenso at pagre-revoke ng lisensya. Medyo nagulanta rin ako noon, narinig ko at nabasa itong balita na pinakita po ng ating Senate President. Dahil bakit naman withdraw bigla? Pero ang totoo, ang nangyari, nagkapatong-patong, nataranta yata lahat, nagkapatong-patong ang kaso. At ang nangyari po, yung PICAB may ongoing investigation na direkta yung solusyon, iso-suspend o i-re-revoke yung mga lisensya. Yung CIAP wanted to undertake the same thing. So they withdrew one case to focus on the suspension and revocation under CIAP itself para hindi na doble-doble at walang makalusot. So ang status ngayon, ang status para maliwanagan tayong lahat, ang nangyari, yung as of September 1, naabutan ng PICAB board yung 9 contractors licenses ng Diskaya. Lahat nung siyam na yan, na suspenso na. In fact, naging permanent revocation na siya as of September 1. Tapos, yung licenses of the other contractors, while they are active, they still are pending the investigation and possible board action of PICAB na. PICAB na, hindi na CIAP. Pagkatapos, a resolution will be released shortly, malamang next week, dun sa Wawaw Builders at Sims Construction Trading. Sa madaling salita, ongoing na ang pagre-revoke at suspindi ng mga airing contractors na ito.
So there was a withdrawal.
Kasi nagdoble po yung kaso. Dalawa
I see.
kasi
So,
yung in charge, both PICAB and CIAP.
And CIAP.
So they decided tumbukin na kagad yung revocation para mapigil. Wag na muna yung investigation, dire-diretso na sa pagre-revoke.
After this withdrawal, na ngayon, sige, may mga pending sila. Are there preventive orders now issued? Meron ba kayong, are these the same or stricter preventive measures ang gagawin ngayon ng PICAB?
Yes, right now, the problem is that PICAB is not operational, as we know, because they came here to the Blue Ribbon hearing. Nag-resign yung 3 board member. So, isa-isa sila ina-appoint, 2 na yatang na-appoint, kulang pa rin ng isa pa. So, yun ang inaantay. Pero in the meantime, ang sinasabi, yung continuous investigation and review of documents submitted by the contractors. Sasabihin ko yung tapat, ako, medyo diskumpiyado ako dyan sa PICAB. Sabi ko nga sa Department of Trade and Industry, pwede naman take overan na yan ng CIAP. yung SIAP, the governing body, can just take over even if the Board of PICAB is no longer active. Because
So-
it's very clear in the PD that, in fact, they have authority, jurisdiction, and supervision, and that they are able to suspend and investigate, subpoena, and so on, these contractors. Dapat take over na talaga ng DTI kahit wala pang kompletong member.
SIAP.
Yes po.
SIAP. So, so are we saying that the investigation should not be separate? Hindi ba dapat maging separate investigation, may sariling investigation ng PICAB sa nangyayari at saka ang DTI?
Yan rin po ang tinatanong ko, pero sa kanila, sa pakiwari nila, magduduplicate lamang at mas nakakalito raw kung kaya't inuna na lamang nila yung agarang pagre-revoke ng mga lisensya ng Diskaya contractors at saka yung susunod, yung Wawaw and Sims. So hopefully, tamang desisyon yun. Pero in agreement po ako sa inyo na dapat mas aggressive, both pick-up na and SIAP.
So are there cases filed against these officials, the former officials of the pick-up officials? May we know kung nag-resign na sila ba o ba't, ano ba nangyari? Although they resigned, I don't think it should stop there, di ba? Are there cases filed against these pick-up officials?
Medyo mabagal ng reaksyon ng SIAP. Wala pa eh. Wala pang kaso kasi nag-iimbestiga pa lang sila. Sabi ko nga, napakarami ng ebidensya. Ano pang imbestigahan? Dapat kasuhan na yan, kahit preventive suspension man lang. Pero andun pa rin sila sa investigative phase.
I don't think we should stop there, no? Dapat, yes, you're right. Push through with the investigation because baka yung mga bago nyong ilalagay o bagong maya-appoint, makikita, wala, magre-resign lang pala, okay na rin kami. Di ba? Baka hindi maging maghigpit
Dapat hindi
bigla.
nakakaligtas. Dapat
Correct.
maparusahan. At ang liwaliwanag. At ang sabi ko nga, pati yung rules and regulations ng membership of the board, paltan na. Very clear naman yung conflict of interest. Kung public works contractor, ikaw pa ang regulatory body, hindi naman po tama.
Correct, agreed. And I'm glad I am hearing the chairperson in charge of the budget of the DTI watching over it. Thank you very much for that. Anyway, let's wait for the cases to be filed and what will happen later on. Let me move on to another topic. No? More or less, ramdam na naman nila kung ano yung gusto natin as far as that issue is concerned.
Sang-ayon tayong lahat dyan.
Okay. Yesterday, I asked the ICT regarding the proliferation of illegal substances being sold on various online platforms. There are abortifacients openly sold on Facebook and illegal substances such as peyote sold on Shopee. Ayan, nakikita niyo po dyan, ano? DICT conveyed that they coordinate this with DTI. What is the monitoring and regulating process and action being taken by DTI regarding these matters according to DICT, nagko-coordinate sa inyo?
Yes, ang DTI ang binigyan ng responsibilidad mag-monitor ng online selling of these products, including abortifacients. Ito nga, nakikita natin, ghost guns, weapons and ammunition, illegal drugs. Kung ano-anong binibenta online, they seem to get away with it. Ito nga yung problema. Pero meron digital surveillance and tracking, ang DTI, Fair Trade Enforcement Bureau and Electronic Commerce Bureau. Ang nagagawa nila mag-take down at mag-blacklist. May compliance and blacklist orders. Ang balita, 108 takedown na sila. Ang problema, dun sa 25,301 product listings, 30 days lang pala yung takedown. After 30 days, babalik na naman sila ayon sa Internet Transactions Act unless a court order is issued at which the takedown becomes permanent. Hindi pa pala sila nagkakaso sa sa huwes. Kaya hanggang ngayon, puro 30 days lang. Sabi nga natin, dapat mas masigasig sila dyan kasi kung ano-anong kalokohan ng binibentang online.
Correct. May we ask that you pursue this vigorously? Kapag ulit-ulitan lang tayo, every month, ulitan lang tayo after the takedown. No? So, I think I've delivered the message. I will not belabor the point anymore or the interpolations. Hindi ako mahilig sa mahahabang predicate bago magtanong eh. Alam mo naman ako, diretso agad, no? So that we save time. So, submit na lang to the Senate, please, kung ano na mga actions taken and what are these, what are the results of this, and then the follow-ups, And then after the takedown, the blacklist, ano ginagawa, ano nangyayari? Perhaps we could include that in the hearings of the
E-commerce.
Senate Bill 191 o yung anti-fake news, fake content natin
isa pa yun,
mga
opo.
na bill, di ba?
Yes.
O we will
At saka
be able
yung
to take.
e-commerce, pwedeng i-revisit po.
Yun,
Kasi
okay.
mahina sila maghain ng kaso sa korte. Ang dami naman nilang abogado. Sabi ko, yung 108 takedowns na yan, pabalik-balik every month. Kalokohan to, pati yung fines. Ang liliit ng fine, ang lalaki ng kumpanya ng Lazada, Shopee, mga big time yan eh. Talagang
Yes.
binabaliwala yung mga fine.
So, okay, so not belaboring the point dahil ito'y medyo sagi lang sa budget nila because we want them to be on their best foot. Sige, thank you very much. We will await the submissions.
If
Thank
I
you, Madam
may
Chairperson.
just add, SP po, in Australia, nag-give up na sila sa regulation ng online products. Ang ginawa nila, absolute effective this coming December 10, the Australian government will implement a law banning social media access for individuals under 16 years old. Ganong katindi. So, hindi ko naman sinasabi na yan, ganong ka-draconia ang gagawin natin, but we should really consider something especially for the youth. At saka yung pinaparusahan dito ay yung platform, hindi yung magulang at bata. Parang tama
Correct.
yung approach.
Correct. Something to study. Thank you for the information. Thank you, Madam Chairperson, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senate President. Next in line, the gentleman from Isabela, Senator Rafi Tulfo, is recognized.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. The Filipino crowd never disappoints pagdating sa concert. Panalo talaga ang Pinoy crowd. Kaso, bukod sa hassle, pagpunta at paalis ng venue, di labong mas mahal ang bentahan ng concert tickets dito sa atin. Tulad na lamang itong Blackpink concert, itong nakaraang weekend, Sabado at Linggo. Talamak yung naging bentahan ng napakamahal na ticket na nanggagaling sa mga scalper. Example na lang sa VIP seats. Na ang isang upuan ay supposed to be 19,000 pesos, pero ang bentahan ay nagiging 60,000 pesos. Yung general admission na supposed to be 3,000, binibenta ng 6,000 pesos. Ano po ang ginagawa ng DTI tungkol sa napakatagal ng problemang ito na ginagawang negosyo ng mga scalper itong mga fans ng mga concert favorites? Bakit po hindi na-address itong issue nito, Mr. President?
Sangayon po ako at talagang talamak na itong scalping na tinatawag na marami talaga nagagoyo sa napakatataas na presyo. Ang sabi ng DTI, at hindi ako sang-ayon sa paghuhugas kamay, pero ang sabi nila, hindi daw nila magagawa ng paraan kasi customer to customer. Wala daw kinalaman sa business to customer. So they're not protected by the Consumer Act. Palagay ko, kinakailangan imbestigahan ito at gawan ng paraan kasi talamak na nga.
Customer to customer, what does it mean? Kasi ang ticket binibili sa SM, ticketing office. So they're not being purchased. Ang nangyari kasi, itong mga scalper, gumagamit napakaraming account para ma-corner by the bulk yung number of tickets na desire nila. At pinapayagan yan ng ticketing office ng SM. Wala bang way na ginagawa kayo monitoring to ensure na hindi dapat mangyari ito? Halimbawa sa ibang bansa, let's say sa Indonesia, pag ikaw ay pumasok sa concert, bumili ka ng ticket, of course, to credit card, ipapakita mo yung ticket mo, magpapakita ka ng ID, dapat yung ticket mo, nandun yung credit card number mo, at yung ID mo tumutugma. Dahil kapag hindi ka papasukin. In this way, totally ma-eliminate na natin yung mga scalpers. Madam President, Mr. President and
Tama
Madam
po.
Sponsor.
Mr. President, that is correct. And the constraint is really in the law itself, kung pwede natin amyendahan. Kasi right now, nakalimita siya sa business to consumer. Yung nanggogoyo o nag-overprice o substandard ang binibenta ng mga negosyo at binibenta sa consumer. In this case, whether online or in person, it's one consumer who bought the ticket and someone who's willing to buy it at a much higher price. So ang gusto sana ng DTI, at tumihingi sila ng tulong natin, na pwedeng palawakin itong consumer rights natin ngayon at isama na itong panggogoyo na consumer to consumer.
Okay, what about kung makipag-coordinate ang DTI, Mr. President, Madam Sponsor, sa DICT para matrack down yung mga gumagamit ng napakaraming account at bumibili ng by the bulk ng mga concert tickets?
Yes, tama po yan. And I'm actually encouraging them na makipag-MOA na nga sa DICT para matrack ito. Kasi pareho silang binigyan ng responsibilidad ng digital surveillance and tracking. At meron naman silang opisina, yung Fair Trade Enforcement Bureau, kung sana makipag-usap sila sa DICT para matigil itong talamak na mga pangyayari.
So hanggat hindi tayo gagawa ng legislation ukol dito, Mr. President, Madam Sponsor, happy-happy palagi ang mga scalpers.
Nako, hindi po pwede yan. Ang pinipilit ko nga sa kanila na magkaroon na ng MOA with DICT. At together, kahit wala pa yung batas, kaya na nilang i-track ito at gamitin na nila yung e-transactions, yung e-commerce, internet transactions, digital surveillance, lahat yan.
Yes.
Pwede naman gamitin yung mga batas na yan.
Talaga, thank you po, Madam Sponsor, for that answer. So when will this happen? Next decade? Kasi napakatagal na po nito eh.
Matanda na tayo by the next decade, hindi
Baka
dapat.
wala na tayong lahat dito, buhay pa rin mga scalpers. At
Tama
sasabihin
po.
ng DTI, gagawa namin ng paraan.
O,
With the
gawan na
permission of
ninyo ng
Senator
paraan, sana.
Rafi, with your permission and the sponsor.
Yes, Mr.
Unfortunately, wala po tayong Anti-Scalping Act. Ano? There were attempts in the past to legislate, pero wala, nothing has come out of it. Ang applicable lang na law dito yung Consumer Act of the Philippines. Ano? Please correct me if I'm wrong, DTI. Pero yun lang ang pwedeng i-apply. Pero malayo pa rin doon sa anti-scalping law. I think we should file a bill that should deal with the scalpers.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, definitely. I'll talk to my legis team and draft a bill pertaining to that, the anti-scalping.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President. At talaga i-fast track na natin yan. Pero habang wala pang batas, tulad nga ng sinabi ni Senator Tulfo, hindi naman tayo makapag-intay. Magmawa na muna sila sa lahat ng kinauukulan, katulad ng DICT.
Okay, maganda po yan. Magmawa na muna. For the meantime, gawa ng paraan para nang sa gayon, hindi naman naisahan yung mga bumibili ng concert tickets. Okay, now, bakit po dito sa Pilipinas ang mahal ng mga concert tickets? Halimbawa na lang sa Blackpink, yung VIP, yung SRP na sample lang po to hindi ako nanood. I'm too old for this. Hindi ako nanood dito. Pero magagaling. They're good, I've heard they're good, they're pretty, they're good answers and stuff like that. But anyway, let's get to the topic now. VIP concert ng Blackpink sa Korea. Ito na ba yan? Sa Korea ay 11,000 pesos. Iko-convert mo na to sa pera natin. Pero bakit pag sa Pilipinas, 19,500 pesos ang SRP? Even sa ibang mga concerts, ikukumpara mo sa ibang bansa, yung bentahan ng ticket nila doon at bentahan ng ticket natin doon, same group, same seating arrangements. Bakit mas mahal sa Pilipinas palagi? Mr. President,
Well,
namamonitor po ba yan ng ating DTI?
Ubod ng mahal talaga, subalit yun nga, ang alam natin kung Koreano, syempre mas mura dun sa bansa nila. Gayun pa man, maaring titignan at imbestigahan rin nila yung mga concert organizers. Baka labis-labis naman ang kinikita, isa yon. Ikalawa, yung mga platform, yung major concert platforms for selling and buying tickets, pwede rin kausapin yung SM Tickets, Ticket World, Ticket Nation, kung bakit lumulobo ng labis-labis ang mga concert tickets. Hindi tuloy nakakapag-enjoy yung mga kabataan na musically inclined at talagang mahilig at may kinabukasan sa musika.
Okay, isang example pa. BTS. Ano sabihin ng BTS? BTS group. BTS, okay. Korean din. Okay. BTS tickets noong April 2025, sa Indonesia, 14,000 ang halaga ng VIP tickets nila doon para sa BTS. Pero sa Pilipinas, 22,600. Now, itong BTS, I would assume, hindi to Indonesians, ano? Korean. Okay. So, pumunta sila ng Indonesia, naningilang Indonesia, 14,000 lang. Pagdating sa Pilipinas, naningilang Pilipinas, 22,000 para sa VIP tickets. Bakit palagi mas mahal ang Pilipinas?
Ama po yun,
Madam
labis-labis talaga. Baka masyadong kumikita ang mga organizer, yung mga concert corporations, at pati na rin yung ticketing platforms. Kailangan siguro imbestigahan yan kasi hindi dapat tayo naglalayo sa Indonesia. Yung kanina po, yung sinasabi sa Korea, maintindihan pa natin, pero yung Indonesia at Philippines, dapat tabla lang.
Dapat. Mr. President, Madam Sponsor. Kaya nga po, meron bang way na yung ating DTI makikialam at siguraduhin na dapat hindi naman pagdating sa Pilipinas, yung magkukonso sa atin na grupo, kung ano man yung grupo na yun, ay mas mahal pa pag sila ay kumanta sa ibang bansa. As a matter of fact, there are people who told me na mas mura pa kung sila ay pupunta sa ibang bansa, magkukonsert yung gusto nilang puntahan na grupo, namasahe na sila, nag-hotel pa sila, mura pa. Mas nakamura pa sila kaysa dito sila manonood dahil napakamahal. Doble-doble, triple ang patong. So I think that's one thing. I know DTI is acknowledging this na tama yung sinasabi ko. It's about time na pagandahin naman natin siguro yung sistema at wag naman tagain yung mga Pilipino
Tama po.
sa mga concerts.
Tagan-taga po, yung hinihingi ng DTI, isa pang amyenda sa batas. Ito yung sa Price Act na sinasabi nila, ang sakop lang nito basic necessities katulad ng rice, corn, etc. At saka prime commodities katulad ng harina, canned pork at iba pa. Wala rito yung concert tickets and entertainment. Kaya namumroblema lagi sila, kaya kung maaari, palawakin natin ang sakop ng price control.
Oh, example, Coldplay Band. Korean pa rin to? Okay. Coldplay Band. Nung pumunta ang Coldplay Band sa Korea, ang halaga ng ticket nila doon para sa Coldplay Band was only 5,885 pesos. Pumunta ng Pilipinas, ginawan triple. 15,000. Again, palagi nangunguna ang Pilipinas pagdating sa pinakamahal na concert tickets. Lamang na lamang tayo. Pero this time, siyempre lahat tayo gusto tayong lamang. Pero this time, ayokong lamang tayo. Dapat patas. So this is something that DTI has to look into. Mr. President, Madam Sponsor.
Sang-ayon po tayo dyan at huwag tayo naiisahan lagi. Tinataga naman yung kabataan lalo. Yung Coldplay, hindi dapat ganyan kamahal. Medyo laos na rin sila. Naabutan ko pa yun. Kaya sana mas mura ng kaunti. At siguraduhin ko na yung DTI talagang imbestigahan yan at hindi dapat yan palaganapin.
Thank you. Ito, kaedad natin to, kapanahon na natin to, Madam Sponsor, Rod Stewart, 2024, na-cancel yung kanyang concert. Maraming nakakuha ng refund, maraming hindi. Yung mga nakakuha ng refund, it took them 21 days up to 30 days bago makakuha ng refund sa ticket nila. Now, paano natin habulin itong mga hindi nag-refund na sa tamang oras at hindi talaga nag-refund at all ng mga concert tickets na hindi naman natuloy yung concert? Madam Sponsor.
May opisina ang DTI at dito tayo nananawagan, yung Fair Trade Enforcement Bureau, FTEB. Kinakailangan habulin nila talaga ito. Kapag na-cancel, dati naalala ko pa yung Michael Jackson na-cancel din, dapat talaga magbigay ng refund at dapat mabilis, hindi
Correct.
naman isang buwan.
Yes, tulad ng Alesso. Ano to? Korea pa rin? DJ. Oh, no show. Si Vanessa at ang nagbigay nito. 2022, no refund at all. Zero. Sa mga bumili ng ticket. Now, Madam Sponsor, Mr.
Sana
President.
nare-report yan dun sa Fair Trade na bureau nila ng DTI. Kasi kinakailangan imbestigahan yan. Hindi naman dapat yung ganyan.
Okay. Last na naman po. So, doon po sa akin suggestion, mag-agree ba sa akin ng DTI tulad ng ginagawa sa Indonesia, if you buy a ticket online, of course, you're using your credit card or, credit card, or ano pa yung isang card? Debit card. And then, kuha ka ng ticket because of the credit card and debit card na ginamit mo, pag pupunta ka sa concert venue, ima-match up nila, ibabangga nila sa ticket na nakalagay yung credit card mo doon sa hawak-hawak mong ID at mukha mo. Kapag hindi tumutugma yung ID na dala mo at saka yung ticket na ginamitan ng credit card, hindi makatugma, hindi ka makakapasok. Can we not do that?
Malagay ko pwedeng pag-aralan yan kasi magandang safeguard din yan. Yun nga lang, syempre, kapag binili ng barkada at rinegalo para sa birthday o di kaya yung magulang ang nagpagamit ng credit card, doon na lang siguro yung mga sitwasyon na hindi magmamatch sa ID yung nagbayad.
Okay, sige.
Dapat may maliwanag na paliwanag.
Pero kailangan siguro pag-aralan natin yan.
Tama
Madam
po.
President, Mr. Sponsor. Mr. President, Madam Sponsor. Yun lang po. Maraming salamat po, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. These are very useful safeguards and amendments that we can keep in mind. Sana sa susunod na budget hearing ng DTI, mas na-actionan na itong mga scalping at iba pang online scam. Salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Tulfo. Senator Joel Villanueva is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished sponsor, my seatmate since I started public service 24 years ago. May we know if our colleague, distinguished lady from Ilocos, would yield to some questions, Mr. President.
Yes, certainly, Mr. President, I'm happy to attempt to answer the questions of the Honorable Villanueva.
Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, I am not going to ask a lot of questions as let me state for the record that I've been very supportive of the budget of DTI and its attached agencies. We were part of the commission and appointment that confirmed our good secretary, and we believe in her. And we know that there's a lot of things that we can still do in order for us to help out our economy, especially this representation's advocacy, which is job generation and job creation. Mr. President, let me start asking questions on the issues raised by the honorable gentleman from Isabela, Senator Rafi Tulfo, with regard to scalping, Mr. President. Let me also point out, Mr. President, and we thank the Senate President Pro Temp for raising the issue that we indeed
need a anti-scalping law, Mr. President. This representation filed Senate Bill number 556, Mr. President. This is an act prohibiting the selling and or buying of admission tickets through unauthorized sales channels, providing penalties therefore and for other purposes, which was already referred to the Committee on Justice and Human Rights. So I hope, Mr. President, that our colleagues who are also listening in today's deliberation would support the measure, Mr. President, because I feel, Mr. President, that it is very important. And let me also put on record na nabibiktima po ako lagi ng mga concert tickets. Lalo na po yung mga Korean concerts dahil
Naku,
yung 13-year-old na anak ko po ay mahilig sa K-pop. So,
nasa Bukawi ka pa
at
naman.
nasa Bukawi pa po ako, Mr. President, at akala ng buong mundo, pag may concert po sa Bukawi, marami po akong ticket at may access po akong makabili ng ticket. And, you know, Mr. President, unfortunately, despite the fact na we wanted to do something about this, it's also a fact, Mr. President, na pag mataas ho yung demand, talagang wala hong magawa yung mga customers, Mr. President. In fact, ako ho, lagi po, tuwing may concert po doon sa Bukawi, lagi ho ako natatanong, may access ka ba? May pwede ka bang mabilhan? Pati ho kasama natin dito sa Senado, Mr. President, tinatanong po ako. But unfortunately, wala po talaga. And magandang masabi po ito doon sa mga nakikinig. Wala ho akong access at hindi po ako nakakabili ng ticket o access para makabili ng ticket. But it's true, Mr. President, yung binabanggit kanina ni Senator Rafi na talagang exorbitant na yung mga fees. And mas madalas po, hindi po talagang yung nakalagay sa ticket na presyo yung bibilhin po. Nabanggit po kanina ng ating sponsor na limited yung powers ng DTI because it's a customer-to-customer relationship. But I really think, Mr. President, and I feel na we have to do something kahit hindi pa ho napapasa itong panukalang batas na Senate Bill number 556. Dapat talaga may masampulan, dapat merong gawin ng ating pamahalaan na hulihin itong mga to, masampulan para hindi po sila mangahas na gawin po ito. At hindi lang po ito nangyayari sa Bukawi, Mr. President. Din po sa Araneta Coliseum, dyan din po sa tabi natin, dito sa MOA Arena, nangyayari din po, Mr. President.
Tama. Talagang akala po namin talagang kayang-kaya mong bunuin yung mga ticket sa Bukawi. Hindi pala. Okay. At maraming salamat. Thank you very much for that support for the Anti-Scalping Act. I think it's something that we're in dire need of.
And Mr. President, I think we should step up our game. Manghuli ho tayo talaga. Hanapin ho natin ito. No? Kasi ako'y isang basketball fanatic. Every time merong international event dito, yung FIBA, whether it's UAAP or even PBA, pagka finals, nangyayari po yan. Pero, Mr. President, I can assure you, pagka pumunta po kayo dun sa mga venue, talagang meron ho, may lalapit talaga sa inyo na
yun.
Magbebenta po talaga. At mas mataas po yung presyo, Mr. President.
At hindi sila nagtatago.
Hindi
talagang
na po,
garapalan.
Exactly po, Mr. President.
Andain nila dun sa pinto. At yun nga, sinasabi ko nga sa DTI, maging mas aggressive dito sa mga e-commerce platforms. Meron naman batas na talagang nagsasabi pwede nilang hulihin kung nabenta online. Kung ando naman sa mismong venue, pwede naman sigurong hulihin. Unfair practices na yan, hindi na tama.
Ako ho, naka-experience po ako, nakikita ko ho, may mga police vehicle mobile na nandun. Nasa tabi ho, wala pa hong 10 dipa. Naririnig po nila yung mga scalpers nag-aalok ho ng ticket. So I hope, Mr. President, na matignan po natin ito. And another thing, Mr. President, that I'd like to raise based on Senator Rafi Tulfo's intervention. Hindi lang po yung price tickets, no? Kanina binabanggit ko, for example, pumunta yung Coldplay. Talagang once in a lifetime, mapanood mo ho yun, talagang ang laki ho nung binabayaran na ticket. Wag na ho yung presyo na lang ng ticket. For example, Mr. President, i-raise ko din po ito, yung concert ni Taylor Swift. Yung concert ni Taylor Swift dito sa Asia, sa Southeast Asia, dun lang po sa Singapore nagpunta. nag-skip sa Indonesia, nag-skip sa Pilipinas at sa iba pang lugar. And there were, it was in the news, Mr. President, CNN, BBC, na lumabas doon na ang mismong Singapore, ina-accuse ng ilang mga bansa na kinopo nila at nagbigay sila ng malaking investment para doon lang gawin sa Singapore
Ay, yung kay Taylor
concert.
Swift.
Yeah, I'm just sharing this, Mr. President, because as legislators, as representatives of the people, we wanted to give them something na hindi naman tayo madehado. Yun yung binanggit din kanina ni Senator Tulfo. Hindi tayo malamangan. And, you know, yung paglalamang, hindi lang dun sa presyo ng ticket, kundi dun sa access and kung papaano tayo magkakaroon ng opportunity para i-promote ang ating bansa. I'm not just talking about concerts, Mr. President. For example, Mr. President, ang F1 race, Mr. President, wala ho dito sa atin. Sa Japan lang at saka po doon sa Singapore. Sa Singapore, yung night race nila, alam ho ng mga parokyano yun. Doon lang ho meron. So, binabanggit ko po ito just because I think these activities ay additional programs that we can look into, low-hanging fruits na makakalikha ng trabaho, makakagawa ng mga activities para ma-promote ang ating bansa, Mr. President. And DTI can help out in looking into these projects, Mr. President.
Yes, tama po kayo at nahuhuli ang DTI. Talagang ang leisure and entertainment industry, industry din. Kaya kailangan i-regulate rin ng DTI. Hindi lang ang manufacturing and BPO services, hindi lang yon kundi mismo leisure and entertainment. Dapat sakupin na nila. Maliwanag, kapag online, meron silang kapangyarihan hulihin ang mga sellers nito. Pero ang sinasabi nila, yung transactions doon mismo sa venue na nagbebentahan, garapalan, harap-harapan, hindi daw crime yun sa ngayon. So, hindi daw nila pwedeng hulihin ng basta. Nagtataka naman ako, under the general rubric of unfair trade and misrepresentation, palagay ko, you can make a case for it. So, I think perhaps we should specify in a specific law exactly what we mean.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I expect the support of our distinguished colleague in passing this representation sa bill, Senate Bill number 556, which is an anti-scalping act, Mr. President, that we are promoting. Mr. President, let me go to another point, and this is also to support the call of our Senate President Soto, tungkol po doon sa pag-protect ng ating mga consumers sa mga platforms, no, online platforms. Mr. President, yung Australia po came up with a law because of a lot
Binanggit
of...
din namin kanina.
Opo, no?
December 10 ang deadly deadline nila.
Yung 16 years of age, binaban na nila sa social media platform, no? And yung binanggit niyo po kanina, nakakatuwa po yun, dun sa Australia, ang talagang tinitingnan nila yung pagban ng mga platforms, Mr. President, not the parents. Kasi kahit sa atin dito, ang daming parents nasa abroad at because of the fact na they're looking for greener pastures, umaalis po sila. So, yun po, I hope magkaroon din po ng posisyon ang DTI about this. We raised this issue, Mr. President, in the budget of DepEd, and they're looking into it. Pwede rin nating gamitin yung GMRC law para sa mga kabataan natin. And then yung DTI, makita po natin yung mga platforms na nagpo-promote na alam natin na minsan, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, sa face value pa lang nung page, Mr. President, alam mo na na manggogoyo So, sana matignan din po natin yon, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat. Pag-aralan po natin. Isipin ninyo yung Australia na highly developed, highly technologically advanced. Talagang sumuko na sa regulation. Basta banned na lang outright. Di ko naman sinasabi na dapat gawin natin yun, yung under 16. At marami rin naman nasasagap sa online na kaalaman at edukasyon. Ngunit palagay ko, importante na talagang tignan na itong mga platform. pati yung mga fines na ini-impose natin,
Yes, yes.
parang sinsilyo lang yun. Ika nga, card
Kahit
change
araw-araw,
lang.
kayang-kaya nila.
Kayang-kaya nila bayaran to, puro 20,000. Nako, yung mga kumpanyang pinag-uusapan, Lazada, Shopee, Temu, Alibaba, kayang-kaya nila yan. Samantalang sa Australia, yung mga fine nila, ang titindi, US $32 million. Isipin mo, for serious and repeated breaches. Dito, 30 days suspension, ibabalik ulit, tapos babayaran mo 20,000. Baka pagtawanan lang tayo ng malalaking platform.
Salamat, Ginoong Pangulo, at I hope that we can do better and we can perform better in protecting our consumers. At we still believe in the leadership of our Secretary sa Department of Trade and Industry. Mr. President, last issue ko po, and I made mention about this, yung job creation. No? In this particular budget that we are deliberating upon, Mr. President, the budget for 2026, may we know, Mr. President, the items in the budget that talks about or focusing on job creation, Mr. President? And how much is allotted for next year, Mr. President?
Yes, as the senator is fully aware, dahil magkakasabay tayo na winwork out to, yung trabaho bill, ano? Yung trabaho bill
Trabaho para
at
sa
yung
bayan
national
bill.
program.
Yes. It's an act already, sorry. It's a law.
It's already an
Yeah.
act, it's already a law. At dahil doon, bahagi na siya ng budget ng DTI. At sa dinami-dami ng project ng DTI, hindi ko siya mahanap. Pero sa ngayon,
I'm sure madami,
kakalkalin
no,
natin.
Mr. President. I'm sure there are a lot of items in
That's
the budget that would focus on job creation.
Yung MSMEs, malaking bagay.
Yes.
Pero yung trabaho, syempre, ang lead agency, among others, is DTI.
Yes.
Yes, and the other concern, of course, maliban dun sa trabaho program, is the MSMEs. Malaking bagay din yun dahil malaking bahagi sila ng ating ekonomiya at tuwing may bagyo, halimbawa, ang pinakamatinding dagok dun sa mga cannot afford na mga MSMEs at barangay enterprises na napakaliliit.
Mr. President, hindi ko na po patatagalin. If I may just na lang ask a list, Mr. President, to follow na lang, distinguished colleague, yung mga items in the department that would focus on job creation, baka pwede pong makita how much it is and siguro yung target natin, how many jobs are we looking at in this particular items na nilagay natin sa budget. Most likely, mas maganda kung mabe-breakdown po per sector. And I would just await, Mr. President, para lang masiguro natin na meron tayong nababantayan at ine-expect dahil sa paggawa at paglikha ng trabaho, alam po natin yung Department of Trade and Industry, malaking role yung kanilang ginagampanan.
Tama po. And right now, yung last listahan natin ng MSMEs, there's 1,241,475 business enterprises. 99.63% are MSMEs. Wow. Kaya eto nga, yung micro enterprises na yan, 90%, napakarami talaga nila. And as a result, a great number of jobs, which is 6,252,202 jobs are generated by the MSMEs. So maraming program ang DTI for MSMEs to ratchet up employment. Yung shared services facility, malaking bagay yun.
Oh, yes.
Yung green
I know
economic development, yung itaas ang Pinay, MSME, para sa kababaihan po to. Tapos may youth entrepreneurship program, may disaster initiative. Meron din akong na-initiate na creative industries, mga makabagong trabaho para sa digital age. Ito naman yung mga online, animation, etc. Na kayo rin ang naglunsad nung test demand pa kayo. So, yun ang madadagdag ko.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. The 6.252 million, Mr. President, this year lang po ba yun na na binanggit po ninyong figure or
I think
cumulative
that's
po yan?
the cumulative, but that's the latest statistics that's the latest statistic for 2024.
2024. Yes, Mr. President, despite yung manufacturing po contributing 17.6% ng ating gross domestic product in 2024, employment po dun sa sector, despite nag-improve no 17.6%, nag-fall short po siya dun sa target na 6.8% of total employment. If you can look at it, no, pwede po bang malaman natin ano ho ang nangyari ito and what's the plan of DTI for next year para ma-boost po itong manufacturing employment natin?
This is the third quarter that we're citing po.
2024 ang binigay po sa ating data ng PSA, 17.6% yung GDP natin, but the target for total employment is only fell short of targets at 6.8%. I'm sorry, 6.8%.
6.8%. Yes, I think they're aware of this issue. As a matter of fact, itong third quarter, lumaki yung unemployment. Kaya medyo nakakaabala. Kinakailangan na mas marami tayong export, mga investment. Pero yung nakita natin, namomroblema tayo sa foreign direct investment. Kulang sa FDI. Marami pang umatras yung garments and processed food and electronics nanganganib dahil sa US tariffs. Kaya medyo takutan lahat. Tapos, maliban pa sa exports dito sa local public infrastructure, may complete halt halos sa lahat ng involved, kahit bangko, sa bayaran dahil dito nga sa flood control scam na sa awa ng Diyos nanguna ang Bulacan.
Aray ko po. Yung flood control nga, hindi na kami makabangon dun sa kalokohan dun. Pati dito kasali din. Mr. President, let me point out yung binanggit po ng ating distinguished sponsor ng when you talk about foreign direct investments, no? Yung preliminary data from the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas shows that the net FDI inflows fell from $830 million in August 2024 naging $494 million na lang po in August 2025. And the 40.5% decline is largely attributed to the 73.8% drop in net debt instruments, which decreased also, Mr. President, from $553 million to $145 million, Mr. President. So I think it's concerning to ask also in this particular deliberation, ano ho yung measures that we will be implementing for 2026 to address the decline net foreign direct investments and improve investor confidence in our country, Mr. President?
Yes, that's correct. It's really alarming. The fall in worldwide, actually, economic slowdown and the significant downgrade with very, very tepid recovery after COVID. Kaya yan ang problema natin kung paano gagawin. And among the efforts was the create more law to make us more attractive to developers and investors. So malaking bagay yon, as well as the effort to develop more FTSC, meaning the foreign trade, yung mga trade attaché, dadagdagan yung trade attaché at mas maraming exhibitions, may effort to have a single exhibition space and so on. But it cannot be denied that the decline is really alarming.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Mr. President. That's the main reason why every time you stand here on the floor, Mr. President, the distinguished sponsor from Ilocos Norte, when you talk about mga trade agreements, trade partnership with other countries, Mr. President, kailangan ho talaga natin. But I'd like to put on record Mr. President, ano man yung po pwede nating maitulong dito sa Senado in order to help our Department of Trade and Industry, we are more than willing to be of help. Maraming salamat for your patience, distinguished colleague, for answering these representations questions. At sa DTI family, maraming salamat po. Thank you, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat. Sa awa ng Diyos, nasa 11 na ang ating free trade agreement. Ang naabutan natin, 3 or 4 lang. At marami pang idadagdag. Inaanyayahan ko rin, alam ko, concern ni Senator Joel po, inaanyayahan na tinutulak ko ang DTI na makipag-MOA na sa DOLE. Dahil bahagi naman sila ng Regional Wage Board. At tuwing may wage hike petition, dapat mas masigasig sila, lalong-lalo na sa mga small micro enterprise na hindi kaya ang mga wage hike.
I cannot agree more, and let me also put on record na I hope and pray that we consider yung living wage. Living wage, hindi po yung kung ano-ano. No? Kasi mahirap po pag hindi living wage yung basis natin when you talk about wage hikes, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you again, distinguished colleague.
Oo. Twice mentioned in the Constitution, but more honored in the breach.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, next to interpolate the measures, a distinguished colleague, Senator Erwin Tulfo.
The gentleman from Palawan, Senator Erwin Tulfo, is
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the beautiful lady from Ilocos Norte yield to some questions from this representation?
Yes, thank you very much, Senator Tulfo.
Una po, Madam Chair, Mr. President, tanong ko po, kumustahin ko lamang po yung campaign ng Department of Trade and Industry laban po dito sa mga manloloko po sa social media, bibenta ng mga kung ano-anong bagay, yung pala pag nakuha mo na, hindi ho yun. What I mean is like selling ko ng electric fan, pagdating pala ho doon, hindi naman ho gumagana, or selling yung mga items,
Tama.
pero it's para mga fake po yung mga items at hindi gumagana. Ano po ang, Madam Chair, Mr. President, ang kampanya ng DTI dito para ma-protection ng consumers?
Tama po, Mr. President, Senator Tulfo, at nagpapasalamat ako dyan sa sinasabi ninyo kasi mahilig akong mag-online shopping eh. Ang tawag tuloy ng anak ko budol of the day. Araw-araw dumarating, nabubudol po. Kaya talagang napakahirap. Pero sa ngayon, masigasig naman mula nung January, naka 18,494 complaints. Ganong katindi, pambubudol online. Nakapag-process naman ang DTI ng 3,528. Yung iba naman ine-endorse sa ibang opisina. Pagkatapos yung takedown, na-takedown na nila 108. Palagay ko mas marami na, lumang detalye yan. Ang problema, walang nakakasuhan. Kaya nga, sabi ko sa kanila, kahit i-takedown ninyo yan ng 30 days, wala naman hinahain na kaso sa korte para masuspenso na for good. Every 30 days. At saka ang baba pa lang ng fine, 20,000, kontra sa Lazada at Shopee.
So anong plano, Madam Chair, Mr. President, na wala palang nakakasuhan? So babalik na po after 30 days, uulit na naman.
Kinakailangan magpila sila ng kaso. Sabi ko nga sa kanilang mga abogado, magsumigasig kayo kasi laganap na itong panloloko.
Tama, Madam Chair, Mr. President.
Yung budol of the day ko, nagiging budol everyday na po.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. President, Madam Chair. Sana po magawa ng paraan po ito ng Department of Trade and Industry. Kawawa po yung mga ordinaryo, yung mga kagaya po sa amin, yung household help po namin. Lagi po sila nandyan, bumibili na kung ano-ano na iuwi sa bahay nila. Pagdating naman doon, maawa ka dahil hindi pala totoo to, sir. Fake pala, hindi pala electric pan, hindi pala ganito, hindi pala mga cellphone, wala naman palang laman.
Grabe. Kaya yung DTI may iba pang programa, yung tinatawag nilang e-commerce trust mark, yung binibigay nila yung registration, yung mga online sellers. Nung umpisa, medyo nagreklamo kasi syempre babayaran mo yon ng 1,000. Kaso ngayon, voluntary na at saka may deadline until the year end. So sana magawan ng paraan at makatulong din yung trust mark na yan. Kung wala kang trust mark, alam na ng taong bayan na huwag bibili doon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam President. Moving forward, kumustahin ko lang, Madam Chair, ito pong Construction Industry Authority of the Philippines wherein yung pickup po ay under dito na Ayos na po ba ito? Na-reshuffle na po ba? Tinanggal na ba? I believe, nung first few days po na investigation, kumilos ko agad po ang ating butihing secretary. Nagkaroon po siya ng mga ikang pagbabago dyan. Gusto ko lang po malaman kung ano na po ang actions, ano na po ang pagbabago dito po sa SIAP na mga involved po sa flood control fiasco.
Okay, ang nangyari ko noon, agara nagkaroon ng preliminary investigation at dumating naman yung mga kontratista. Kaya lang, nung narinig yung Blue Ribbon at iba pang investigasyon, nung 1st of September, lahat nung 9 na contractors licenses na hawak ng Diskaya Group, talagang revoke na nila agad-agad. Ang problema, matapos yun, yung 3 board members, dahil sinita nga ng senador na puro may conflict of interest, palibasa mga contractors sila, nag-resign. Kaya hindi na maka-action ngayon yung PCAB. Pero tuloy-tuloy pa rin yung SIAP. Dalawang grupo kasi yun yung PCAB, yung diretso sa contractors, tapos yung SIAP may powers din to revoke, to suspend, and to register. So nag-action sila na doble-doble pa nga yung investigasyon, kaya withdraw yung isa. Pero sa ngayon, yung Wawaw and Sims Corporation, palagay ko to marirevoke na rin sa susunod na linggo. Tapos yung licenses of the other contractors, kahit active, sana sa lalong madaling panahon, ma-revoke na rin kung talagang may kaso.
Thank you for that, Madam President. Ang follow-up question ko lamang po ay, Mr. President and Madam Chair. Isa po kasi sa mga requirements, ito po ba'y pinag-aaralan na ngayon ng DTI? Isa sa mga requirements para maging Board of Director ka ng PCAB, issue should be a contractor. Babaguhin ba ito? Pinag-aaralan na po ba? Kasi masama ho talaga tignan, Mr. President, Madam Chair.
Yes, tama yun. Very clear conflict of interest na sinita po natin. Pero ang nangyari ngayon, binago na ng SIAP itong PCAB requirement kasi klaro naman na talagang hindi dapat. At as a matter of fact, 2 na yung board members ng PCAB na na-appoint na. Nag-iintay na lang ng ikatlo para mabuo. At lahat sila, talagang hindi daw contractor.
Thank
Sabi
you.
ko nga, I promise ha.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. President. Madam Chair, moving on, ang MSMEs po makes up about 90% of all enterprises. Pero struggling pa rin po with access to finance, digitalization, export readiness. Less than 10% are export ready. Ang tanong ko po ba, tagal na po bang naririnig natin itong MSMEs? Ang problema, hindi lumalago. Saan po nagkakaproblema? Sa funding po ba? Kulang po ba? Or training? Or promotion ng mga MSMEs? Madam Chair, Mr. President?
Yun na nga yung challenge talaga, how to make them export ready and how to scale. Magaling ang Pilipino sa mga tingi-tingi at sa napaka-small time na negosyo. Hindi naman siguro nagkulang at napakadaming MSMEs, 1.2 million ang MSMEs at 6 million plus ang kanilang empleyado. Kaso nga lang, ang liliit at maliit din ang sweldo, maliit din ang kita. Yun na nga ang problema. So, ang ginagawa ng DTI, nag-i-invest sila masyado ng malaking halaga ng 647 million doon sa tinatawag na shared service facilities para sa kitting, packaging, and so on. Kasi hindi naman kaya ng MSMEs na maganda yung packaging kung bahay lamang, gumagawa lang ng kung ano-anong food process. Halimbawa, at least meron silang shared facility. Lahat sila pupunta doon, mas professional na yung pagbabottle, yung packaging, at pati sa design tinutulungan. Meron rin silang program na Green Economic Development para sa countryside. Meron ring itaas ang Pinay para sa women's, kasi karamihan ng MSME babae, mga yung tawag dati cottage industry, housewives. At meron rin yung mga nagre-recover sa yung mga binagyo na wala yung hanap buhay. Meron silang special program for MSMEs na SDRI. And finally, meron silang youth entrepreneurship program. Pero tama po kayo na talagang hirap na mag-scale. Siguro dala na rin ng global economic slowdown, tapos yung COVID, hindi pa talaga nagre-recover ng gusto.
Nabanggit nyo, Madam Chair, Mr. President, na 600 million ang pondo nito. I think would that be enough, Madam Chair, Mr. President? Hindi pa kaya mas maganda kung taasan pa po natin ito para talagang fully ma-equip natin itong mga MSMEs nito, yung kanila yung sinasabi mo, yung production, imbis na tingi-tingi, makakatulong ang DTI. Ano sa tingin ninyo, Madam Chair, Mr. President?
Yes, Senator Tulfo, yung 646 sa shared facilities pa lang yon. Wala pa yon sa iba't iba pang programa ng DTI. Marami namang program ang DTI, and aside from that, meron small business corporation, yun na makakautang sila na hindi naman nangangailangan ng collateral. Ganon din sa CDA, yung sa Co-op Authority, doon sa agricultural enterprise. Pilit na ginagawang mini-merge yung maliliit masyado ng mga co-op at pati yung bago na co-op. Binibigyan rin ng training at tulong, market access, etc. para lumaki ng kaunti. Nasa 700 million yun. Ano pa ba? Marami kasi dito eh. Marami silang program, actually, iba-iba. Yung Philippine Innovation Hub,
Kaya nga,
yung
Madam
Creative
Chair,
Industry.
hindi kaya kulang. Hindi kaya, why can't, di po ba pwedeng dagdagan? Ayon po sa aking informante, mukhang kulang ho yata. Mas maganda ho siguro kung dagdagan po natin ito. Sa tingin ho ninyo, Madam Chair, Mr. President.
Yes, tama po yan. Parating kulang. Kaya eto nga, may livelihood seeding program sila, may negosyo center, pero kung minsan siguro, nagkukulang din sa information, dissemination, maraming hindi nakakapag-apply, or yung mga sa kanayunan, hindi na nila nalalaman kasi nasa lungsod pala. So, yun ang mahalaga talaga na maabot lahat ng nangangailangan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. President. My last question, Madam Chair, Mr. President. Ito po ang ating foreign investments. Anong ginagawa natin dito? How come parang hindi po siya lumalago? Tama po ba pagpapatok po natin o kulang po tayo sa advertisements, campaign para makarating po sa iba yung dagat na invest in the Philippines? Meron po ba tayong campaign strategy or pondo para hikayatin pa? I know yung ating pong executive department is doing its best para manghikayat, and we also are doing our share in the Senate. Pero syempre, with the DTI now, meron po bang campaign ang DTI or a strategy para talaga mahikayat? Or may pondo po ba? Sapat po ba ang funding nito para makahikayat po talaga tayo ng mga investors dito sa ating bayan? Madam Chair, Mr. President.
Yes, tama po kayo. At ginagawa ng BOI ang lahat upang lumaganap nga itong tinatawag nating FDI. Siyempre, yung unang problema talagang nag-global economic slowdown. Mula pa nung COVID, hindi naman nakakapag-recover ng todo. Kaya kulang na kulang pa. Baka next year at sa mga susunod na taon, makarecover. Siyempre, yung bad press natin, hindi nakakatulong yung corruption scandals. And of course, yung dati pang problema nila, yung ease of doing business dito sa Pilipinas. Ang dami-daming papapirma, kung minsan may suhol pa. So talaga yung mga foreigners, hirap na hirap ng under the table, beside the table, at kung ano-ano pa. At rinereklamo rin nila yung infrastructure dahil kulang pa rin at napakamahal ng kuryente natin kung ihahambing sa ibang lugar. May create more na batas tayo for tax incentives, pero kung ihahambing sa ibang mga bansa, tax-free sila kung minsan 10 years. Tapos bibigyan pa sila ng gusali at ng lupa. Hindi natin kaya yung level na yon. But of course, the Philippines is trying to promote as best it can throughout the world, including its trade attaches.
With that, Madam Chair, Mr. President, I support the budget, the 2026 budget of the Department of Trade and Industry. At sana lang po mapag-aralan muli ng committee ito, kung maaari pong dagdagan para makatulong pa po, hikayatin po ang ating foreign investments at the same time, yung ating pong MSMEs para bubuhay sa ating ekonomiya tulad po ng may ibang bansa, tulad po sa Bangkok, sa Hong Kong, yung mga malilit na negosyo, Vietnam.
Nalampasan na tayo ng Vietnam.
Exactly, Madam Chair, Mr. President. The DTI plays a central role in shaping our country's investment climate, strengthening our industries, protecting our consumers, and ensuring that our MSMEs do not merely survive, but grow, innovate, and thrive. With that, maraming salamat po, Mr. President, Madam Chair. Thank you po, Madam Secretary.
Maraming salamat rin, Senator Irwin.
Thank you, Majority Leader.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, there being no member who wishes to interpolate the budget of the Department of Trade and Industry, I move that the Department of Trade and Industry, Office of the Secretary, Board of Investments, Construction Industry Authority of the Philippines, Cooperative Development Authority, Design Center of the Philippines, Philippine Trade Training Center, the Aurora Pacific Economic Zone and Freeport Authority, Center for International Trade and Expositions, and Small Business Corporation be deemed submitted. I so move, Mr. President.
There's a motion by the Majority Leader to close the period of interpellation and to deem submitted the budget of the Department of Trade and Industry and its attached agencies as enumerated. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Session is suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the budget of the Department of Health. I so move, Mr. President.
The consideration of the budget of the Department of Health and its attached agencies now in order for interpellation.
Mr. President, may we also recognize our distinguished colleague, the chairperson of the Subcommittee on Health, no other than Senator Pia Cayetano, Mr. President.
Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized.
And to interpolate, that's right, she already opened the budget. This is the second day of the budget of the DOH. May we recognize to interpolate the good sponsor, our Senate President, Vicente Soto III.
Our Senate President Vicente Soto III is likewise recognized to interpellate.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. It's the majority there. Thank you very much. Will the distinguished chairperson please favor us with some answers to very straightforward but painless queries?
The response is yes, not because you are the Senate President, but because your questions are direct, straight to the point, and short.
Thank you. May we have the microphone of the chairperson louder, please?
Oo nga, last time.
Anyway.
Hello? Yes. Hello? Siguro konti pa. Closer. Hello? Yes? Better?
Yeah, okay, better. All right. Mr. President, Madam Chairperson, of course, through you, Mr. President. The Philippine Children's Medical Center is requesting for an additional 150 million for their MOOE for the full implementation of Republic Act 11215 or the National Integrated Cancer Control Act. Now, since the Philippine Children's Medical Center provides comprehensive services for children with cancer, they need the additional amount to keep up with the rising number of pediatric cancer patients and increasing cost of medicines. May I know if you have already increased this in your MOE? If not, when we be able to accommodate their request as an institutional amendment of the Senate?
Actually, Mr. President, we recommended, and the chairman of the Committee on Finance accepted our amendment of an additional 1 billion for indigent patients through health packages for various
kasama na yun.
Kasama ho, not limited to cancer, brain, pulmonology, gastroenterology, dental, and nephrology services. To just give a very short background, Mr. President, ito pong budget natin, instead of increasing maifip directly to DOH, ang request din naman kasi nila is in fulfillment of the mandate of PhilHealth, bigyan ng pera tong mga ospital directly. So we gave all the specialty hospitals 1 billion. If you ask me, Mr. President, kulang pa yan. Kasi imagine mo kung merong mga interventions umaabot sa 20 million, di ba? May mga ganun eh. So kung maraming ganun, hindi mahaba ang lifeline ng 1 billion. So kung pwede pang dagdagan, dagdagan. Pero for now, I am proud to say na at least we have additional 1 billion for these specialty hospitals. And then, to be clear, almost additional another amount, another item, Mr. President, 885 million, so almost 1 billion for various procurement of essential medical equipment, hospital infrastructure, medium-term upgrading of the IT system, employee welfare safety, lahat yon 885 million. So total ang amendment natin is actually close to 2 billion because there's another 10 million that we also added to their budget for training and research development.
That will benefit the Philippine Children's Medical
Just
Center
for PCMC,
also.
Mr. President,
All
all for
right,
PCMC.
right. Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you for that. So, nauna na yung amendment ninyo, institutional amendment. Now, maybe I'd like to move on. May I know from the DOH now, how many drug and treatment rehabilitation centers we have in the country today?
We
have 17 operational facilities for drug treatment all over the country, Mr. President.
17 only?
Yes. Mga stand-alone ba to? Or some are, yeah. Pero the others, meron sa private. But, okay, so for the public, the DOH run, Mr. President, is 17. And, nadagdagan na pala, Mr. President, sorry, it's 23.
I will have to check with your records and the records of the Dangerous Drugs Board. According to the Dangerous Drugs Board, we have 94 drug rehabilitation centers nationwide, 35 of which are government facilities and 59 are non-government facilities. Why does this not jibe with the figures that you have, Your Honor, Mr. President?
So, Mr. President, the number that I gave earlier, yung 23, those are the DOH-run facilities. In fact, 22 are operational, 1 is under construction. The rest, Mr. President, and the total, as His Honor had said, is 93. These are accredited. So, this includes the private, the LGU, and LGU and private. So, to be clear, the 93 includes the 23 of DOH and then LGU and private, yeah.
Yes, well, I was hoping for that answer. That was my question.
Yes.
How many do we have nationwide? All right. How many are accredited by the DOH? Apparently, in your answer, you're saying that all are accredited by the DOH now. All 93?
Yes. Yes. All these 93 are accredited, Mr. President.
I am very concerned, always, with the rehabilitation program of the problem on illegal drugs, which is actually part of the problem of the DOH, kung tutusin. As it is part of the 4 major concerns on how to solve the problem of drug abuse and illegal drugs in the country. We cannot just keep on enforcing and prosecuting without prevention and rehabilitation. So this is a concern that I hope would be always a priority as far as the Department of Health is concerned. Ito pa mga drug rehabilitation centers natin and the programs that they have qualify sa PhilHealth. Well, I ask this, Mr. President, also because I know for a fact that many families, kahit gusto nilang maipasok sa rehab yung kanilang anak, ang iniisip nila baka magastos. Di bali sana kung makakapasok sila ro sa mga Bikutan o sa Tagaytay, di ba, which is government run and hindi sila magbabayad. No? Pero pagdating sa mga private and mostly gusto ng iba sa private talaga kasi they even try to avoid that. Kinahihiya kasi ng ating mga kababayan kuminsan I know for a fact that there are drug rehabilitation patients from Cebu who want to be in a drug rehabilitation, in a drug facility in Negros, in Dumaguete, or in Bacolod, instead of being in Cebu. Alam mo na, usual na iniiwas doon sa lugar, sa original na lugar nila. So, kung accredited ng PhilHealth, kahit na hindi DOH run, as long as accredited ng DOH, I'll be good, I'll be fine. But if not,
Well, the problem now, Mr. President, is ang info na binigay sa akin ng PhilHealth, dalawa lang yung private na accredited sa PhilHealth. So yes, so to go back, the answer to his honor's question, is it covered by PhilHealth? Yes. But there are only 2 private that have gotten accreditation. So maybe we can ask to have a fast tracking of coordination with them to get their full accreditation. So once they do, they're covered by a 10,000 peso medical detoxification package. So what was explained to me just now, Mr. President, itong detoxification is like a 5-day, 6-day, what did you say? It's the first week where they get them, the withdrawal. That's when that patient experiences those withdrawal symptoms. After that, they go into the rehab. So the 10,000 peso package, medical detoxification package of PhilHealth covers that period. Yung rehab, which is very important, apparently is not covered. So kung sa government ka, okay ka. Tuloy-tuloy ka sa government, walang problema. Pero pag sa private, magbabayad sila. So the first step, Mr. President, is to get more of these private and even the LGU facilities accredited so they can avail of this 10,000. And then the second...
Pero yung 10,000 doon sa umpisa lang.
O yung detox
Sa
lang
withdrawal
ang
lang,
covered
sa
nila.
detox,
Yes.
hindi yan kasama yung monthly.
Hindi pa nga. And so I will also make my own observation, Mr. President. This is like in the early days, hindi pa secretary si secretary, merong bakuna na 3 ang doses ba tawag doon? Binabayaran lang yung isa. Sabi ko, paano yun?
Oo.
Pwede. Anong klaseng program yun? You might as well complete it for a smaller number of people and not, parang ganito din na nangyari dito, di ba? Pinadaan mo sa pinakamahirap na part yung detox. Pagkatapos walang continuity. So, ano ba, what can we do?
I think you need to study this very, very closely. This is very important. And I think you should coordinate with PhilHealth. Andiyan sa inyo, PhilHealth.
Even now. So Mr. President, even now as we speak, the government can already absorb more in their existing facilities. Personnel ang kulang. So if you can give immediately a budget for PS, kasi we still have our period of amendment, baka the Senate President can take a look at it and we can make an amendment. Yeah, you need to show us per facility kung ano yung PS nyo doon.
Well, to take on more drug dependence, no? Pero yung papasok sa private, ang sinasabi ninyo is only in the 23 accredited rehabilitation centers ng DOH or 23 na DOH, ano? Pero meron dalawang private na accredited.
Yes, Mr. President.
Pero the rest hindi.
Hindi pa sila accredited. Bakit kaya? Would you know if they have tried to be accredited or they have not even tried? Do we know? We don't have data, so maybe we can ask them to check, Mr. President, no? Baka naman mula nung nag-umpisa tong mga facilities, there was no package yet, so di na sila nag-abala. Ngayon may package na. That's a benefit for them too. But I think we really need the part 2 of that package also. Kasi baka naman nagsasayang lang tayo ng pera, lalabas din yun na mas malala pa.
Precisely. Tapos meron isang isyong konektado rito na pwedeng pag-aralang mabuti ng DOH or ng ating Committee on Health, ano? Kasi right now, the target for every province, 1 treatment and rehab center. If we really want to solve the problem of illegal drugs and drug abuse, rehabilitation has to take a firm position. At yun talagang isang programang yun ang pinakamahalaga. Because no matter how many drug pushers you put to jail,
behind bars.
Behind bars or eliminate, if there are drug dependents, they will find a substance to abuse. Ang
Mr.
daming available na pwede pa rin abuse, di ba?
Mr. President, what I'd like to suggest is similar to what we did in Doktor Para sa Bayan. We asked CHED, kasi yung pagpapatayo ng medical school, CHED yan hindi naman yan DOH, no? We asked CHED to prioritize the areas na walang existing medical school. Obviously, right? Because we want one in every region, and then from there, kakalat yan in every province, pero wala pa tayo doon. So sana ganun din siguro yung pwedeng gawin. Yung private na wala, maybe, I don't know if there's such a way to roll out, but maybe you can have your pilot projects for the private in areas na walang government facility. Or kung may government facility doon, pero let's say Metro Manila, mataas ang level, then doon kayo pwedeng magkaroon ng private pas public. Perhaps we could do that. Sige, just like, hindi ba covered? Mr. President, you know how we do it with the hospitals, that they are required to have a certain percent dedicated to charity, 10%. We can apply that to the private also.
The private, sige, okay.
Baka pwede niyong pakiusapan, yung iba naman, baka naman gagawin din out of charity, or you can pay them. Kasi madali naman gumawa ng batas, pero it takes time. So if you can work on it by voluntarily by these institutions agreeing. And sinasabi lang ni Secretary, Mr. President, yung private na very known, mga well-known establishments, yung ratio din kasi nung patient to the
Patient to
health
doctor,
workers, yung ratio nun, dikit na dikit, halos 1:1. So, successful
medyo
din kasi
mabigat,
ginagastusan talaga. Pero masarap naman mangarap, 'di ba? Pwede naman natin if it is a serious concern. If we all agree it's a serious concern, then we can also
Ito sana, gusto nga sana natin, target natin for every province, one. Okay, may mga probinsyang meron maraming wala. Ngayon, nakarating sa akin, sa aking kaalaman, the construction is either with the DOH or the devolved LGUs, sa LGUs, Pero dito tayo pupunta sa accreditation standards. According to the report that I received, the accreditation standards set forth by the DOH is patterned for a district hospital and not for a specialty facility like a drug rehab facility. Pagka ganito ang standard requirement ng hospital to set up big bed capacity, amount needed is building like a district hospital, medyo magtayo na tayo ng district hospital instead of a drug rehabilitation. Laki mura So, can the DOH revisit this policy and come up with a standard that will fit specially for drug treatment and rehabilitation facility lang? Mas mura yun Para yung mga LGU na gusto magtayo, yung standards ninyo at accreditation ninyo, madali.
perhaps we can take a look at that list of what has to be complied with to see if they are reasonable, kasi minsan outdated, baka nga may mga requirements doon na hindi naman ganun ka-practical for a rehab. A DDB sets the standards, Mr. President, so baka pwede natin tanungin, DDB, Dangerous Drugs Board, ang nagsiset daw.
The standards set for the district hospital ang naka...
But baka naman si Dangerous Drugs, for lack of any other, use the standards of a hospital? Can you check?
Well, we will be taking up the budget of the DDB tomorrow.
So we can ask.
So
can you check? Kasi we will check
I will
with
work on that
DDB.
also. I will work on that.
So
All right.
we can... So Mr. President, I'm clarifying with DOH. So are you saying that wala sa inyo? Wala sa inyo, no? But wala sa inyo? But they are putting up a facility. That should still be with DOH. They might have additional requirements, but from my knowledge, to operate a hospital, any medical facility, dadaan pa rin sa DOH.
According to the DDB, it's a DOH requirement. Nagre-reklamo nga daw sila na masyadong mabigat yung standard para sa isang drug rehab facility lang. So, I hope the DOH can look into that. No?
We're looking at it, Mr. President.
Very
As
good.
His Honor would ask more questions, we have our staff, and I'm asking DOH to show it to me so we can look at what seems to be unreasonable there in those requirements.
Okay. Now, in your 2026 DOH budget, well, the proposal in the NEP, your proposal in the NEP, there is a 2.7 billion in the NEP for the Philippine Anti-Illegal Drugs Strategy Program, which DDB endorsed to DBM. It is the DDB who is the lead agency of this convergence program. The purpose of this fund is for the infrastructure and operation needs for the treatment and drug rehabilitation facilities. However, the fund apparently is lumped in the DOH Health Facilities Enhancement Program, yung HFEF. So, even with the endorsement from the DDB, the treatment and rehab facilities are not guaranteed to be able to access the fund. So, if it is lumped in the HFEF, other DOH hospitals can access the fund, which is specific for drug rehab program convergence budget. Yun ang sinubmit ng DDB sa inyo eh. So, can we have an assurance? How can we ensure that the 2.7 fund will go specifically to the DDB-endorsed drug rehabilitation or treatment facilities, Your Honor?
Actually, Mr. President, I'm looking at the HFEP. Ito yung health facility budget ng DOH. There are separate items. And one of the items is treatment and rehabilitation center. So my first question is, when you say treatment and rehab, are we referring to drug rehab?
Yes.
Hindi naman, kasi baka naman ortho rehab din yun, di ba? So we're talking about that. So on that note, there is a 772 million in the GAA, Mr. President, this is 2025 GAA, may 772
So, ang na-approve,
million.
bale, is 77, ano?
For 2025, Mr. President, GAA yung napasa natin.
2025.
Oo.
Oh.
So for 2026,
2026.
ang nasa NEP for mas buo yung item, operation of dangerous drug treatment and rehab centers. Ang nasa NEP is 2.79 billion.
2.7.
This is billion. 2.79 billion,
Yun.
Mr. President, specific
Correct.
for drug
Correct.
abuse treatment and rehab. But to be clear, ang capital outlay nun is 731 million, which is similar to last year's GAA, kasi 772. So, the good news is, tuloy-tuloy naman ang
Yan.
investment in infra. And then, meron namang PS, and then meron ding MOE. That's why the total is 2.79 billion.
Okay. So I just want an assurance from the DOH that this will be
nakaseparate yan. Oo.
executed precisely.
Okay.
Hindi po ba?
Maybe we can ask for a quarterly update. So,
Yun, yes.
Like saan, in fact, kung pwede nga lang today, malaman natin na saan nakaplano to gastusin. Kasi you won't have this amount without having submitted to DBM
Yeah.
the plan for, so maybe we can present, even the Senate President will be here, I'm sure, for up to what time, so we can give him a list. We'll do that, Mr. President.
Yes, ma'am. And of course, we will be very appreciative of a quarterly report to the Senate Committee on Health, on how this is executed by the DOH. So, do I get a yes, Your Honor?
Yes, they said yes, Mr. President.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Mr. President, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, next to interpret the DOH is Senator Senator Raffy Tulfo.
A minute,
Oh,
a minute to suspend. I just want to settle an issue that the Senate President is asking for.
Yes, session suspended for a minute, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
We recognize a distinguished colleague from Davao and Isabela, no other than Senator Raffy Tulfo.
Thank you, Mr.
Senator
President.
Raffy Tulfo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, if it's okay, and with the permission, if she will allow, from the good senator from Taguig and Pateros, that I would request for a suspension of rules so that I can direct my questions to the FDA director directly.
Mr. President, apparently the FDA director is not present today.
Or to the DOH secretary.
The DH secretary is here. Mr. President, I would prefer if I could try to answer the questions of His Honor, and if I cannot answer, then I will pass it on to the DOH secretary. But I
Thank
would
you.
like to make my best effort to answer His Honor's questions.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Thank you, Mr. President. Now, if you will allow me, Mr. President, to show a video and some slides. This video comes from the previous hearing where I asked, ayun po, the FDA Director General, after na sila, can we listen to the video first? Budget hearing, titingnan ko ulit yung mga advisory ninyo. At kapag wala, sira. Nag-ikot po kami sa mga tindahan, Binondo, Shopee, and all. Lahat po nang nilagay nyo sa inyong advisory na huwag bilhin dahil mapanganib, etc., etc., andun po binibenta. Walang man na nag-check sa inyo. Pagdating po ng budget hearing, titingnan po ulit yung mga advisory ninyo. At kapag wala pa rin kayong action, ano pong pwede kong gawin sa inyo, sir? Deal tayo. Ano magandang gawin? So I will challenge you to resign. Tama?
We will comply po, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, at that time, I called the attention of the Director General because of the advisory that was sent out by the FDA pertaining to some products that they said that should not be, na hindi dapat bilhin ng mga consumer na dahil mapanganib at dahil hindi FDA approved. And I even challenged the FDA Director General na kapag hindi niya pa rin mapaalis sa merkado yung mga produkto na sinasabi nila sa FDA na banned, ay siya'y mag-resign. Sabi niya, he will comply. And I still have the list of the same products na binibenta pa rin po sa Shopee at Lazada, yung mga products na sinasabi ng FDA, Mr. President, na warning, huwag tangkilikin ang produktong ito dahil mapanganib sa kalusugan sapagkat hindi sila FDA registered and approved. So since the last hearing, up to now, wala pa rin pong ginawa, Mr. President, ang FDA.
Mr. President, I asked, well, the DOH, the one replying is the FDA deputy, no? The deputy, what's your name? Tabakin. So Deputy Director Tabakin is responding to His Honor's queries. So they have this takedown step, and it starts with a letter. And they have issued those letters on November 7 to Shopee, Lazada, TikTok, Carousel. And I said, what is the response after these takedown letters were sent? Wala pa daw sagot, which is very disappointing because November 7 is almost 20 days, 19 days. I can't believe that these platforms would ignore a government takedown order for 19 days. So, in any case, Mr. President, so I asked the next step, what normally happens when this, I would think you would expect a response in 2 days, in 3 days, kasi it's government who's writing to you. And they said, itong mga platforms, they are used to dealing with DTI. So FDA has already informed DTI of this step that they have taken, and they really want to work with DTI because I know from our own experience with itong mga bawal na mga vapes, yung gumagamit ng mga cartoons, bawal yan under our law, DTI immediately issues the takedown, sumusunod. So, apparently may takot sila sa DTI pero sa FDA wala silang takot. Yes, but yun nga, they are now coordinating with DTI. Pero sayang, kasi we just took up the budget of DTI. Sana natanong natin si DTI kung ano kayang status nito. Or tawagan natin. Tawagan nyo, kasi may contact na tayo dyan when we complain about those, para I can give His Honor a response because this is very disappointing to hear that it's still up there.
That's right. Thank you for that answer, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President. So that means kung hindi po mag-respond ang Shopee doon sa letter ng FDA, so tuloy-tuloy pa rin po yung pagbebenta ng mga produkto na sinasabi ng FDA ay dangerous sa kalusugan ng mga consumer.
Tuloy-tuloy, Mr. President, that is a correct observation. And not just Shopee, itong Lazada, TikTok, and Carousel. I cannot tolerate it because it is posing a clear and present danger every day that it stays up there. So I'm very disappointed to hear that they're not responding, not even corresponding with FDA on this takedown letter that they sent.
Pero Madam Sponsor, Mr. President, I'm not going to blame Shopee. Ang i-blame ko rito, yung mga taga-FDA. Kung gano'n, hindi pala sumasagot yung Shopee, ba't hindi nila puntahan ang Shopee, hindi nila puntahan ang Lazada? Meron naman silang enforcement power under Section 19. FDA shall establish regulatory enforcement unit o REU. In fact, itong unit na ito allowed sila to bear arms. Pwede silang mang-raid if need be para enforce yung regulatory power nila, yung advice na inisyu nila, at kung sino lumabag doon, they can go in and confiscate those products.
Actually,
Madam
Mr. President,
Madam Sponsor.
His Honor has a very good point. However, if you go to the office of Shopee, Lazada, and the rest, wala ang stock na yan doon kasi they are online platforms. So, yung ability ng ating FDA cannot be implemented. In fact, for online seizures, they do not do it this way. They really coordinate with, with DTI also, because DTI is the one that has been working on the takedown of these products on these online platforms, Mr. President.
So therefore, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President, it's up to the FDA to coordinate closely with DTI
Yes.
na para ma-take down itong mga products na sinasabi nilang bawal. Pero,
Yes.
Mr. President, marami akong mga binanggit during the last hearing. Meron mga na-take down. Pero ang lumilitaw dito sa akin, selective lang yung tinitake down nila. In fact, 2 or 3 were taken down since the last hearing. Ang masama nito, itong mga mas delikado pa ang hindi tinitake down tulad niyang glutathione collagen glow. Meron na pong na-discuss yung bata dyan na ospital at naging malubak.
Po yung gummies, no?
Ay,
The one you brought
gummies,
up
sorry,
before, yung
gummies.
gummies, so
Yes,
it's very
sorry.
attractive to children, no?
Gummies. And
Yes.
then another one pa, ito pong Hokkaido Slimming Pills, it contains amphetamine.
Wow.
Amphetamine, ito po yung kasama doon sa shabu na causes regular heartbeat, confusion, urine retention, painful urination, etc., etc. Pinagbabawal po ito. Dapat prescription drug to. Pero over-the-counter, nabibili po ito sa Shopee. Addictive po ito. And na-mention ko na po ito during the last hearing at sabi ng FDA, yes, iti-take down din nila at kausapin yung Shopee para ma-take down na yung product na yan sa Shopee. Pero hanggang ngayon, every single day, maraming bumibili po nito, Mr. President, at who knows kung ano na nangyari doon sa mga bumibili nito, Mr. President. Ito pong
President.
Hokkaido Slimming Pills.
Itong Hokkaido, can you give me a response kung ito nabigyan na rin ng takedown order? Mr. President, while we're waiting for the response on the status of these Hokkaido pills, I would also like to share that I had wanted to ask, normally what DTI would tell us when we bring up these kind of instances to them, and again, as I said, these are usually in the cases of itong mga bawal na vapes. Pag take down ng isang company, magtatayo lang naman ng bagong company para magbenta on their platform. But you know, Mr. President, now that there is AI, it is so easy. Parang nga sa staff natin, isang click lang yun, makikita mo kung sino nagbebenta. With AI, it's so easy to alert the platform that these products that were already deemed not fit for human consumption should immediately be banned from their platform. Hindi na kailangan na mag-antay pa sila ng takedown. Napaka immoral na, no? Hindi lang illegal, immoral na yung ginagawa nila because yun nga, and I don't even think it needs any sophisticated AI. It's so easy to detect what are those products that have already been flagged. They should not be there. So I'm with His Honor on this one. His Honor can rest assured na itong mga products that he has brought to our attention, isasama ko po ito sa kasama ng listahan ko ng mga vapes na ifa-follow up natin ang sunod-sunod para kung kailangan araw-araw ma-remind na wala yan sa mga platform, gagawin po natin yan. But do I have an answer regarding Hokkaido?
Check the Hokkaido kasi it's an office. Products. Itong unregistered products. Baka isa doon yung na inano nyo, na pina-take down nyo, or
Okay, sige. So, Mr. President, according to the Deputy Director, they have 850 products that they are monitoring that are unsafe or violate their FDA standards in any way, including registration. So they're checking now if Hokkaido is included in that list and will give us the status of what they've done about it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yung hearing po, yung nakita yung sa video, I think it was conducted on October 1. Pero sabi po kanina ng FDA, Mr. President, November 7 lang nagpadala ng letter sa online. So it took them more than a month to just send a letter to different online platforms.
This is after the hearing, no, Mr. President?
Yeah, the hearing
that is
happened
his honors reference, right?
October 1.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
nag-hearing
Madam
tayo ng October 1.
And then
Anong ginawa niyo since
after
then?
1 month pa lang pinadala yung sulat. So napakabagal, Mr. President. And every single day, tinatangkilik na maraming Pilipino ang mga produktong sinasabi ng FDA, huwag tangkilikin dahil yan mapanganib sa inyong kalusugan.
Mr. President, according to the Deputy Director, they had a change in leadership and he just came in October, so it took a while for them to, this is not the only action that they've taken. So they were able to release these takedown orders not as quickly as they normally would, but we have their assurance that in the future, if we call them, of course there is a process to be observed. Pagka ganito ba na just to help the public understand, no, itong Hokkaido slimming pills, as early as 2014, there was already a notice from FDA, notice to the public health warning against the use of banned or unregistered slimming or anti-obesity products sold in outlets or offered online. At kasama dito po si Hokkaido, may picture pa nga siya 2014 pa lang. So that notice is there. So if you would see that the product is available online, wala na kayong gagawin. You just have to verify that this is the same product that you've issued a notice for. Tanggal na kagad, di ba? Within the day.
2014.
2014
So
pa, sir.
more than 10 years na, hanggang ngayon, pa rin
Yeah,
na
yung pinakita
take down.
yung product pink, no?
Wow.
Yung pink. Pakita natin kay, we can ask the page to show Senator Tulfo itong picture to be sure it's the same.
11 years.
It looks the same.
Ah,
Oo. So as I said, Mr. President, madali sa kanila yung physical stores. Doon daw, nakakuha sila, naka-raid na sila dyan. Pero yung online, yan yung medyo problema kasi pasulput-sulput yung. Ayan, it's the same, Mr. President.
we have the actual product, Mr. President.
Hindi pwedeng answer yun. They have a responsibility.
Saan nakalagay yung kayo?
No, pero sa
Ito yung gamit, yung Hokkaido. Ba't walang tatak dito? Oh, that's the Hokkaido, Mr. President, I'm talking about. So that's the same product na sabi ng FDA kanina na 11 years na nila at pinagbabawal yan. 11 years na nasa advisory nila, warning, na huwag tangkilikin. Up to now, after 11 years, hindi pa rin natitake down at pinapabayaan lang po ng FDA na tuloy lang ang pagbebenta nito sa merkado, Mr. President. So, for me, tama lang talaga yung sabi ng ARTA na ang the most complaint agency in the Philippines is FDA. And for me, one of the most corrupt agency in the Philippines is FDA, and I'll tell you why later, Mr. President. Ayan po, nangunguna sa most complaint agencies, according to ARTA. FDA number 1, LTO number 2. And a good example, Mr. President,
Yeah.
Ito,
Just to add
yes
to the
po.
discussion, Mr. President, because I was chairman of the Committee on Health for 9 years, from 2004 to 2013. And at that point, we had asked on behalf of DOH and FDA that they would be able to retain their funds, especially after we passed their new law, no, creating the FDA, kasi dati BFAD yan eh. And they are allowed, actually, Mr. President, but they must present a 5-year development plan. So when I inquired during the hearing for this year's budget, itong 5-year development plan, kasi nga may new leadership this year, they are in the process of finalizing that, and that would allow them access to more funds to be able to implement their mandate more efficiently, Mr. President. So I believe that they have recognized their shortcomings in terms of all these backlogs, their delayed responses, and they're assuring us, Mr. President, that they are addressing this and that the submission of this development plan will also help them improve their services, Mr. President.
thank you for that answer, Madam Sponsor. So, ano po yung game plan ng FDA para once and for all magawa nila yung trabaho nila, yung mandato nila para yung sinabi nilang huwag tangkilikin because they issued an advisory ay maisakatuparan nila nang sa gayon magiging safe na ang public from consuming products that are not fit for human consumption, Mr. President.
So they are now in the process of working with DTI, and they will execute a MOA so that they can work more efficiently with DTI, because as was mentioned, it's DTI that coordinates with these platforms. I think they have a lot of dealings with these platforms. So maybe yung relationship nila mas efficiently nagkakaroon ng sagot, kasi nga the fact na almost 20 days has passed and these platforms did not even think of responding. I think that poses a big problem. Can you open it again? And they also have, Mr. President, would His Honor like to hear it, yung response nila regarding their being at the top of the list of most complaints with ARTA. Would His Honor want to hear what they intend to do about that?
Yes, yes.
So
Madam
basically,
Sponsor.
they have been coordinating with ARTA to help them have a more focused approach to these complaints, and they've created a frontline service through FDA Action Center where complaints can be received, increasing also their manpower by completely filling up the plantilla positions that will help improve their output. Expanding manpower by securing NOSCA, the items, specific items, for additional 125 personnel. Increase the speed of the online service with zero downtime. I'd just like to put on record, for the past 2 decades, me and my brothers have businesses that sometimes require FDA clearance, at yung kapatid ko naiiyak na dahil pag weekend off yung online, Mr. President. Off yung website. Sabi niya, ate, paano saan ka nakakita ng online na off? Online na nga yan, off pa. You cannot even, so if you're working, and a lot of entrepreneurs work 24/7, you will send some requirements online, off siya pag hindi office hours. Ang sinagot sa amin doon, they are under maintenance. Pero sabi nung kapatid ko, ilang buwan ng under maintenance kasi ilang buwan ng hindi accessible yon pag hindi 9 to 5. So, nakakaiyak naman talaga, just to share na I have information also on this. Ano pang idadagdag ko doon? According to them, Mr. President, dun sa 599 complaints, 570 have already been acted upon and are now marked as closed in the ARTA database. The remaining 29 are still undergoing assessment and review for proper classification if within ARTA's jurisdiction or not. So sige, but kahit naman outside of ARTA's jurisdiction, my comment lang naman is, as a government office, you still have to respond to that and still have to resolve the issue on hand, di ba? It may not be covered by the specific days, no, that ARTA requires, but it still has to be resolved.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President. Gusto ko po hain ng challenge sa FDA for the second time kasi noong October 1st, nagbigay ako ng challenge sa FDA and this is the second challenge I'll give FDA. What if my office or Rafi Tulfo in Action mapatake down yan in 1 week or less yung mga product na sinasabi ng FDA ay huwag tangkilikin pero ang sabi ng FDA mahirap nilang patanggalin. Paano kung kaya kong pantanggalin yan in less than a week? Would the FDA director willing to resign? Or Director General?
Well, wala po dito si Director General.
How about
so-
if I'll tell the Secretary? Will you tell your Director General of the FDA kung pa-take down ko mga yon na yung pinakita ko in 1 week, will you ask him to resign? Challenge taken.
Secretary said
Kasi
yes.
lumilitaw na inutil po yung Director General. Kaya nga po paulit-ulit napapalitan po yung mga Director General ng FDA. In fact, I was one of the reason many years ago na napatanggal ko ang isang FDA Director dahil for this same problem, Mr. President, because of the corruption, rampant corruption dyan po sa nangyari sa FDA. Mr. President, so with the Secretary, would agree with me na kapag napatake down ko po yan, na sila hindi na kayang patake down for 11 years, kung mapatake down ko yan in 1 week, can the Secretary ask the FDA Director General to resign? Dahil inutil siya.
Sumagot na po ng yes si
Yes.
Secretary, Mr.
Thank you.
President.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Sobrang thank you. Okay. Now,
May question po ako, kasama po yung holiday. Kasi November 30. Mabuti ng maayos kasi baka ako mag-mediator
okay,
dito.
less holiday. Less po ng holiday. Wala working days lang.
Okay. Sige. Yung
Working
Pasay
days lang.
Day. Kasi tayo holiday Pasay Day, sila hindi. Papatawa lang po ako.
Thank you, Mr. President. Basta't working days na naman. Kasi yung Shopee hindi naman sa Pasay, Mr. President.
Tsaka yung FDA nasa Alabang.
Nasa Alabang po, Mr. President. Okay, thank you, Madam Sponsor. Thank you, Mr. President, for that. I have a few more questions. Magkano po yung budget ng FDA, Mr. President?
So the total appropriation, Mr. President, is 1.137 billion.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Pwede hong makakuha ng breakdown kasi ang pagkakaintindi ko, 600-something million budget from the government and then 500 million yung galing sa revenue nakita nila. So that will be 1.1-something billion altogether.
That is correct, Mr. President. So there's a new appropriation of 620,626,000, and then automatic appropriation is 517,032,000 pesos, Mr. President. So the total is 1.1. Excuse me, President. So the total is 1.1. Excuse me. 1.137 billion, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President. Dalawa lang issue sa FDA, Mr. President. Gaano po katagal ang processing ng CPR or Certificate of Product Registration? Meron ho ba tayong standard na sinusunod as to the length of the processing period? Kasi ayon sa ARTA, it should be 20 days. It could be 30 days or a little more. The reason why I asked that, Mr. President, dahil marami pong mga nagsusumbong na sa akin na yung kanilang mga CPR umaabot na ng 3 taon, 5 taon hanggang sa they just give up dahil hindi napoprocess yung kanilang CPR. Pero kapag yung mga multinational pharmaceutical companies nag-apply, in less than a month, naaprubahan, Mr. President.
Hindi. Asan yung regulated? Yung mga medicines, drugs.
At kapag naglagay yung mga maliliit na pharmaceutical company by the millions of pesos, saka sila naaprubahan, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I can give you the number of days that they are, well, it says here average processing time, so I don't know if this is accurate, no? But I'll just read it and then I will
Yes,
ask
thank you.
FDA to confirm because what His Honor says is also information that I have received na buti pa kamo kung umaabot lang ng buwan, di ba? Umaabot talaga ng taon. So, but, okay, the official answer is for cosmetics, the CPR working days is 17. For toys and childcare articles, it's 12. For household urban pesticide, pag initial, it is 86 days. So that is almost 3 months. Pag renewal, mas mabilis. I guess kasi very, it's a hazardous product, no? Kasi pesticides. And then household urban hazardous substances, 85 days din ang initial, so that's around 3 months. And then for those that fall under the Center for Drug Regulation and Research, mga gamot natin, no? It is, for initial, it is 463 working days. So that would really be around 2 years. Well, that's the answer, around 2 years.
That includes the over-the-counter
Is there a difference?
drugs?
It's still a drug, but by practice, is it faster? Yung mga over-the-counter? So, anytime that it's a new product, Mr. President, regardless if it is over-the-counter or a prescription drug, it takes this time. I'd just like to add something to the discussion because I also want to hear the answer and it will maybe help us understand, not necessarily accept the time it takes, but to understand. A few years ago, after we passed the FDA law, it was explained to me that the process that is being followed it's actually a review of documents. So, for example, a product is registered, let's say, in a regulatory agency that is first class. I don't know what you call them. First, like a mature. There you go. A mature regulatory agency. Then you go through the papers that have been submitted. So when that was explained to me, I was quite excited because I said to myself, and this is like a decade ago, Mr. President, I said to myself, oh, then that would really expedite the process. Kasi nga, it's a paper review. As long as yung papers na hawak mo are genuine, I think meron pang submission niya na kailangan i-prove mo na itong papers mo are properly documented, it would take less time. And yet, here we are, 463 working days pa rin. So, I do not know why it would take that long when it's really a paper submission and these are products. I think it's quite rare, Mr. President, that the products are being registered in the Philippines for the very first time. They either would have been registered in the US, maybe in other Asian countries. Ang problem daw nila is lack of manpower. And the answer there is they cannot hire more if you do not submit your 5-year development plan, which narinig ko na a decade ago.
Correct.
Tumanda na ako ng 10 decades, ng 1 decade, naririnig ko pa rin yon.
Correct.
Sana hindi
Madam
rin
Sponsor.
kayo magpaabot ng 1 decade bago natin mahanap yung solusyon na ito.
Tama kay Madam Sponsor. Nag-promise ang FDA, that was back in May, sinulat yan sa Philippine Inquirer, and then Manila Bulletin and ABS-CBN, na nag-promise ang FDA that to cut by half approval time for new products.
When is that? I just can't see the date. Is that this year?
It was May 5, 2025.
When the new director took over, Mr.
Yes.
President, yan yun.
He promised it, pero Mr. President, marami pa rin mga complaints na kadating sa akin na 5 years hindi pa rin po na-aprobahan yung over-the-counter nila ng mga application for CPR, over-the-counter medicine for CPR. And also, Mr. President, napansin din ng mga nag-complain sa akin, pag mga multinational companies ang nag-a-apply, napakabilis ang approval ng CPR, Mr. President. Pero pag malilit na pharmaceutical companies, ang tagal, ang bagal, at kailangan mag-braswan pa. And if necessary, kailangan magkaroon pa ng lagayan, Mr. President. In fact, I'll tell you a story, Mr. President, Madam Sponsor. Merong isang FDA, mataas na official, kinailangan mabigyan pa ng 20 babae at 10 milyong piso bago makaprubahan yung isang produkto. At ang masaklap pa niyan, nabigyan na nga, hindi pa rin nag-deliver doon sa promise na aprubahan po yung produktong napipending ng FDA, Mr. President. And another example, Mr. President, Madam Sponsor, in 2015, merong isang insect killer registered sa FDA. Makabago siya kasi water-based. He entered into the market 2015. It went smoothly. And then, pagdating ng 2021, this product was making 100 million pesos. All of a sudden, hindi na ni-renew ang kanilang CPR. Pumasok ang Baygon, ginaya ng Baygon yung ingredients nila, which is water-based, and now Baygon has it. Pinatay nila itong strike insect killer para pagbigyan na wag bumaba ang sales ng Baygon dahil kinakain na ng strike ang kita ng Baygon. Mr. President, marami pong ganitong senaryo na pinapatay ang mga produkto na gawa ng mga malilit na pharmaceutical companies just because sila po ay nakakapitas ng revenue sa mga malalaking products na multinational companies because they're cheaper. And this is a good example, this strike insect killer. And it happens on a regular basis, Mr. President. Pag yung malalaking pharmaceutical companies nag-apply ng CPR, mabilis ang approval, boom. Pero pag yung maliliit, napakatagal. At there are times na naaprubahan at magandang takbo ng produktong yon, nakita ng mga multinational companies, mukhang tinatalo na kami nito, mas mura pa sa amin, pinapatay po ng FDA. Yun po sinasabi kong korupsyon. And that happens on a regular basis, Mr. President. I think it's about time na talagang magkaroon po ng house cleaning sa FDA, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I'm very bothered by what His Honor says, but I believe that mukhang totoo yung mga yan kasi nangyayari po yan worldwide. It's not acceptable, but well-documented kasi yung mga ganyang kwento in the books that I read, no? So that's why I'm not surprised at all. Yun lang, walang nagpa-publish ng librong ganyan dito sa atin. Baka kayo po pwede mag-publish kasi ganyan-ganyan din yung mga kwento,
Thank
Mr.
you.
President. That's why I believe you. Baka in our own little way, what we can do together is pag may narinig kayong report na gano'n, I would be happy to assist and tawagan natin, monitor natin, di ba? Para kung kasi mukha talagang may gumagawa ng kalokohan, kung kaya natin ma-prevent na mangyari yun dahil natitrace natin na o ganitong araw binigay, di pa rin lumalabas, o ganitong araw hinarang, ano yung basis, I would be it would be an honor, Mr. President, for me to help follow up on these cases. Kasi I'm also an entrepreneur and I feel so bad that these hardworking owners of these small companies nagagamit pa ang gobyerno para yung kanilang maayos na negosyo sirain at ang iba ang nakikinabang. Hindi ho tama yan. And now that you've told me about it, I would like to be part of the solution, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Thank you, Mr. President. Now let's move on sa DOH. In the past 3 years, millions and billions of pesos worth of medicines na expired or hindi na-deliver, which cost that much sa ating gobyerno. Bakit po tuloy-tuloy pa rin yun sa DOH, itong mga medicines na napapabayaan mag-expire o hindi na-deliver? Magkano yung amount? Hindi, saan yung mga amount?
Yung per year amount.
Ito?
Wasted amounts.
2018 was 18.5 million, 2019, 2.2 billion, 2020, 95 billion, 2021, 85 million, 2022, 7.4 billion, 2023, 11 billion. So these are medicines that expired or nearly expired drugs and medicines.
Okay, Mr. President, the response of DOH is their logistics. They have problems with their logistics, and that's why they are continually working on improving the supply chain and also asset management, because in the past, according to the Secretary, dinatnan na rin nila itong mga gamot na nag-expire. And the practice is they will order at a certain point, nire-repeat lang nila yung order. So they need to improve their asset management so that they can order more efficiently. But ako na rin magdadagdag ng problem natin, kasi ang problem naman, and I don't know if this is a separate issue, Mr. Secretary, na meron namang gamot na kinukulang, na hindi nakakarating. Di ba? I think in the last, kasi this is a part 2 already of our budget defense, may nagtanong na rin kung bakit yung mga, I think it's a Senate President, on the vaccines, no, that were not available.
Yeah.
So either nauubos or hindi available. So really I have to improve on the management of these products, kasi we don't want it to happen either way. I know, and I've always defended the budget of DOH, na there's a certain minimum percentage that they are allowed to have in excess. Kasi nga, you have to have that available para nabibigay nyo in a timely manner dun sa mga lugar na nangangailangan. So for example, in times of calamity, di ba yung leptospirosis, umaakyat. So you want to have that readily available as stockpile. Pero hindi nga pwedeng sobra-sobra na naiipit dun yung pera ng tao dun sa gamot na yon. Hindi naman pwedeng kulang na wala naman tayong ma-deliver. So as the Secretary said, it's asset management. Oo. Meron din practice, Mr. President, na na-report ko na, kasi pang-6 na taon ko na itong dinidefend ang budget ng DOH. Meron silang guarantee letter with the suppliers to replace the products if 6 months na lang ang shelf life. So that would ensure that ito yung mga LGU, yung mga ospital, that they have fresh supplies. May ganun ding practice, Mr. President, based on an AO issued in 2019.
Sir President, with the permission of Senator Tulfo, may I, Madam Chair, may I just interject just one statement or one question?
Ngayon lang.
Okay lang, sir. Yeah.
With the permission of the chairperson, Senator Alan Cayetano, is recognized.
Permission granted.
Madam Chair, you said either kulang or what yung vaccine?
So no, I was saying that the issue raised by Senator Tulfo is on expired medicines na hindi nagagamit. So sayang, di ba? Sayang ang pera ng tao. Tapos sabi ko, in the previous budget defense just last week, meron namang si Senate President asked naman about yung supplies naman na kulang. So I was saying that it's two issues on the different side of the coin, di ba? Yung on the one hand, may gamot na kulang, nauubusan, hindi ma-deliver sa tao. On the other hand, there are other medicines na sobra-sobra at nasasayang
and
ang
that is
pera.
the answer of the DOH.
It's not my answer, it's the answer of DOH.
So let me just say, for the record, it's completely wrong, and they are, I'm not allowed to say bini-BS tayo, no? Because you talk to all the mayors, and I'm married to a mayor, they're either late, kulang, or malapit na mag-expire. All around the world, ang flu vaccine, lalo sa matatanda, ay binibigay ng March at April. Even assuming na naganggaling pa sa Western countries yung flu vaccines ng March or April, sabihin mo nang dumating dito ng August or July, ngayon po, November 26, wala pa ho silang vaccine for flu. And it expires on December 31. Yung mga matatanda na iba, ayaw na nila ng flu vaccine ng November late. Ngayon, late na late. Secondly, doon sa routine vaccine that you fought for, Madam Chair, that you fought for, ever since Secretary Herbosa took over, it's late or kulang. Wala talaga, hindi dumadating. Wag nila sabihin may sobra and ibang issue yon. And etong problema, Senator Tulfo, thank you for this time. Yung parents, ayaw nang pabukunahan yung ibang anak kasi nagdi-deliver sila 1 month na lang, expired na eh. Paano nangyari yon? Pumunta ka sa private doctor, 2, 3, 4 years yung expiration ng ibang vaccines. I'm not talking about the flu, I'm talking about the routine. So in my time, I don't want to take the time of Senator Risa and Senator Tulfo. We'll go into that, Madam Chair. Pero, sabihin na nila kung anong problema, kung bakit, 2 years na eh. 2 years na, parating late. If you want, patuloy natin to tomorrow, let's randomly call 10 mayors and 10 governors. They'll tell you all the same thing. The DOH is not delivering enough. Tapos pag nag-deliver late, tapos pag nag-deliver, ready to expire na ito. Can you imagine last year, maraming hindi na bakunahan, tapos na yung pandemic. Nung pandemic nga, gumawa ng paraan eh, na kahit na naka-lockdown, nagkakagulo yung mga health, yung mga experts natin kung paanong ituloy yung bakuna. Pero last year, nandyan lahat ng pera, lahat ng bakuna nandyan, hindi nila ma-deliver. Panay excuses eh. Madam Chair, last point. Hindi pwedeng bumili ang LGU eh. So wala silang choice. Ibigay na lang ng DOH yung pera sa LGU, sila bibili. Maraming vaccine nung yung routine sa mga bata, hindi pwede. So, Mr. Chair, sorry, Senator Tulfo, alam mo naman, respeto ko sa iyo at never ako nag-i-interrupt. Pero yung ganong klaseng sagot ng DOH, wag tayo magbuluhan dito. Health ng mga bata to future ng bansa to, tapos ganyan ang sagot natin na meron ganito, merong hindi totoo yun. 2 years na. Kailan magbabago yan? Can you guarantee us? O yun, isang tanong lang. Can you guarantee us in 2026 there'll be no delays? Because if not, let's get a secretary who can. Cambodia at saka Laos hindi nalilate yung bakuna Pilipinas nalilate yung bakuna. Sorry for that, Mr. President.
Yes, we took that up the last time around, if the chairperson will recall. The LGUs may, but ang presyo, times 10. Kung 10 pesos ang bili ng DOH, pag LGU ang bumili,
Mr. President,
nagiging 150 pesos or 100
Mr.
pesos.
President, hindi lahat po I just called yung city health namin. There are certain vaccines they're not allowed to buy kasi DOH lang ang pwede.
Yeah, anyway, doon man sa pwede mas mahal kaya hindi sila pwede.
Okay,
Go ahead.
can I give a quick response, no?
Go ahead, Mr. President.
So, Mr. President, the Secretary admits that they've had a major procurement problem. In fact, he has fired their procurement officer. As to whether they can handle it better next year, I don't know yet if there's an answer because the Secretary admits that given the billions of pesos involved here, there is so much competition among the bidders. And this representation recognizes that that is an issue, but that this representation also recognizes that if there's a will, there's a way. Because if Cambodia and Laos, if we do our job well, hindi dapat...
Madam Chair, just as a follow-up.
Let me complete my sentence. These bidders should be the ones following our rules and not dictating. Because of the delay, then we are now putting... I am one with His Honor that we are putting our children's lives at risk.
Yes. Sorry to interrupt, Madam Chair, but you're talking about bidders. Hindi ba ang ginawa ng DOH dinaan sa UNICEF? Di ba ang procurement nyo ng vaccines ng routine dinaan nyo sa UNICEF?
according to the Secretary, before it was, and this representation also
Oh.
remembers, before, like for example, the hepatitis
what's
B
before,
vaccine
Madam
was
Chair?
passed
Last year.
through UNICEF. Pero now, according to the Secretary, mga 10 years ago pa daw, that, according to the Secretary, nung USEC pa siya, sandali, I am receiving
So last
conflicting
year- so the-
information. Hold on,
Yeah.
hold on.
Diba? Dinaan nila sa UNICEF. Yan yung pinail sa ombudsman, no? A release of 1.2 billion to UNICEF from February to July 2024. Ano yung matagal na at dati? At coincidence lang ba kasi tumatakbo yung secretary sa WHO?
That's why I said, give me a minute to get a clear response. So, due to the measles outbreak, there was a purchase. Is it a one-time purchase? There was a one-time purchase through UNICEF because of the measles outbreak. But aside from that, they do not purchase from UNICEF. So
Okay.
His Honor is correct.
So,
There
no,
was a purchase.
Yeah, so the point is kasi, hindi dapat magkaroon ng problema sa bidders eh. Di ba? Ang passport, 3 years nagka-problema sa Aquino administration. 1 year nagka-problema before my time sa DFA. Noong time ko, 9 months kaming ginugulpe. Then we solved it. O sa LTO, 3 administrasyon, umupo si Vince Dizon. In 3 months, na-solve niya. Plaka ng kotse. Di ba, Senator JV, Senator SP, I think, di ba, nung term mo rin yun nung daming problema sa LTO di ba, yung plaka at saka yung even lisensya. Na-solve lahat Di ba? So, I mean, eto, immunization sa mga bata, you don't know how to slap people around. May mga siraulong bidder dyan, naloloko-lokohin yung bidder, di pakulong nyo. You cannot, sorry Senator Tulfo, usually ako malamig uno, ikaw mainit ulo, pero you cannot guarantee, I'm not talking to you, my dear ate, I'm talking to the DOH family and the secretary.
Atin si Senator Tulfo sa podium.
If the secretary cannot guarantee us that in next year there'll be no delays, of course, yung delays that are not foreseen, di ba? Kung may bagyo or nagsara ang mga port at hindi ma-deliver. But yung delays that happened the last 2 years, he has no business being secretary. Imagine, Mr. President, nandito tayo ngayon, 7 p.m., nakikinig tayo, nakailan beses na ang DOH. Hindi nyo magagaranti na bakuna lang, hindi on time. 30% of our kids are endangered of stunting. Ilan sa kanilang endangered dahil nga sa kahirapan dito sa mga sakit na i-prevent ng bakuna. Ang dami natin pinag-uusapan dito, budget nyo, ang laki-laki. Tapos, yung on time lang yung bakuna, o ibigay nyo lang sa Senate. Yung pera, kami na magbibid. Kami na magdi-deliver. Sorry, Senator Tulfo, but thank you for this intervention. But I think it's unacceptable that we do not have a hard answer here that hindi madidelay ang mga bakuna. We're not talking about all kinds of medicines and competing. Ang pinag-uusapan pa lang natin yung routine na bakuna plus sa senior citizen na yung flu. Yung flu lang, hindi natin ma-solve yun. To be fair, past administration, November din. Kung yun ay ginawa ni Secretary, at least may isa siya na hindi nagawa ng ibang administrasyon. Pero wala Imbis na November 1, nandito na. November 26 na, wala pa rin. Kasi tayo, komportable tayo. Nagkasakit tayo, may St. Luke's, may Asian, may Makati Med. Pero paano naman yung mga kababayan natin na may nanay na 80 years old na napakahirap? Pagka nag-flu, tapos nagka-pneumonia, mamamatay na lang. Hindi natin bibigyan ng bakuna? It's just unacceptable, Mr. President.
We understand the frustration, Mr. President. Just to put on record, because the Senate President asked a very similar, identical question about the vaccines, no? The response that we got from from DOH is precisely because of the procurement problems, and this is referring to the flu vaccine. The procurement problems, the problems with the bidders, the vaccine, which was due to come sometime March, April, kung madelay man sana May, will be arriving December. So what they did was the December vaccine is now has that formulation for the next year's variants of viruses that are normally, well, that are predicted to happen next year. But I hope Senator Alan heard that because that response was for him. Thank you, Mr. President. Senator
Thank
Tulfo,
you.
you have the floor again.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Thank you, Mr. President. Sabi po ng DOH kanina, logistic ang problema, kaya nagkakaroon po ng worth millions and billions ng mga medicine na expire and about to expire. Ginamit po yung reason na logistic problem. Ano po yung proposed solution ng DOH tungkol dito? Madam Sponsor, Mr. President.
So the solution there, Mr. President, is to improve this asset management and supply chain, and the Secretary created a committee that will be handling that so that they can make timely orders for the products that need to be replenished and would not be ordering for those items that still have stock, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President. Baka hindi naman po yung logistic problem ang problema talaga. Baka ito yung incapable small-time fly-by-night na mga nanalo ng mga supply contract, Mr. President. Nabanggit nga kanina Senator Senator Alan Cayetano, na late na dumarating yung mga medisina. And it's been happening for so many years, Mr. President, time and time again, year after year. Ba't di natin mapatigil-tigil na yan? Bakit hindi tayo naghanap ng sistema ng once and for all? Mabing na po yung solusyon na yon na sinasabing logistic problem at kaya nag-expire ang mga medicines worth by the billions.
So, Mr. President, according to the Secretary, he intends to go into a framework contract similar to how DSWD handles their food packs, wherein it's a bulk order, but it is delivered to them upon need. So that is the solution that the Secretary is planning to initiate, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, ano-ano po, Mr. President, yung mga gamot na nag-expire or about to expire na every year na lang nangyari by the billions of pesos. What are those medicines, Mr. President? What kind of medicines are they?
Tell me how many pages. Mr. President, I have a list. I can give His Honor a copy kasi it's about 4 pages. Would His Honor like me to read a few or just give you a copy?
Just a few sample.
Sige.
I would like to hear like yung mga maintenance, multivitamins, like Losartan, like metformin, things like that. Yun po yung gusto ko marinig sa listahan. Nandiyan po ba yun, Mr. President?
Wala sa list.
Saan ano natin? Yung mga response.
So, for example, Mr. President, for losartan, 50 milligrams treatment pack. So it's a treatment pack. And the number here is 150. I'm asking for the unit, if this is box. Also, how many is in a box?
This one is near expiry.
And then these are near expiry. So this is not a list of expired, but near expiry.
Near expiry. So these medicines nakarating po doon sa mga taong dapat makinabang noon,
Asan
Mr.
to
President?
ngayon? We will ask that, Mr. President. Itong 150 boxes, where is this? In the warehouse? In the hospitals? It's in the warehouse. Okay. These are in there. These are still in the central warehouse. And then I'll give another example: mefenamic acid, mefenamic acid, 250 milligram capsule, 3,000. Is this boxes? Boxes, also in the warehouse, near expiry, Mr. President.
So as we speak, yung mga binanggit niyo po mga medicines, nandun po sa warehouse, nakatenga lang, mag-expire na, Mr. President, and they're worth billions. The reason why I asked that, Mr. President, tama kayo, dahil yan po precisely ang sinasabi ng mga health workers sa mga barangay na wala raw sila. Yung pala yun. Yung kailangan ng mga gamot ng mga barangay health centers, nandun lang pala sa DOH bodega na pinapa-expire. Mr. President.
So, Mr. President, to let His Honor know what is going on here in the back end, pinapaliwanag po nila sa akin na ito po ay mga emergency medicines na naka-standby. Pinapaliwanag ko din sa kanila na kaya nga kayo nagtatanong dahil yung mga barangay health workers naka-standby din at nag-aantay ng
Thank you.
delivery.
Thank you,
So,
Madam President.
I am trying to get
Madam
an
Sponsor.
answer kung bakit hindi nakakarating sa kanila. In fact, I want to ask, what is the process when a barangay health center is asking for these medicines?
Usually, these meds are devolved function.
This is our problem, Mr. President, and I believe it is a policy issue. And His Honor has been here for a few years, so His Honor will recall that we have devolved many functions, and one devolved function is really health. And so the LGUs are in charge of procuring those medicines. But DOH has a stock that would be made available only in times of emergencies and calamities. So pagka kunyari may bagyo, tapos nangailangan kung saan man sila yan, and then yung 5th and 6th class municipalities. Beyond that, it is the LGU. So I will add my observation here, Mr. President. This will never be resolved because I believe that a lot of the LGUs have difficulty in providing for the needs of this kind of maintenance needs. Kasi kung si PhilHealth nga, ngayon palang nag-uumpisa sa gamot package, precisely, I think that is born out of a recognition that the LGUs have never really been able, maybe a few, I know Taguig is very proud to hand deliver straight to the house of the patient itong mga maintenance medicines. Pero hindi naman nagagawa ng karamihan na LGU yon, no? So PhilHealth now has that gamot package. Yun ba yung worth 20,000? Tama ba?
Yes.
Worth 20,000 a year. But is that enough? I don't know. Kasi alam ko, thankfully wala pa ho akong maintenance medicine, so hindi ko alam ang presyo nito. Pero ang feeling ko lang, pag medyo nagpatong-patong ang iyong sakit, yung mga comorbidities, baka yung 20,000, a month pa yung gastos na yan, Mr. President. So, just to say that I hear the concern that His Honor is raising, and apparently yung naka-stockpile na to is not the answer that we wanted to hear.
Okay,
Mr.
thank you for that answer, Madam Sponsor. So, ibig sabihin, DOH ay bumibili ng mga medicines na very important sa mga senior citizens na mga mahirap na kababayan by the billions of pesos every single year para ipa-expire lang sa mga bodega nila, Mr. President?
So actually, Mr. President, yung nasa bodega, naka-standby po yun para dun sa calamities. Kasi hindi nila mandate na ibigay yun sa mga LGU. By policy, it's the LGUs that are purchasing. Kaya nga sinasabi ko, Mr. President, we have a policy issue because hindi i-release talaga ng DOH iyon para sa mga LGU. Kaya nga po yung tanong ko, paano kung alam natin for a fact, as His Honor is saying, na kaya natin ibigay yung listahan sa barangay dito, sa bayan dito, ito yung mga nangangailangan. As of now, as we speak, LGU responsibility on Mr. President. So we are watching, we are, in a way, helplessly watching
Madam
kasi
President,
hindi i-release for that
Is that a legislation that you're talking about or
Mr.
just a
President,
policy?
that is a
Policy?
that is a
Is that an
result of a Supreme Court decision, the Mandanas ruling, and for I think around 3 years,
Okay.
DBM has been working with the different agencies on how that will be implemented. This representation tried our best to ensure, I'd like to believe I had a hand in kahit papano yung 5th and 6th class municipality, tulungan nila kasi hindi talaga makakaahon yon, hindi nila kakayanin na bayaran yung mga gamot ng constituents nila. Pero if you ask me, kahit siguro yung 3rd class, baka hirap pa rin. Pero that is as far as we were able to do, Mr. President. So I think we really have to work on this because hindi talaga nila, maraming hindi nakaka-deliver, Mr. President.
So, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President, thank you. So I think we have to come up with a legislation to address that problem. Kasi kung hindi, Mr. President, every single year by the billions and billions of pesos worth na gamot ang pinapabulok lamang or expire sa mga bodega ng DOH, samantalang maraming mga senior citizens nang kamatay na dahil hindi sila nakakatikim o nakakabili o nakakuha ng mga gamot necessary like the ones we mentioned, Mr. President.
Actually, Mr. President, I already have a solution. In my interpellation with DOF and DBM, I pointed out that the government owes PhilHealth close to 1/3 of a trillion pesos. Ito po yung sin tax collection at yung collection na nanggagaling sa PCSO and PAGCOR. Pag yan dineliver nila, that is 300 billion, Mr. President. Pwede yan gamitin dito sa mga maintenance medicine. Yun na yung sagot eh. Kasi may program na natawag gamot. Sa ngayon, 20,000 pesos lang. Pero they can compute. Pag na-deliver, kahit sabihin mong 1/3 of what is due na 300 billion, di 1/3, 100 billion. Pag yun nabigay, baka yung 20 million na, 20,000 na package, baka maging 40,000 na yon. Yun ho yung sagot doon na immediate na nakikita ko. Kasi that money has been collected, Mr. President, from the sin tax, from cigarettes, from vapes, from alcoholic beverages, and from sugared beverages. And then PCSO and PAGCOR have remitted those amounts, Mr. President. That is with government already.
Thank you, Mr. President. So ano po yung plano ng, for the meantime, while we'll be coming up with a legislation to address that problem, ano po yung nakikita ng DOH na mga policies o aksyon na gagawin nila nang sa gayon din na po masasayang every single year, like I said earlier, by the millions and by the billions ng mga medicines na nag-expire at mayroong policy nga nagsasabi for the meantime dahil na-devolve na at hindi pwedeng ibigay sa LGU. So ano po yung plano? Kasi po, billions ang pinag-usapan po natin, not only, hindi po change to eh. We're talking about billions of pesos, money, wasted.
meron po silang programa na purok kalusugan kung saan na minomonitor nila yung compliance ng mga LGU dito sa devolved function nila, which is to provide the maintenance medicine. Tapos nakakapagbigay sila sa 5th and 6th municipalities, as I mentioned, Mr. President. Pero beyond that, it's really the monitoring and coordinating with the LGUs na they perform their responsibilities, Mr. President.
So maybe, Mr. President, the DOH has to come up with a study kung ilang calamities bang dumarating sa atin at ano yung mga areas na prone talaga sa mga calamities at gagawa sila ng mga calculations and then saka sila bibili ng mga medicines, hindi yung bili lang sila ng bili at sobra-sobra at hanggang sa nabubulok na lang po sa mga bodega and they're worth billions of pesos, Mr. President.
Ang pinaka-solution talaga, Mr. President, is through PhilHealth.
PhilHealth.
Yeah, yung gamot program, which has already been launched. But yun nga, may limit yan na 20,000 for now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Lastly, on that issue, sana, Mr. President, kasi masakit, in fact, I talked to several senior citizens nung malaman nila na nabubulok lang pala sa warehouse, samantalang kami, imbis na everyday yung maintenance namin, iniinom ko na lang once a week. Yung pala, meron palang mga gamot dyan sa DOH na nabubulok na lang. Kasi kung ipapaliwanag po natin yung explanation po ng DOH, Mr. President, sa mga senior citizen na nangangailangan po ng mga maintenance na nandun lang sa bodega ng DOH, they will not accept it. Magmumura po yun sila. Kung ano ng pagsasabi nila.
Well, ang kinaklarify lang, Mr. President, ng DOH ngayon is yung nabanggit kong example na Losartan, pati yung isa, mga near expiry, hindi pa ho expired. So
kung na-expired,
I guess
dapat
ang sinasabi nila is hindi totoo na nakatenga yung mga expired drugs doon sa kanila. Oo, ang marami talagang ano pa is yung COVID medications. Pero katulad nitong Losartan, they only have literally 4,500 pieces na ano lang, maliit lang na bagay, maliit lang na amount pang ano nga, pag nagkaroon ng calamity. So, pagpalagay mo ng may 30 na pasyente na nandyan. Tapos yung near expiry nito is next year, hindi naman next month, mga next year.
So, yung Losartan mag-expire po next year. So, what happens kung wala pong calamity darating at walang mangailangan ng mga senior citizen regarding sa mga gamot na yan? So, matatapon na lang po, Mr. President.
Actually, with the number that they have on stock, 4,500, very confident sila na mauubos po ito kasi talagang, kumbaga, it's a certainty na daw na nagkakabagyo talaga sa atin. And yung 4,500 na stock nila is a very limited amount, Mr. President. Kasi nga, they do not stock for delivery to LGU. So, wala silang ganung kalaking volume, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. That's a very good answer. And lastly, sana po, the DOH should come up with a program para medical mission at ipamigay na lang yung Losartans na yon kaysa naman mabubulok na lang. Near expiry na pala. So, come up with a medical mission ng DOH. O meron naman kayo siguro mga mobile clinic. Set up a mobile clinic from different places and then mamigay kayo ng mga gamot na yon libre sa mga senior citizen. Bingo! Hindi, walang nasayang na pera. Kaysa naman nabubulok lang po sa bodega ng DOH, Mr. President.
Noted po, Mr. President, yun daw yung Purok Kalusugan program na nabanggit ko kanina at meron din naman daw po silang mga mobile clinic. Pero I know for a fact, Mr. President, kaya kasama yan sa mga individual amendment ko, meron din talagang kakulangan pa sa mobile clinic, nag-request ang DOH. So tayo po, meron tayong amendment na ganun kasi meron talagang lugar na hindi na talaga nararating nung LGU. So nagsistep up po doon ang DOH, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President. Now, let's move on. Itong Lifeline Rehabilitation Center, DOH accredited and privately owned. It's in Silang, Cavite. Inireklamo po sa akin to dahil yung mga bata na nandoon ay nakakapagpuslit ng alak, sigarilyo, at marami pa mga kabalastugan na nangyari. May mga sexual abuse pa na nangyari doon sa loob. At we're talking about minors 13 to 16 years old. And we told the DOH about this, and we were informed by the DOH na na-issue na to ng cease and desist order after we let them know about the complaint. But we did call the Lifeline Rehabilitation Center. Sabi nila, we're open for service still. And we have a video to show, Mr. President. Can we show a video of that?
Para mapaayos yung anak namin, yung pala nilulugmok palalo doon. So ang goal ko po is malagay siya sa safe na lugar, humingi ng tulong sa professionals and facilities like that. And then, nitong huli, ko na lang nalaman na exposed pala yung residents sa mga ganong vices.
5 months po wala po kami electric fan doon. Sa floor lang po kami natutulog. Pag nag-complain kami, say may surot yung bed, ang sasabihin lang namin ay kami yung tunay na surot dahil daw sa mga kasalanan namin. And then every day we would be reminded na mga adik kami, mga hudas, demonyo, malalandi, yun yung mga tinatawag sa amin.
Other than yung nabanggit ko, ay meron ding na nangyayari sa mga minors. Merong 13 years old and 16 years old na abused sexually.
Nakakalungkot naman po yung video na pinalabas nyo, Senator Tulfo. I'm checking now with DOH. Ang sabi nila is aware sila dito at na-issuehan daw ito ng cease and desist order.
Correct. That's correct, Mr. President.
Okay, and then, but sadly, Mr. President, this is an accredited facility. So, ibabalik ko ngayon dun kay Senate President, dalawa lang yung private na accredited. So, isa ba to sa dalawa lang? Dalawa na nga lang yung accredited, nagkaganito pa yung isa.
Is that one of the accredited?
Well, I remember kasi they said dalawa lang yung accredited. E di,
Na
isa
private.
to, na private.
What is this one?
Lifeline Rehabilitation Center, Mr.
Is it
President.
accredited?
It is accredited by the DOH.
By the
Mr. President.
DOH?
Privately owned. Licensed and accredited by
That's
the DOH.
horrible.
It is, and I was asking, Mr. President, how long is the validity of the accreditation? Because, syempre, ang gusto natin, yung maayos na accreditation, pero yung assured tayo na ma-maintain yung, yung quality. And it's 3 years. But, I was just listening to the very short video na sinasabihan sila na ganito kayo. Hindi naman ganun yata ang rehab. Hindi naman yata ganyan magpa-rehab. And sadly, I'll add to the discussion. I'm actually reading a book which I'm happy to share with all of you about a scam so big in the United States na very similar na yung mga home for the aged at iba pang mga residential home, isa ang may-ari. Talagang pinagkakitaan lang. Like the service was horrible, the treatment for the residents was really bad. Hanggang sa na ganun din, na-investigate, tapos nakulong, tapos pinardo ni Trump. So apparently gimmick po to, and the book that I'm reading says that unfortunately itong mga hoodlums, mga mafia, they follow where there's a lot of money. So wherever there are government support, dyan sila pumapasok para, I'm not saying, I don't know, wala naman yatang natatanggap na government support, pero pera ng pamilya yan, nakakaawa talaga. So, liwanagin ko, Mr. President, about the accreditation. Yung binasa ko kanina, and I remember now, I said, dalawa yung accredited ng PhilHealth. Kaya makakatanggap sila nung 10,000 na funding from PhilHealth. But for DOH, 62 are accredited. So this is one of the 62. Pwede bang pabalikan natin? Wag na natin antayin na mag-request si Senator Tulfo. Pwede bang silipin natin lahat itong 62? Hindi naman siguro ganun kahirap na puntahan nito.
Thank you,
Para
Madam
siguraduhin
Sponsor.
natin na wala nang ibang makadanas ng ganito. Na nalukluk na nga sa drugs, tapos baka ngayon nadagdagan pa ng mga mental health problems tong mga to aside from other addictions. Pinapakita lang po sa akin ng staff ko if the senator or the other senators want to see. May response pa pala yung lifeline, no? Pero the usual, coordinating, investigating, Pero the fact na nangyari to, ibig sabihin, walang supervision, di ba? Dun sa staffing na nandun.
Correct. At walang monitoring din, Mr.
Yeah,
President.
baka iniwan lang yan sa, baka nagpa-accredit, may doktor, may manager, tapos iniwan na lang sa ano. May findings po tayo. Ang findings ng DOH ba to?
Yes po.
Ang findings ng DOH is that the center has an authorized bed capacity of 35, but they have admitted 68. The facility also house psychiatric patients together with drug dependents, which is not allowed. And there is not enough staff complement, no registered social worker, no full-time nurses. The minimum standard staff-patient ratio for psychologists or psychometrician, social worker, and nurse is supposed to be 1:25. Mataas na nga yun one health official to 25, and yet kulang pa sila. So, ibig sabihin dun sa 68, hindi sila nakadalawa, ganon. Parang malala. And then, yung manual of operations nila was not even present in the facility. It was in the custody daw of the owner. And the facility was found to be unkept with foul odor, and the living condition of the patients seemed to be unpleasant. So,
Okay.
confirm po lahat ng sinabi.
Who investigated and found that?
DOH investigated and issued a cease and desist order.
Do you have a team that monitors all these rehabilitation centers?
They do random checking. Ilan ang nag-check?
Random
Kasi baka
checking.
pwede nating dagdagan yung PS, di ba?
Yes, not only that, perhaps what we can recommend is that you coordinate with the Dangerous Drugs Board and the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency that a team monitor all the 52 rehabilitation centers accredited by the DOH. And as a matter of fact, all the other rehabilitation centers, as much as possible, they may be able to monitor them. That is the reason that during my time, we closed down, I think, 3 rehabilitation centers because they were using a multidisciplinary system, which is not allowed, which should not be allowed. No? So, dapat yan, we should ask the DOH and the DDB.
Noted, Mr. President. We will
Thank
ask
you.
the DOH to also give us an update once they have discussed with Dangerous Drug Board and perhaps enter into, wag na natin pahabain, doesn't have to be, too technical, but the bottom line is we want you to coordinate with DDB to ensure regular visits and ocular inspections of these facilities.
Yes, and as much as possible, the only allowed systems should be the faith-based, the 12 Steps Minnesota model, or perhaps eclectic, but never multidisciplinary system. I think you should be monitoring that. Ito ang klase ng sinasabi ni Senator Tulfo na nangyayari dyan sa live. Ibang klase yan. Ibang klase yan. Wala ako nakikita dyan dun sa mga system na tama na dapat sinusunod ng rehabilitation center.
Noted, Mr. President. We'll ask them to give us a report also on what is the system being adhered to by the different centers para nakikita din po natin. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. So for the meantime, what is the plan of the DOH with this Lifeline Rehabilitation Center since they have flagged it with so many violations, tad-tad na tad-tad, ika nga ng mga violations. So nag-issue ng cease and desist order, pero tumawag po kami kanina, tumatanggap pa rin daw sila ng mga residente.
Yes, Mr.
Ang mga
President.
male patients.
Mr. President, as mentioned, there's a cease and desist order, so they have to stop. They have to. Wala na silang license to operate, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, they have already informed PIDEA, and it's PIDEA that will enforce the closure, and they will work with them on the rehoming, if I may call it that, of the patients here, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, may expect po natin maybe next week, sarado na po ito, Mr. President, and the PDEA will be the agency who will shut this down once and for all? Or involved din natin yung BPLO, Business Permit Licensing Office, sa lugar na yon para kasama yung PDEA, para kadinahan yung pinto na yun once and for all, kasama din PNP para kung magbatigas, magbukas ulit, kasuhan yung may-ari ng rehabilitation center, Mr. President.
The answer is yes, Mr. President. Kailangan mapasaran na ito. Pero they are waiting for PDEA. So siguro while we are still in the budget period, we can in fact initiate. We can also call PDEA and find out what's taking them. Mr. Senate President, a week ago na nila nasabihan si PDEA and they are awaiting the action of PDEA.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
They'll
President.
be here tomorrow.
Perfect.
For their budget. I understand. It's their budget time tomorrow. We can find out. Just for the record, you know, the number one and most ideal rehabilitation center here in the Philippines is the one being run by government, the Bikutan Rehabilitation Center. Last time I heard, it's still the best. It uses therapeutic community and faith-based system. So I think they should be followed by the other rehabilitation centers.
Yes, Mr. President. I think very familiar dyan si Senator Alan kasi binibisita niya lahat ng mga centers na yan pag birthday niya.
Okay.
Alan yung sa Bikutan na rehab center. Nabanggit ni Senate President that it is one of the best, and I said you're probably more familiar with it because you really visit.
Mr.
those
President,
centers.
just to
Well,
Senator Tulfo.
Senator Tulfo has the floor.
Yeah, with your permission, no?
granted, Mr. President.
The staff there are really dedicated, and contrary to popular belief that the Duterte administration was all patayin nyo, hulihin yung mga yan, they spent money on it. But believe it or not, pati yung kalye lang doon na 5 million, 3 million, I'll use the word insertion, but it's actually an amendment. So hindi lahat ng insertion masama. But ang problema, Mr. President, ayaw namin umalis doon kasi convenient, but it's a model for other places, but I don't know why we never replicated it. And I think talagang kulang na kulang ang support nila. But if I'd really like to invite the two Senator Tulfos and our colleagues and SP, yung pag nakita nyo doon yung, kasi pag tinignan nyo yung jail, magagalit kayo kasi punong-puno, kulang ng pagkain and everything. No? Yung Metro Manila Integrated Jail, Taguig City Jail, and yung high value doon sa Camp Bagong Diwa. But if you look at the facilities at how they make it work in the drug rehab. But Senator Tulfo, minsan kung talagang pwede kang pumunta, 10, 11-year-old na stunted na rin kasi 6, 7, 8 years old na sa kalye na, nag-rugby na. So pag nakita mo, kala mo talaga 6, 7 pero 11 years old na. Meron talagang but if there's one thing that we can say na independently magaling, yung rehab na yun na nasa Bikutan. I think they have land na rin sa Tagaytay but I don't know
Tagaytay is run by the NBI.
NBI.
Pero as I said, hindi Bikutan. When I became senator in 1992, we used to have the CDF, the Countrywide Development Fund. And most of my CDF were spent for the rehabilitation centers. Did you know that the Bikutan Rehabilitation Center in 1992, the food allowance is 17 pesos a day for each patient. I had to double, triple it so that they will be able to eat well. And as a matter of fact, there was a time that they were sending me the menu for the week to prove that they were using the money that I forwarded to them or used for them. So they're still the best. So congratulations, the Bikutan Rehab Center. And I think it should be the pattern of all the other rehabilitation centers.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Two more questions. Siguro wala nang magsingit.
Wag na natin payagan, Mr. President. Akong bahala.
Okay. In 2022 and 2024, I've raised the issues of bullying in hospitals. And ngayong budget hearing ng DOH ay issue pa rin po ito, Mr. President. Marami pa rin nagreklamo sa akin dahil sila ay nabubuli o kaya may abuse of authority ang kanilang mga supervisor. Last year, I asked for a list of hospitals that recorded incidents of bullying, and I have not received any list yet. But I will transmit to the DOH list of complaints and complainants after my interpolation. So ako na po magbibigay. But for the meantime, ito po yung mga ospital na meron pong nangyaling talamak na bullying. National Children's Hospital, San Lazaro Hospital, National Center for Mental Health, DOH, Health Facilities and Service Regulatory Bureau. Andito po yung reklamo, andito po yung pangalan ng mga complainant, andito po yung pangalan ng mga inireklamo. And these are the actual complaints, and we will give it to you, Mr. President. And
Mr. President, our situation is this. According to DOH, they followed up on all the list of complaints that His Honor had received. But unfortunately, the complainants did not want to follow up. So I think we still can do more because syempre natatakot yun magsalita, di ba? Especially kung na-publicize yung kanilang complaint. Kasi the fact that natatakot sila mag-pursue doesn't mean it doesn't exist. That means they're scared.
that's the reason why I'm not mentioning their name today.
Yes, Mr. President.
Tonight, Mr. President.
Yes.
And I'm giving it straight to the DOH for them to study it
Yes.
and verify the veracity of the complaint, Mr. President.
May administrative order na daw ang Secretary on anti-bullying sa mga hospitals. Pero I think what we have to do, if I may also recommend to the department, is a reorientation. Kasi, sorry not to, pero ang pagkakaalam ko kasi, medyo may culture din na ganyan sa mga ospital minsan na seniority ng mga doktor, seniority ng kung sino man. Kung ako, naririnig ko yon at hindi naman ako doktor, wala naman akong, well, may kamag-anak ko na doktor, pero di naman ako naka-standby sa ospital. Alam natin yan, na may ganon. So, I think beyond an administrative order, you have to have a reorientation and change in the culture, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. And last na po ito, Mr. President, leptospirosis cases surged to 117 in Cebu Province. The Cebu Provincial Health Office reported on Sunday that leptospirosis cases in the province have reached 117 as of November 20, with 106 confirmed cases and 7 deaths reported from November 1 to November 20 alone. Public and private hospitals in Cebu have been placed on high alert as they brace for a possible influx of patients exhibiting symptoms of leptospirosis. As of November 18, the Cebu Provincial Government has distributed over 10,000 prophylaxis capsules to affected communities. Taipotino was on November 4. Now, ang tanong po, paano po yung mga targeted and efficient distribution na ginagawa po ng DOH ng mga gamot at mobile clinics para ma-address po itong problema ng pag-search po ng leptospirosis cases sa Cebu Province?
So, Mr. President, the distribution of the drugs for leptospirosis is based on risk. So, for example, there have been 9,989, almost 10,000 cases reported from January to November 8. And the flood exposure accounted for 55% of those cases. Nationally, the epidemic threshold has been breached from September 21 to October 25. So, meaning to say, in that 1 month period, dumami talaga yung cases compared to last year. So, 9 regions breached their epidemic threshold at least twice in the past 4 weeks. And so that in that case, dito ho sila nagfo-focus ng delivery of doxycycline for prophylaxis, and they also facilitate redistribution as needed, Mr. President.
That's all, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Madam Sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, next to interpolate is from the minority, our colleague, Senator Joel Villanueva. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Joel Villanueva is recognized that the chairperson is okay? You would like a few minutes?
Naisip ko lang, Mr. President, kung si Alan magbe-break muna ako. Pero kung si Joel, kaya ko pa.
All right.
I take that as a
Joel
compliment,
Villanueva.
Mr. President. Thank you, Mr.
Senator
President.
Joel Villanueva is recognized. And
Thank-
for the record also, to addressing Senator Rafi Tulfo, forgive us for our trespasses.
Madami ho kasing nag-enjoy dun sa mga tanong ni Senator Rafi at mga example niya, Senator Rafi, that just means that yung mga nakita niyong mga issues, yung research niyo po, it resonated with a lot of our colleagues. Thank you also for your patience, sir.
All right. Senator Villanueva, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you to the Majority Leader. Mr. President, at the onset, would like to put on record that we have been very supportive of the budget of the Department of Health since time immemorial, Mr. President. But of course, Mr. President, our duty is to not just scrutinize the budget, but also make sure that we are in the right direction, Mr. President. And with that, Mr. President, may I be allowed to ask some clarificatory questions to the distinguished lady from Taguig and Pateros, if she would allow this representation to ask some questions, Mr. President.
Of course, Mr. President, we are always happy to hear His Honor's concerns and give us the best response that we can give, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may I just put on record historical accounting of the annual audit reports of the Commission on Audit would show that DOH has failed countless of times. And I will repeat that again, has failed countless of times in utilizing billions of pesos worth of drugs, medicines, medical supplies, leading to their eventual expiration and wastage. I was listening attentively a while ago, Mr. President, when we talk about the expired medicines, supplies, etc. In 2020, at the height of COVID-19 pandemic, wasted healthcare products amounted to 95 million pesos. The value of wasted healthcare products reached a total of 85.213 million in 2021 and surged to 7.4 billion in 2022. And Mr. President, by 2023, the value of expired healthcare products soared to a peak high of 11.186 billion pesos, signifying a whopping increase of approximately 11,656.32% from 2020. Mr. President, may we know from the good sponsor, with regard to the historical data and figures that we have mentioned a while ago, what measures now are being taken by the department to prevent the wastage and expiration of precious medicines and medical supplies, Your Honor?
Thank you for that question, Mr. President. So before I respond directly to the question on what are they doing for the future, the spike, Mr. President, I think it's 2023 that it had a big spike, was mostly due to the COVID commodities. The previous numbers were, if I remember correctly, because as I said, I've been defending this budget for 6 years, were within the acceptable range of the percentage that you're allowed to stockpile, precisely because you cannot predict to the exact tablet or bottle the number of the exact amount of medication required. So there's a small percentage allowed, but yun nga, emphasis on small. So the bulk of that, we are told, is COVID-related, Mr. President. As to moving forward, the secretary had, there was a similar question earlier, Mr. President, and I'll just repeat it. The focus would be on asset management and supply chain management. This would allow DOH to be able to more efficiently manage the stock of the commodities, Mr. President, yung hindi sosobra at hindi rin kukulangin, Mr. President.
Mr. President, distinguished colleague, despite the fact of the historical data and figures that we have mentioned a while ago, still, this continue to happen, Mr. President. Bagamat I wanted to move forward, sabi din ng mga matatanda, ang hindi lumingon sa pinanggalingan, hindi makakarating sa paroroonan, at kung hindi tayo natututo sa mga dati nating mga pagkakamali o pagkukulang, then mahihirapan po tayong mag-move forward, Mr. President. Just for the record, Mr. President, itong mga nag-expired na binanggit niyo kanina, yung 2023, yung spike doon sa mga COVID supplies, but yung 2021, 2022, hindi naman po siguro, 2024, hindi naman po siguro. Ano po itong mga nag-expire na ito, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues?
The vaccines did not come immediately. It only came from tranches. Duplicate procurement yung mga LGU tsaka private at sinabi ng DTF about that.
So, Mr. President, the DOH Secretary is explaining to me that if we recall during COVID, there was a national procurement through, do you call it NDF? NDF, National Task Force. And then, and I remember this now that I'm reminded as those were difficult times. There, if His Honor will recall, there were a lot of LGUs and even companies that were directly procuring. And then I remember, and this is just my response by my own memory, when the national supply came in, of course, all the LGUs were using the national supply. And then their private supply would arrive. This is like a year later. And they were all trying to dispose of it. I remember receiving messages from random friends who were top executives in companies saying na, oh, baka gusto nyo magpabakunas. And kasi nga, nagdoble-doble na. And I remember at that time, I was happy, I was impressed that, you know, all of these companies, even the LGUs were going out of their way. They did not expect, I suppose, that the national government or naninigurado na their constituents, their employees would have the vaccine. So talagang natambakan, Mr. President. That is the reality. Talagang natambakan. Tapos marami pang nag-donate. If His Honor would recall, and again, I'm just basing this on memory, so DOH, please correct me if I say the wrong thing. Parang there were some countries that maybe nagka-oversupply din sila. So nagdo-donate, biglang dumagsa din yung donation. Kasi ang lahat na nigurado, everybody with the capacity to pay, bought so much. So they were so then suddenly everybody's donating to us. But in the early days, we couldn't even procure enough. So kaya ang dami-dami, Mr. President, aside from dun sa nabili.
I am aware of that, Your Honor, and thank you for reminding me again of what happened before. But if you look at the figures that we were talking about, not just 2023, 2021, 7 billion na. And ito ba, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, talagang puro pang COVID. Ano lang po, itong mga nag-expire na ito, Mr. President? And the department is not refuting the fact that these figures are actually correct. Itong mga binanggit ng COA, Mr. President. Again, 7 billion, 7.4 billion in 2021, 7.4 billion in 2022, 11.18 billion in 2023. Hindi po nire-refute ito, no? Talagang sa kasamaang palad, tatanggapin natin na nag-expire lang po ito, Mr. President. Is that a correct statement, Mr. President, Your Honor?
Mr. President, I'll read into the record the COA observation. What I have here is the 2023 annual audit report. 11 billion is for expired and damaged COVID-19 vaccines. And then expired bags of donated dialysis solution is 37 million. So medyo malayo. From 11 billion for COVID, dialysis is 37 million. Now, I wouldn't know what the previous year was for dialysis, but I do know for a fact, again, having handled the budget of DOH, even those with severe illnesses, like those who need to go to dialysis, in 2020 and 2021, hindi rin sila nakapunta because nga of the fear of going to hospitals, no? So, but I don't know for a fact if this is a small amount or a big amount for the dialysis. But I can just observe that 37 million is a far cry from 11 billion of COVID vaccines. And then, for other expired medical supplies, it's 15 million. Again, far from the 11 billion. And then meron pong mga reagents, 1 million. So medyo malayo, Mr. President. We have another item, expired drugs and medicine supplies, 4 million. Pero ito, meron siyang need to follow up lang with suppliers kasi meron silang agreement na pwedeng i-pull out yung expired at palitan naman. 4 million yan. So hindi yan matatapon kasi papalitan naman yon. So it would appear, Mr. President, that
COVID-related.
That the huge amount is COVID-related.
Yeah. And that's for 2023. But
Correct.
the previous years, ganun din po kaya ang naging pattern, Mr. President? COVID-related din yung
I'm
22
asking-
and 21.
Noted. I've asked the team to show me a report for 20, so we can compare, no?
Yes,
yung
that's
wala
the main
pang
reason
COVID.
why we wanted to
we
raise
can
this
see,
issue, Mr.
We can
President.
see what it was like in 2019, in 2020,
Yes.
in 2020. Kasi 2020, wala pa. Kasi the vaccine arrived in the following year,
Yes.
2021. So we need to see that.
Yeah, I hope we can wait for a while, Mr. President, if we need more time to look at it. Because, Mr. President, in 2019, 2.2 billion ang nag-expire din na wastage, Mr. President. 2019 po ito.
Can His Honor repeat it? Sorry.
The 2019 figure, 2.2 billion po yung wasted ano rin po, no? Wala pa pong pandemic yan. So, Mr. President, my focus, my emphasis here, what I wanted to emphasize, Mr. President, is the fact that we have to be more careful on our procurement and management of these medicines and medical supplies. Yun lang po yung gusto nating i-point out whether or not na-resolve na ng ahensya yung kanilang low utilization and distribution of drugs, medicines, and medical supplies to prevent their expiry, Mr. President.
Actually, Mr. President, DOH recognizes that that is a problem. Hindi naman nila dinadahilan lang yung COVID because they actually have a plan, yung nabanggit ko na kanina, yung supply management, asset management, and logistics plan nila, Mr. President, precisely to address that issue. So there is a recognition that it is an issue.
Alam niyo kanina, Ginoong Pangulo, habang nakikinig po ako doon sa mga katanungan na binabato ni Senator Tulfo, Senator Alan Cayetano, ni SP Soto, gusto ko hong sumingit kanina pero sabi ko I will wait for my turn. Mr. President, hindi man ako nagpaparinig. Bato-bato sa langit ang tamaan kayo na ngayon. No, I'm just kidding. Mr. President, hindi ko lang humatanggap kasi, Mr. President, yung mga sagot kanina ng departamento through our sponsor na una, yung kapag may emergency lang na po pwedeng ibigay o ipamigay itong mga gamot na ito. I cannot help but ask this question, Mr. President. Ano ba yung average expiration date ng mga gamot na binibili, Mr. President? If I'm not mistaken, meron naman po tayong polisiya dyan. What, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, Mr. President?
I know, pero sabi niya. Anong average?
Pag bumili po tayo ng gamot,
So usually, Mr.
nag-procure?
President, it's 18 months upon delivery.
18 months upon delivery. Almost 2 years?
And a half.
Sa drugstore kasi pag bumili ka, usually 3 years yung mabibili mo na gamot. I may be wrong, but I was just in the drugstore last week, if I recall. Maintenance. Ayokong aminin na nagme-maintenance na ako, Mr. President, pero year expiry, ano?
6 months before, so
18 months?
18 months na so.
Brad, 18 months. Kung 18 months, ang year expiry definition nila 6 months. Para tayong joke.
So, Mr. President, meron din naman talagang mga gamot na 2 to 3 years ang expiration.
But is there a policy? Don't you think it's weird that there's no policy, such policy?
It depends on the drug, Mr. President, kasi tinetest yan, kasama yan sa dumadaan sa FDA kung gaano katagal effective yung gamot na yon.
Kasi, for example, Mr. President, first question, mas mura po ba ang gamot pagka near expiry, Mr. President? Pag bibilin mo na malapit na mag-expire?
Wala naman, hindi, Mr. President, yung policy ng DOH, hindi naman sila bumibili ng gamot na near expiry. Wala naman silang ganon. They require...
So hindi katulad, for example, Mr. President, di ba, pag pumunta ka sa grocery,
pag malapit
ang daming
na,
promo,
di ba?
pag malapit na
pag
mag-expire,
overripe na yung
di ba?
prutas, mura
so wala
na.
pong ganon, Mr. President.
Wala akong ganon. Hindi sila bumibili ng ganon for safety issue because they recognize na itatransport pa nila, so hindi sila bibili ng ganon.
Mr. President, kasi hindi ko mapagtugma yung sinasabi kanina, bibili ka ng gamot, 18 months yung mag-e-expire na, no? Pero ang kanina binabanggit, ang definition ng near expiry ay 6 months before the expiration date as per the Department of Health. So, parang di ba nakakatawa na...
Sorry, what is it, 6 months? I missed that.
Kasi po, yung near expiry definition is 6 months before the expiration date of the Department of Health. And now you're saying, the department is saying na pag nag-procure sila, 18 months. 18 months lang yung expiration average.
It depends on the commodity, but for most, or I don't know if it's all, minimum of a year and a half yung gusto nila to give them time to distribute, to redistribute, kasi nangyayari po yun.
And again, despite the fact that we were talking about this, nag-e-expire pa rin. Nai-expirean pa rin ng napakaraming gamot ang Department of Health. And over the years, nakikita po natin yan, nandyan pa rin po. Ngayon, kanina, binabanggit po dun sa sagot, hindi po pwedeng ipamigay kasi yung LGU are the ones procuring, etc.
By law, because of by the Supreme Court the Supreme Court decision, the Mandanas ruling, health is devolved. So there was like a 3-year plan. I really recall. It's a devolution transition plan wherein it was defined kung ano yung part, and this is not just for health, this is for everything, education, health, social services, kung ano yung role ng LGU. Kasi kung matatandaan nyo, Mr. President, the tax, the ruling of, the Mandanas ruling had a very big effect on the tax revenues received by national government. Binigay na yung tax revenue sa local government. By doing that, then the local government must now also receive the counterpart responsibility on delivering those services, because the same funding used to go to national government. So we can understand from a policy level that kung yung pondo tinanggal sa DOH at ibibigay sa LGU, paano nga naman i-deliver yung services na yon? So what we know happened, and we tried to support it to the best of our ability, is that DOH would continue to assist in the 5th and 6th class municipalities kasi ang liit lang ng share na nakukuha nila from national government's taxation. But the other LGUs are supposed to pay for it coming from the tax that they receive, Mr. President. To add to that is the gamot program that now provides for 20,000 per year for allowance or for the patient to spend, Mr. President.
Mr. President, with the permission of Senator Joel, just about the
Senator
divorce.
Cayetano is recognized.
So, are you mentioning the recent Supreme Court decision wherein the LGUs has to get more kasi dinefine na, hindi lang to IRA ngayon, they call it National Tax Allotment. So you're talking about that? Yan ba sinasabi nyo dun sa na-devolve?
It's not that recent, no? A few years ago.
Yes,
Because
a few
based on
years
that,
ago.
yeah, based on that ruling, the DBM came out with various guidelines for different
So,
agencies.
again, binobola na naman tayo. Okay? Because in 1990-91, when Congress passed the Local Government Code and implemented in 1992, they switched the devolution from education, nilagay yung health. So, dinevolve certain departments kasama ang health. Since 1992, when I became a councilor in Taguig and under the Local Government Code, until the Supreme Court decision, defined kung ano yung responsibilities. Pero yung national government did not want to give the local government the right funds. Kaya nagkaroon ng Mandanas at saka Garcia, si Tet Garcia at saka si Governor Dodo Mandanas. So nung pinasa yun, kasi nga yung DBM and the national government, which we're part of, doesn't want to give the money to the LGUs, pero wala nang choice dahil pinasa yung local government. Ang ginawa nila, dinagdagan nila yung responsibilities ngayon ng local government. So hindi totoo dahil may bagong law or may bagong gano'n. Hindi gano'n na nangyari. Binobola natin yung mga LGUs at ang taong bayan because what happened is that the Supreme Court ruled that from the start, they should have been getting from the VAT, from the customs, etc. Kaya nga national allotment, tax allotment.
National tax
Allotment, di ba? So it's not true na dapat dagdagan sila ng responsibility. Kasi from day one nang dinevolve, klaro yung responsibility ng mga na-devolve, di ba? So I'm not blaming DOH there kasi halo din yan ng sila at saka ng DBM. But hindi tama yung binigay ng sagot na that's the reason. So whether it's from DBM o hindi, binobola tayo nun. We just don't want to give more money to the LGUs. Kaya ang ginawa natin, dinagdagan din natin ng responsibility. But if you look from the, hindi naman na-amend yung local government code . Ang nangyari lang, yung interpretation ng law, klinaro, that they have So I know that's not your answer, Senator P, and probably DOH is quoting DBM. But during this time...
I'm really only just quoting DBM. So
Yes.
His Honor is more than happy to share his very...
Yeah, I'll stop there. But I'm just saying that nagpapasahan dito at kawawa naman yung mga LGUs. It's not only the 3rd, 4th, 5th class municipalities. For example, Taguig. You have 26 billion. We're probably spending around 1 billion in medicine kasi you have 1.3 million people. The out-of-pocket ngayon is already 650 billion sa gamot. I don't know how much government is spending sa gamot. Kaya nagtuturoan . Babalik din to sa PhilHealth, babalik din to sa primary healthcare kasi instead of prevention, 'di ba? Babalik din 'yan sa stunting, 'di ba? But it's unfair to blame the local governments or to say na nasa kanila na. Hindi. Ang national government ayaw ibigay yung tama nilang share. Kaya nanalo sa Supreme Court. Nagpalusot pa rin ngayon yung national government. Dinagdagan ngayon sila ng responsibilities. Just for the record.
To complete the record, there is kasama sa guidelines kung ano yung retained with DOH, partially devolved, and fully devolved. I did not have an opportunity to explain because none of those interpolating asked me for a further explanation. But so for example, kaya nga yung example ko yung maintenance medicine kasi nga kasama dun sa fully devolved yung gamot ng hypertension, hypercholesterolemia, cholesterol, diabetes. Kaya yun yung example na binigay ko kasi nga fully devolved yun. Yung partially devolved would be things like family health and nutrition, food and waterborne diseases, dengue, ayan, kasama yan sa partially devolved. And then yung retained would be like TB, as we know, no? Si TB ang galing yan sa national. I'm just repeating, I am not an advocate of anything. I am neutral.
Yes,
I am
but
just
there's 2 points.
providing the information.
No, two points to move you from your neutrality into Senator Joel and my side of the argument. One, walang question naman kung anong fully devolved, not devolved, partially devolved. For example, yung national hospitals, di ba? Dinevolved tapos rin-nationalize. Batas lahat yun eh. What the point I'm making is that from 1992, klaro kung anong partially devolved at hindi devolved. Nung nanalo yung LGUs, binago nila, dinagdagan nila ng responsibility. So, they changed the rules again. Kasi when they won, dapat yung pa rin yung responsibility. Kasi yun yung contract eh, nung local government code. O secondly, sige, let's argue for example dun sa maintenance medicine. Unang-una, bakit sila may maintenance medicine? Hindi ba sa mga bansa na ang primary healthcare is in the optimum, less ang maintenance medicine? If you look at Cuba, if you look at Thailand, na may mga ganong programa. Ano ba yung HPEP? Hindi ba sa DOH yun? Kung hindi ako nagkakamali, kayo po, Senator Pia, ang ilang beses from yung unang VAT ang naglagay ng earmarking, naglagay dyan. Pero, hindi ginagawa ng DOH. They have a 1 billion fund for public information. Narinig ko yung commercial ni Secretary Ted na don't drive and don't drink, don't cellphone and don't drink. Pero wala pa akong narinig kay Secretary Ted na wag mag-vape. Sumama pa sa picture ng vaping. Meron? How much? How much
Meron
dun
daw.
sa 1 billion? So, the point is, I'll go to that later on during my time. Ang point ko, kaya mataas ang maintenance is because nga may problema din tayo sa DOH. Di ba? For those of us who are old enough na nakita si Secretary Flavier, nakita si Secretary Romualdez, nakita yung mga efforts nila, tignan nyo yung budget ng mga binabanggit kong health secretary. Napakababa nun compared sa budget ngayon ng DOH. And even the LGUs. 10 years ago, many of the LGUs did not have much money. And many of the LGUs are spending left and right. Diba? Ang problema, babalik tayo, bakuna. So, but anyway, I'll argue during my time, Senator Joel. But ang point ko lang, hindi natin dapat tanggapin na yun yung sagot. Na because devolved na yon at doon, di ba? Doon napupunta yung pera. Tingnan yung budget. Yung Office of the Secretary, pataas ng pataas, billion eh. Yung sa Nutrition Council, 300 million lang, bumaba pa eh. Number one problem natin, stunting. So, LGU pa rin may problema nun, DBM pa rin may problema nun. Hindi, ang problema nun, Office of the Secretary. Dapat dinoble nyo, triniple nyo yung budget ng Nutrition Council. Dahil yun ang number one problem natin.
Sorry, Mr. President, just to inform His Honor, yung sa Nutrition Council, that was a capital outlay na tapos na. Kaya, but I'm all for increasing the budget, so don't get me wrong.
Their budget is a measly 300 million.
No, I know. I'm just explaining that
Yeah.
the reason na mababa yon is because yung capital outlay na meron for 2025, wala na. Pero definitely,
Yes,
I'm
Madam
with
Chair,
you.
but-
I'm with you na dagdagan.
Yes, but
I'm with you na
my point
dagdagan.
is, ang tanong ni Senator Joel is about the health, gamot, about expired medicine, ang sagot, devolved kasi, etc. Di ba? So let's go to one problem, stunting. I had the same time last year about that, di ba? And I'll ask about it later. The Secretary said he'll promise. Sabi niyo, dadagdagan niyo pondo ng Nutritional Council. Sa NEP, hindi niyo dinagdagan eh. Di ba? So kaya ako pinayagan ni Senator Joel, I'm just saying, throughout the budget of the DOH, you're giving us reasons na hindi totoo, na nambobola or excuses.
I cannot agree more, Mr. President. And that's the main reason why we are asking these questions. I think the question here is competency and inefficiency of our workers in government, specifically the department. Hindi ko lang matanggap kasi, Mr. President, kanina when we were talking about expired medicines, ang tinuturong problema, Mr. President, ay logistics, Mr. President. Hindi po pwedeng ibigay at binigyan tayo ng sagot na kailangan daw ng legislation, Mr. President, para magawa po ito. Pag binili mo yung medicines, kung mag-expire na siya, you have to make a way. You volunteer. I don't think the Department of Health would tell us here na walang emergency the past 3 years, walang emergency the past 18 months. Kailangan pang may magtanong na senador dito, ni SP Soto, ni Senator Tulfo, Senator Alan, and this representation bago tayo kikilos. At and perennially, if you look at the figures, numbers don't lie. Ang dami pong nangyayari na e-expirean tayo ng medicines, ng medical supplies, etc. Unacceptable lang po, Mr. President, na marinig na hindi, wala ho kaming magawa. Kaya kanina ang suggestion nga ni Senator Tulfo, mag-conduct kayo ng medical mission. Free medical mission kaysa mag-expire yung mga medicines, Mr. President. I can go on and on, Mr. President. Mahaba po ito. I have read all the audit reports of COA. Even the LGUs are not willing to receive these medicines because mag-expire na daw po, malapit na mag-expire. And meron po akong list ng LGUs, even mayors that we talk to, kaya hindi ho nagamit yung medicine. Mr. President, let me go to another topic sana, Mr. President. Kasi if you look, for example, the summary of the 2023 audit report of COA, it recommended the SOH issue guidelines to the Supply Chain Management Service, warehouses, Center for Health Development, operating units, local government units, and private sectors as to the proper treatment, disposal of the expired COVID-19 vaccines, and henceforth ensure that the proper planning, reasonable allocation, duties, and accountabilities of DOH offices are established for procurement and receipt of vaccines. Meron din po doon sa observation and recommendation ng COA, doon po sa audit observation memorandum deliberated during the exit conference held in June 13, 2024, which includes the concerned DOH officials and the personnel. Ito ba, Mr. President, ay na-undertake na at nakapag-comply na ang ating departamento dito sa mga recommendation na ito, Mr. President, distinguished colleague? Nai-implement na po ito, kumbaga, Mr. President, sa mga panahon na ito.
So, Mr. President, the response is yes. Like in the case of disposal of the expired COVID drugs, they have to follow the protocol in how to dispose of vaccines because you cannot just throw it away or you cannot just, so I don't know what that process is, but there is a process that they have to follow. And then there's also a recommendation for the supply chain management, which is exactly what they already said that they are prioritizing. I've mentioned that already. And anything else to add? That's it, Mr. President.
So these are being strictly followed now by the department, Mr. President, as recommended by the observation
yes,
of...
they do take those recommendations seriously.
Thank you, Mr. President. We just wanted to make sure that when we pass the budget of the department, nakahanda na po sila, may proper planning, may yung binabanggit pong supply chain na management. Alam niyo po, dun sa definition ng health forecasting. Health forecasting is the prediction of disease outbreaks and health trends in order to anticipate the needs of our citizens and help in the preparation for future health crises. It is critical in serving as a preventive measure in public health planning and ensuring better healthcare services for the people and the communities. May we know, Mr. President, kasi tinitingnan ko po itong indicative annual procurement plan for fiscal year 2026 of the department. May significant portion po dito of its proposal will go towards procuring drugs again, procuring medicines and medical supplies that are susceptible to expiry, Mr. President. And this includes herbal medicines, pharmaceuticals such as drugs and medicines, vaccines, vitamins, minerals, and micronutrients. May we know, Mr. President, distinguished sponsor, if the Department of Health conducted any health forecasting or demand analysis for their procurement of these drugs, medicines, and medical supplies? And if the answer is yes, Mr. President, may we know how are these administered and applied in the procurement practices of the agency, Mr. President?
So, Mr. President, they have an epidemiology bureau that is in charge of forecasting the what do you call it? The disease trends, Mr. President. And for the record also, this representation provided a budget of 10 million for Futures Thinking Program under the Health Sector Research Development. I think this has been a recurring budget item for maybe three years, Mr. President?
Opo. I thank you for that, Mr. President. I'm sure it would help. And may I again ask, yung demand analysis for their procurement of these medicines, ito ba, this is the same as the health forecasting that we're talking about? Again, our goal here, Mr. President, is that we have been talking for quite some time of the billions of pesos being wasted dahil nag-expire lang, Mr. President.
So, Mr. President, the forecasting that they do is intended to streamline demand forecasting and improve procurement planning. So they have to work together. Whatever their forecast is, they need to connect this with their procurement, Mr. President. So slow-moving items, fast-moving items. So an example would be there is a forecast of an outbreak of measles and rubella.
Yes.
So there is supplemental purchase of vaccines for this, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you for that. And I would just like again to emphasize yung demand analysis sa mga ganito pong mga medicines. At nais din nating i-remind ang ating departamento that according to Section 2 of PD number 1445 or the State of Audit Code of the Philippines, ang lahat po ng government resources must be managed, spent, and used in compliance with laws and regulations, ensuring that they are protected from loss or, ito yung gusto nating emphasize, waste due to illegal or improper handling. Mr. President, may I also ask what specific operational measures has the department put in place to ensure also compliance with the guidelines on the proper management. Kasi kanina binanggit nyo po na hindi ito basta-basta dinidispose itong mga healthcare waste generated from COVID-19 vaccines, Mr. President. Gusto lang natin maintindihan, Mr. President, how they are. I remember there was a news item in one of the evening news, Mr. President, na mayroong violation yung isang ospital dahil hindi nila properly dinispose, Mr. President. So we just wanted to make sure that our people are also protected.
Mr. President, they actually have a disposal committee that includes a representative from COA. The Supply Chain Management Service continues to coordinate and follow up with the Integrated Waste Management, Inc. Is this a, what is that a company that you?
Reverse logistics service.
Okay, it's a reverse logistics service provider to ensure the proper handling, retrieval, and disposal of expired medicine in accordance with regulatory procedures. To be honest, Mr. President, when I was reviewing, nakita ko yung mga do's and don'ts. I actually didn't know that you're not allowed to throw away expired medicine. So even pala yung, and that often happens in any household, na yung vitamins na iniinom, expired na pala, yung what do you call this, paracetamol, expired na, bawal pala. And the reality is, who of us has access to a proper disposal facility? Pupunta ba ako sa ospital para i-dispose yun? I really don't know. So when I was reading it, I was getting nervous because I don't think there's any household that is aware of this proper disposal where we can find
how
them.
do you actually dispose? For example, an expired vitamins, Mr. President, Your Honor? You cannot just dispose it? You have to go to the hospital or?
Kaya nga, but how do you do it on a household level? So what DOH recommends for households is you wrap it in newspaper and tape it up so that when it's thrown in the garbage with everything else, it won't get easily punctured or mixed. Because I also read that it could contaminate our waterways, Mr. President. It's not even recommended that you flush it down the toilet. So,
Mr. President,
I think
believe it
there's-
or not, this is the first time I'm hearing this.
Like I said, I did not enjoy my review when I read that part because I'm like, oh my gosh, like how much contamination is going on in our country.
And we're only talking about medicines inside our homes.
Not, yeah. Well, for the hospitals, Mr. President, if you recall, if you go to a hospital, you will see that they have special bins, no?
Yeah.
And then there, because I visited one of those plants in, meron sa Cavite ba? Tama? Yeah. Yeah, but those are just in the hospital. So I think we can improve. In fairness, even in my visit in other countries, I have not seen information guiding people. But maybe we can be one of the first. Let's have disposal units. You know, if these are just over the counter, baka naman kailangan responsibility na rin yan
Baka
ng
yun
mga
yung susunod na
pharmacies.
gagawing commercial ng DOH, Mr. President.
Okay daw sila. They can, Mr. President.
Mr. President, again, unfortunately, this is the first time I'm hearing this. Hindi ko alam, Mr. President, kung merong 1% ng ating populasyon ang nakakaalam nito, Mr. President. I hope we do something about it. Mr. President, may we know if DOH employ an automated inventory system for expiry tracking, Mr. President? Meron po ba tayong ganon? I'm sure it's just sa 1+1. Kasi tinanong ko po ito, Ginoong Pangulo, dahil yung COA po continue to cite DOH poor monitoring every single year. If you look at the reports, I don't know bakit laging poor monitoring, poor monitoring. Meron ho bang ganon na automated inventory system?
Mr. President, the DOH uses an electronic logistics management information system to digitalize and manage its health commodity supply chain.
Sa
It's
mga-
a web-based system, Mr. President.
So namo-monitor po, and who is in charge, Mr. President?
Who's in charge?
May bureau in charge dyan?
It falls under the supply chain management services of DOH, Mr. President.
Okay. And Mr. President, sa mga nag-expire na gamot, Mr. President, and through the years, sa karanasan ng Department of Health, ito po ba, nakita na po ba natin ano yung pinaka notorious na dahilan bakit tayo na-expire ng mga medicines? Ito po ba, for example, ay because of improper storage, nasisira, or dumarating na lang yung time na talagang expired na. Dumating na yung 18 months na sinasabi kaninang average na pagbili ng gamot.
So, Mr. President, in the past, the biggest issue was this was not organized and the ability to track the movement was not there. Pen and paper lang sila, Mr. President. Kaya nga ngayon, the move is to digitalize, Mr. President.
And that gives us the idea kanina na ang laki ng problema ng logistics. Slow moving, overstock supplies. Is that correct, Your Honor?
So, Mr. President, a few years ago, DOH did not have their own warehouses, and it's only recently, in the past few years, that they have their own warehouses, Mr. President.
I'm trying, Mr. President, to just lessen my questions, Mr. President. Every year, Mr. President, and Your Honor would attest to this, that this representation had been raising the issue of human resources of government workers, Mr. President. In fact, perhaps we talk first about our doctors in the Philippines. You and I, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, when we passed the Doktor para sa Bayan law, if you recall, there were only about 3 doctors attending to every 10,000 Filipinos nationwide, while the World Health Organization made a statement that a doctor to population ratio should be at least 5 to 7 doctors per 10,000. So, ngayon ho, Ginoong Pangulo, as per Department of Health, binigyan po tayo ng data para ma-achieve daw po itong ratio of doctors to patient by WHO standards. Binigyan po tayo by 2040 yung target. It is estimated to cost about 3.5 billion pesos for government facilities and 15.3 billion pesos for private health facilities. Pag tinignan naman po natin yung human resources for health per 10,000 population, the Universal Healthcare Act, pet bill po ng ating kaibigan, Senator J.V. Ayers ito, and the WHO recommends that we maintain 44.5 human resources for health, HRH, per 10,000 population. Now, this consists of 14.3 physicians, 27 nurses, and 2.8 midwives. But in our case, Mr. President, you look at the Philippines, the number of HRH per 10,000 population as of 2023, ang data po ay sinasabi 17.48 HRH per 10,000 population. 17.48. Ang ideal is 44.5 HRH. So may we know, Mr. President, at this time, if there are improvements in the number and distribution of practicing health professionals nationwide, Mr. President?
Is the question, Mr. President?
The update and as we mentioned of these figures that we mentioned a while ago, may improvement na po ba yung number of and distribution of health professionals nationwide, Mr. President?
No. We still have the same numbers, Mr. President. The numbers that His Honor mentioned, that is still where we are right now.
And what
We still have a shortage.
and what would be the priority of the department to put in place measures in addressing shortages and perhaps again I am anticipating na we need to improve also yung retention ng ating mga health workers, Mr. President. I recall during the time when we were discussing Doktor para sa Bayan Act, there were only about 4 or 5 regions in the country that are offering in public schools yung School of Medicine. Ngayon po, lahat ng regions meron na. Ang laking tulong ng sponsor natin every year, pinopondohan po ito. But unfortunately, was it last night, if I'm not mistaken, it was last night when I asked the budget of the Commission on Higher Education, parang 14, 15 students per state college university lang yung kayang sponsoran na new entrance for the School of Medicine. For example, ng Cebu Normal University, SP Soto lobbied to double the number of freshman students for School of Medicine. So ito, I'm raising this issue sapagkat naniniwala po tayo na napakahalaga na ma-address natin yung human resources for health, Mr. President.
So, Mr. President, this is the response of the sponsor. We will ask DOH to add to it, no? But because I'm aware of what we've done with the budget, I can respond in that manner. The National Health Workforce Support System, the GAA for 2025 was 17.97 billion. The NEP amount is 23.36 billion, and we preserve that amount. So there's an increase of around 5 billion, Mr. President, 5+ billion. And then DOH also has a program where,
The same program, PSC.
no, under this program, sorry, the result of which every municipality has a doctor, Mr. President. So
Every municipality.
Now has
The
a doctor.
target would be when, because I remember when we were discussing the Doktor para sa Bayan Act, there were about 200, that was 5 years ago, 209 municipalities with 0 doctors during that time, if I'm not mistaken, 5 years ago.
yeah,
So right now, what is the number?
because nagpa-deploy talaga kayo, yeah. So because of this program, Mr. President, it was intentional to be able to put a doctor in every municipality, Mr. President.
So right now, do you have the figures now,
Zero.
Mr. President?
Sabi ng DOH, 0 daw ang munisipyo na walang doktor.
So lahat meron na?
Yeah,
Hindi
it was
yan doctor
announced-
kwak-kwak Mr. President.
Well, it was announced in the SONA, and it was announced in the SONA, and they confirm it, Mr. President.
That's good news, Mr. President. That's music to our ears that every municipality.
Hopefully, hindi mag-resign.
Opo, Mr. President. And
Oo. Yeah, I got that. But Mr. President, I'd like to add, no, because my favorite subject matter is really the Doktor Para sa Bayan project of ours, the Senate President, His Honor, Senator Joel Villanueva, and myself. We supported the increased medical increase in carrying capacity of the schools. And we also inquired into the scholarship budget. CHED told us it's sufficient, but I actually had a follow-up if it's really sufficient because we have more medical SOCs, and therefore, for every year that there's a freshman year, the following year that will at least double because there's not going to be a sophomore year, and then there's a third year and there's a fourth year, and only after the 4 years will they maintain that enrollment, assuming that they were already full capacity. So every year, actually, until I handle the CHED's budget, I do not handle it this year, we submitted amendments to increase because there was not enough funds to ensure that the incoming freshmen would also have a fresh budget. Hindi pwede yung ganon. Kasi sino yung puputulan mo ng budget? Yung sophomore? Yung junior? O hindi ka tatanggap ng freshman? And sadly, Mr. President, my amendments were approved in the Senate and then natanggal sa BICAM. Ang sama ng loob ko dun.
I still remember that, Your Honor. We even talk about it.
Yeah.
And again, I cannot agree more, Mr. President. And that's why yesterday, this representation already volunteered himself to introduce an amendment to ensure that we'll have more funds for our future doctors here in the country, and at the same time augment the budget for the seed fund, Mr. President, of our SUCs especially, Mr. President.
And Mr. President, hindi dapat tanggap ng DBM na lalaki ng lalaki yun kasi nga the need is great. We are so far from addressing that gap.
Yes.
And then if I may add, because project ko is in Bulacan State University, yung allied health. If I'm not mistaken, nag-amend ako ng around 100 million to support the Bulacan State University facility for allied health because paano magiging doktor tong mga to? Sinong tutulong sa kanila? Sinong gagawa ng laboratory? Sinong gagawa ng therapy? Anyway, you've heard this spiel so many times because I know you support this. So, yung allied health natin, the example that His Honor gave was doctors, nurses, and midwife. Hindi naman tatakbo ang healthcare system natin with just those three professionals, Mr. President. Ang dami pang kulang doon. So that's where we are, Mr. President.
And you'd be happy to hear, distinguished colleague, Your Honor, Mr. President, that Bulacan State University is finally eligible to offer School of Medicine in the province of Bulacan and in the Central Luzon region. It's the very first public school in Central Luzon that would offer School of Medicine. And again, we thank our distinguished sponsor for helping the Bulaqueños get what we have been dreaming for, Mr. President. Mr. President, before I leave that topic, I would just like to remind the department also, Mr. President, that in the law in itself, yung pong gumagraduate ay bibigyan ng pagkakataon na makapagtrabaho sa gobyerno. I hope they are preparing for that sa mga susunod na taon dahil kasama po yon sa parte ng batas na ating ipinasa dito sa bulwagang ito, Mr. President. Mr. President.
Actually, Mr. President, it's called the return service.
Yes,
they must serve. Yes, Mr. President.
And it's an automatic for the government to actually kunin po sila.
Yes,
Mr. President.
kailangan talaga para magamit sila and then it's also good training for them, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Just remind our friends from the department. Now, Mr. President, another issue that is very close to my heart is the job order and contract of service of government workers, Mr. President. When I was a rookie here in this August chamber, I have started talking about the worsening problem of the ballooning numbers of job orders and contract of service. No? In fact, last year, for every 10 plantilla positions, isa po yung vacant. Ngayon po, 13 na. So nag-improve kahit papano. Pero yung when you look at the job order and the contract of service personnel, talaga pong palaki ng palaki, Mr. President. I remember I started with a figure of 600,000, Mr. President, na mga job order and contract of service. Ngayon ho, halos 1 million na po, Mr. President. Kaya every time we talk about pushing again, because this representation pushed for ending ENDO Act, if you recall, and Your Honor helped this representation, passed on third and final reading, the ending ENDO Act, but unfortunately, it was vetoed by the previous administration. Laging ang topic ho lagi ng mga private sector ay bakit kami susunod sa inyo? Ang number one violator ay gobyerno. At pag tinignan mo yung gobyerno, halos 1 million po, no? Yung nasa ENDO. At hindi po ligtas dito ang Department of Health. As of June 30, 2024, ang DOH po nag-i-employ po ng 23,824 job order and contract of service. Despite the fact na mula po nung naupo si Secretary Herbosa at nandito po ako sa Senado, binabanggit ko po ito. 12,807 male, 11,017 female, accounting for 13.4% of the total job orders of the national government, Mr. President. Malaki po. This is the second highest number among government agencies, only behind the notorious Department of Public Works and Highways, and just above the DSWD and the DENR. May we know, Mr. President, what are we going to do with this number of workers? Because if you look at the authorized and unfilled positions of the agency, Mr. President, ang unfilled position ng Department of Health for 2025 ay 8,741. Last year, 12,435. 2023, 17,897. So, again, Mr. President, hindi naman po ako nagsasawa na erase ito kahit na minsan parang losing cause dahil parang bumabagsak lang sa mga binging tahinga, Mr. President. But it is my duty for our workers, especially in government, na hanggang ngayon, job order pa rin sila, contract of service workers pa rin sila, kahit na napakatagal na nila doon sa departamento, Mr. President.
So, Mr. President, according to the Secretary, the policy now is that no new job orders, and that for the new hires, they're very willing to hire them, but many of them are not civil service eligible, so that becomes a problem. And then I asked specifically about our health professionals, doctors, nurses, etc. The problem with nurses is, as I think we would know, I didn't realize it, but now that we're on the topic, many of them would leave leave very soon. Parang it's just a temporary job and then they're planning to leave. So, according to the Secretary, many even just want to be job order for the nurses kasi balak talaga nila umalis very soon to leave the country. And then for doctors, it's also moving because many of them would
So may mga job orders na doctors po tayo? Madami pa rin
yes
po ba?
po. We have, based on my list, there's 877 job orders, but it's possible that in the area that they are in, there is no new hospital in that area, so naka-job order pa sila. And then the Secretary also mentioned that there's also movement because baka magre-residency na siya next year, so hindi siya siya mismo hindi nagpapa-permanent. Tama, is that correct? Okay.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. President. Perhaps not to belabor the issue, there are
Okay.
23,824 no na job orders and persons. Siguro hingi na lang kami, Mr. President, ng breakdown kung ano po ito. Nabanggit niyo kanina 877 ay mga doktor. Mr. President, let me ask dun sa unfilled positions, Mr. President, kasi yung unfilled plantilla positions ng DOH ay 9.1% ng total authorized positions, Mr. President. At most vacancies found in the office of the Secretary. May we know ano po itong mga unfilled positions na ito, Mr. President?
Pag sinabi pong Office of the Secretary, kasama po doon lahat ng mga hospital, mga DOH hospital. So it's spread out all over the country according to the Secretary, Mr. President.
And what is the ano po ng breakdown nitong mga unfilled positions? Ano po itong mga ito?
Ito ba 'yun?
Why are we having a hard time na ma-fill up po ito? Lahat po ba ito dahil lang hindi sila civil service at wala ho tayong makita? Mula dito sa 23,824 na JOs at contract of service para maging regular po sila.
And then there's some in transition, so that number, a third of them are just open, will be filled up, mabilis naman ma-fill up. And
Okay.
then a certain portion ready to hire.
So actually, Mr. President, if we use the nurses for example, although talagang may unfilled position dyan, but they can easily be filled up, but there's just this processing time. So there's that gap in time that it's unfilled for a while. Pero meron naman magte-take up. But I will add my observation there. Pero may shortage pa rin tayo. So there will really be areas, and if I'm not mistaken, I'll add this to the discussion, just because that is the number of plantilla position doesn't mean that that is the need. Kasi we'll go back to the figures that His Honor presented. The need is more. Let's just say all of these plantilla positions are filled. That need is still going to be there. Is that correct?
There's still a shortage,
It's
even
still there.
if we fill it up.
Yes.
Yes, that's why, Mr. President, no, if you're in the shoes of the Department of Budget and Management, yun din yung sasabihin sa iyo siguro. Bakit ako mag-open up ng another plantilla position kung hindi mo ma-fill up itong thousands of unfilled positions?
Well, so according to the Secretary, that's why now the priority is to fill it with the civil service eligible, so that what? So that they stay, or?
Mapalitan yung plantilla. Kasi pag wala, hindi niya mapalitan yung job order, hindi makalipat sa plantilla.
Okay. Yung job order kasi hindi makalipat sa plantilla position because nga they don't have the civil service eligibility.
Minsan mahirap paniwalaan, Mr. President, kasi 23,000 itong job order, contract of service, and 8,741. But I will submit to the answers being given to us by the department, Mr. President. Let me go to another topic, Mr. President. This representation had been consistently echoing the report of the Philippine Statistics Authority that 44.4% of the country's health expenditure in 2023 were out-of-pocket payments made by Filipinos. Yan po yung sinabi ng PSA. This figure experienced a slight decrease actually to 42.7% in 2024. We believe, Mr. President, that the 1.7% decrease is not substantial and enough to remove the heavy toll of medical expenses on Filipinos. You look at the WHO report, sabi po doon, 1 in 8 people around the world risk falling into poverty because they must spend 10% or more of their household income out of pocket on healthcare. So ang tanong po, Mr. President, sa ating mga kaibigan sa PhilHealth, ano po ba yung plano ng PhilHealth to reduce the large out-of-pocket expenses of our kababayans, Mr. President?
So, Mr. President, as His Honor probably has heard, the zero balance billing is supposed to be implemented in all public hospitals, no? And we actually made an amendment to the budget to add to the funding for zero balance billing. This representation has her own reservations kung there's enough to really implement the zero balance billing. And we also acknowledge that LGUs are not part of this, and so yung mga mayor natin nahihirapan kasi ang kababayan, ang mga tao naman hindi naman sila nagdi-distinguish kung LGU hospital or DOH hospital. That's why we also made an amendment to include a fund for the LGU hospitals. It's not a lot, it's 1 billion. But the intention is to start the fund so that DOH can pilot this, and maybe next year we can have a much bigger amount, 10 billion if necessary, 20 billion if necessary. And then in specialty hospitals, kasi I'm sure our colleagues are like our office are always recipients of requests for assistance dito sa mga heart center, lung center. So we also put 1 billion in as part of our committee amendment in all of these specialty centers. And then we also have the progressive benefit expenditure, is that correct? Expenditure, where benefit expansion, where yung available sa tao na benefits is expanded, and then we are moving from the case rate to the DRG system so that yung under the DRG there would be, it's a diagnosis related grouping. So isang particular na sakit, let's say sabi mong flu, lahat ng klaseng flu pwede niyang himayin kasi under the case rate dalawa lang yan, yung mild and severe. Pero under DRG marami yan. So it's technical but it's meant to address different health scenarios, Mr. President. So these are what DOH is doing, Mr. President.
Thank you for that answer, Mr. President, distinguished colleague. And again, let me commend and congratulate our distinguished sponsor for continuously espousing the augmentation of our budget and in realizing our dream, our ambitious dream of having this zero balance billing. I remember distinctly, Your Honor, distinguished colleague, during the SONA of the President, we were all looking at each other about this zero balance billing. I remember even the presiding officer, Senator Lacson, is also looking at this representation when we heard during the SONA about the zero balance billing, because everyone in our section are asking each other, is it possible? Is it being implemented now? Right now, Mr. President, where are we in so far as full implementation of zero balance billing is concerned, Mr. President?
So, Mr. President, the secretary who stepped out very briefly is telling me that they really are implementing the zero balance billing in the hospitals, DOH hospitals. So kahit na meron silang binabayaran hanggang 2 million na babayaran po ng DOH.
And these are DOH devolved hospitals, no?
Yes.
Hindi devolved hospitals, I mean. DOH.
DOH retained hospitals,
Retained
Mr.
hospitals.
President.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, let me go to another
Senator
topic.
Villanueva?
Yes, Mr.
Just a quick intervention. There's 1 billion out of the 10 billion, di ba, for ZBB, for zero bill. There's 1 billion for LGUs out of the 10 billion. That's in the committee report. My question is, how many LGUs are expected to be covered nung 1 billion?
Sorry, what's the question, Mr. President?
There's 1 billion pesos for LGUs out of the 10 billion for zero billing, di ba?
Yes.
Ang tanong ko po, how many LGUs are expected to be covered by the 1 billion? Kasi baka kulang na kulang.
Kulang po. I'll be the first to tell
So how
His
many-
Honor na sobrang kulang talaga yon.
So how many LGUs are expected
So they
to be
will
covered?
just be piloting it with 4 to 5 LGUs, Mr. President.
4 to 5?
Yes, only. That's very small.
There's no...
His Honor will, well, I don't know if His Honor would know, but the idea really here was instead of giving additional MAIFIP, we bring it directly to the hospitals.
Yeah.
So that's why we spread it out this way, specialty hospital, LGU hospital, and then funding also for DOH to use. But definitely there's the demand for more is there, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I was joking with my staff that there's also a hospital in Bukawi. I just wanted to put that on record, Mr. President, because our family donated the entire property, Mr. President. But kidding aside,
The
Mr. President,
Secretary knows about the Johnny Villanueva Hospital,
I think the
Mr.
Secretary
President.
had been there, if I'm not mistaken. Mr. President, having said that, Mr. President, there are a lot of hospitals complaining about unpaid hospital claims, Mr. President. In fact, as early as 2021, nakakatanggap na po kami. And may mga serious concerns being raised over the PhilHealth's delayed payments to both public and private hospitals, which at the time amounted to 26 billion pesos in 2021. Now, despite this long-standing issue and the DOH mandate to ensure policy alignment and effective coordination with PhilHealth, ang DOH has failed to intervene effectively in the payment systems used by the state's primary health insurer. And this resulted in the continued accumulation of unpaid claims, which as of January 2025, correct me if I'm wrong, Your Honor, distinguished colleague, had ballooned to 59.6 billion pesos. So my question, Mr. President, is what specific measures has the Department of Health implemented to address the delayed payments of hospital claims by PhilHealth? And why is it, Mr. President, why have these measures failed to prevent the accumulation of unpaid claims na ngayon ho lumobo na to 59.6 billion pesos, Mr. President?
So, Mr. President, as we're waiting for the comparative numbers coming from PhilHealth, His Honor is correct, no, that right now, as of October 2025, so a month ago, 162 billion claims have been paid. As His Honor mentioned, 162 billion. But that doesn't really mean anything if you cannot compare that with the previous number, right? So I'm asking for that. And then the, what's RTH again?
Return to hospital.
Yeah. Return to hospital is 2.6 billion. That means may kulang na information for them to be able to process it.
Okay.
But what they've done to expedite payments is that yung mga, nasagot ko to last week, so ano ba yung sinabi ko? Yung mga na-deny because of clerical error and what else was it? Deadline. Marami kasing nadi-deny dahil na-miss lang yung deadline. So yung ganon, binabayaran na. Yun. So, but yeah, I think it would be good to see what are those numbers to see what changes have been made. Kasi we have been a recipient of the news coming, well, the public news, but coming from the hospital owners na, yun nga, over the years, lumala ng lumala yung time that they get paid. But I also recall that I announced in the last, when one of our colleagues asked a similar question, that now they are able to pay even earlier than the 90 days ba? Is it 22 days, which is way below the 60 days. So 22 days na yung average nila under the new management, Mr. President.
22
So do
days.
you have anything to add?
May we know, Mr. President, yung current po ngayon, how much are we looking at? As I mentioned a while ago, January pa ho kasi yung data na natanggap natin, 59.6 billion.
So actually, Mr. President, under the new management, within the 90-day period, 25 billion has been paid. So I don't have the exact computation here, but meaning if there was 59 billion unpaid, then we know that within the 90-day period, 25 billion has been paid. Yeah, and then the others, Mr. President, already was during a period that already existed before the new management came in. Kasi after 90 days, it's 91 to 365 days. Eh wala pa namang 1 year yung bagong management, Mr. President.
Yes, and we thank God for that na may bagong management, Mr. President. But can the department also confirm how many hospitals were affected because of this? Kasi may mga news din po na nabalitaan tayo that some hospitals have downsized, suspended operations, may mga sabi na temporarily were closed or tinuturo nilang dahilan is because of unpaid PhilHealth claims, etc. Can we hear from our friends from PhilHealth and DOH how true itong mga nababalita na ito,
Yes.
Mr. President?
Mr. President, they don't have data and they're not aware or they don't think that there are any hospitals that have closed because of this. But what happens is they refuse to accept patients that will be using PhilHealth. So technically, nade-deny nila yung mga mahihirap na umaasa sana sa PhilHealth. Yun ang nangyayari,
Yes.
Mr. President.
That's unfortunate. And may we know, because it's also close to our hearts, Mr. President, yung, for example, job termination, displacement, because of this, wala naman po tayong nabalitaan ganun, Mr. President. "22 days na lang yung hospital claim, sinabi na, di ba?"
Mr. President, with regards to downsizing or the problem that they are aware of is because of the supply. So pag nauubusan ng supply ng nurses, dahil nga umaalis yung mga nurse, doon nahihirapan yung mga ospital. Their downsizing would not be because of these PhilHealth payments, but because of the supply of nurses, according to them, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President, for that. Last two topics na lang, Mr. President. Tungkol po dun sa immunization, National Immunization Program, I'm aware that Sen. Alan touched on this kanina sa kanyang intervention. And nag-set po yung Department of Health ng target of 95% full immunization for children under 5 years old starting 2024. And alam ho natin na hindi ito na-achieve. Hanggang saan po yung ating na-achieve? And perhaps my question would be which regions consistently fall below the national target, Mr. President? Because what I have here, Mr. President, as of January 2025, only 61% of eligible children were fully immunized. And that's the reason why we're asking this question, if this is accurate, and how does the department justify a 34% 34 percentage point shortfall from its very own target, Mr. President.
Yeah, so Mr. President, the vaccination rate now is at 67%, so a little bit more than the 61%, but as His Honor said, it is very far from the target of, is it 95%?
95.
The target is 95% to be able to have herd immunity. So,
problem is usually the mothers bring their first.
okay, so it seems now that the problem is with the vaccinations that require a second and third dose, because many mothers are bringing their children for the first dose, but it's the second and third, the follow-up doses that are not complete, Mr. President. So what they're doing now is intensifying their periodic routine immunization through regular monitoring at the regional level, conducting supportive supervision for priority areas with low coverage, conducting high-level weekly meetings to monitor status of inventory also, Mr. President, and procurement, as was earlier discussed, to be a problem, and capacity building for health workers on basic immunization courses. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, binanggit niya, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, na sa first pupunta, sa second and third, parang hindi na sila bumabalik, Mr. President. Don't you think na may problema din sa information
Yes,
dissemination?
clearly.
That you cannot,
Yes.
it's useless if you're only getting the first...
Ang sabi nila nakakalimutan. But maybe, nag-house to house ba kayo? Kasi, yung purok kalusugan is meant to be, but, okay, so according to the secretary, the purok kalusugan includes the immunization program to search for these kids that have not completed their second and third dose, Mr. President.
What about those who are misinformed, Mr. President? May mga ganun pa rin po ba? Do we have a percentage? Kasi you recall, Mr. President, you and I were talking about this distinguished sponsor about the COVID-19 vaccines, and is it still a concern, Mr. President, for other vaccines? For example, yung Dimbaksya, I remember may mga ayaw pong magpabakuna, Mr. President. In fact, Mr. President, meron po akong data dito that says the Vaccine Confidence Project reports. Is this for Dimbaksya? It looks like it's all vaccines, Mr. President. May report po dito that the Vaccine Confidence Project reports a 25% decline in perceived importance of childhood vaccines, one of the steepest drops globally. This is from, is it DOH? I mean, this is from where? This is an international report, Mr. President, by WHO Disease Outbreak News, Mr. President, published 24 of September 2019.
We have an updated one, Mr. President, that shows that vaccine confidence in the Philippines is high. 83% of
83.
people feel that vaccines are safe, and 87% think they are effective. 71% of those surveyed believe it's important for children to have vaccines. In fact, 79% feel that vaccines are compatible with their religious beliefs.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. While I'm looking at the WHO and UNICEF report ranking the Philippines among countries with the highest number of zero-dose children, or those who have never received a single vaccine, Mr. President.
So, ano yun?
May we know, Mr. President, if we have a data as to how many zero-dose children exist today, and which regions, provinces account for the highest concern? If we have that data only, Mr. President.
While I'm waiting for that, I'd just like to add something to the discussion. His Honor is actually correct, even though my report is based on 2022. in saying that there has been a decline in vaccine confidence, because even though those numbers of 83% of people believe vaccines are safe, what I said earlier, but if you compare it to 2015, that was 98% of people felt vaccines were safe, and 98% thought they were effective. So that's 2015. Come 2022, bumaba. Now, this is just my personal feeling. So I am not a doctor, I am not a researcher, but based on reports that I've read worldwide, during COVID, ang daming mga charlatans, ang daming mga, akala mo, mga doktor, ang dami din anti-vaxxers.
Yes.
So, medyo, I think, naka-effect yan. Kasi alam niyo naman ng Filipinos, we are the top user of online platforms. We are the top user of TikTok and all that. So I wouldn't be surprised, Mr. President, if that 98% rate went down because of the things that people would hear on these platforms, Mr. President, on social media. And now I'll go to your question, Mr. President.
The zero dose, Mr. President. Let me add also, Mr. President, that the WHO and UNICEF also reported that the Philippines ranks 4th globally in the number of zero-dose children and those who have not received any vaccination for disease such as measles, rubella, and polio, Mr. President. So I'm concerned if we have the data as to how many zero-dose children exist today in the Philippines.
I have some data in front of me, but I do not understand it. So I'm asking them to explain before I can explain it accurately to His Honor. Would His Honor like to go to a next question, because the data I'm reading doesn't make sense and I want to only report something that makes sense to
Sure,
me.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. In fact, I'm on my last issue that I'd like to...
So we have it now, Mr. President.
Oh, you have it? Okay.
So, of the 2 million infants that need to be vaccinated, what was accomplished was 691,000 infants. So that means 1.3 million were not vaccinated and are still zero. So mababa talaga, Mr. President. Yeah, it's something we really have to work on. And that's why I will tie it into what the Secretary said earlier, that in their forecasting, they expect, sadly, a measles outbreak. And that's why they have supplemental immunization planned for it, Mr. President.
I think it's also important if we can, I'm sure we can locate saan po ito, Mr. President? Regions, provinces?
They know, Mr. President, yung mga areas na mababa.
Para mapaghandaan po. Thank you, Mr. President. That's very helpful na ma-raise po natin.
Sa Visayas po, medyo mababa. And Mindanao.
In Visayas and Mindanao. Sa Luzon ang mas hindi concerning.
I think concerning.
You're talking about 1.3 million. Medyo concerning po yung 1.3 million, Mr. President. And
okay. So I have some good news. We used to be in the top 5 list of unvaccinated children. Wala na tayo sa top 5.
top 20 na lang. So, ng next goal natin, wala na tayo sa top 20.
And that would be
Sana manawagan tayo sa mga doktor, no? Ang daming magagaling na doktor na influencer. Sama nyo na po yan sa mga TikTok nyo. Madami ngayon eh. Sama po nyo yung vaccination ng mga bata.
Yes, agree. Thank you, Mr. President. One last point that I'd like to raise, Mr. President, naging concerned po ako when I heard about this. There was actually a news report, and it was based on a complaint also by an employee and several health advocates against DOH, particularly the secretary and 5 other officials, regarding the alleged unauthorized release of 44.6 million worth of psychiatric medicines to the Rotary Club of Quezon City. May mga nakalagay po na yung complainants asserted that the Rotary Club was directed to request and distribute various psychiatric medications for a medical mission, despite the organization not being classified as an authorized health facility under existing guidelines. And it was further alleged that the medical mission did not have certified safe drug distribution protocols and was not cleared or endorsed by any Center for Health Development or CHD, nor by a DOH accredited hospital. May we know and clarify this particular news item? May the DOH clarify the established process, siguro yun na lang, yung established process and protocols for the release and distribution of drugs and medicines to local government units and other organizations, including, Mr. President, the requirements, yung requirements that must be met bago po ito supply or i-issue ng departamento, Mr. President.
Mr. President, according to the Secretary, they have not received any copy of this complaint, but nevertheless, they looked into it. They studied the matter as per the news report, and the Secretary has never authorized the release of psychiatric medicines for medical missions. The DOH on their own has their medical missions, which they follow some guidelines, and that's how they use the medicine. But to give it to a third party,
So they're not doing it, Mr. President.
They do not
are
do it, Mr. President.
Thank you. And there's, of course, no, may approval clearances before you implement such, di ba, Mr. President?
Actually, walang ganon. They will not. They will not
Because
give
you
it.
yourself will do it. In DOH, hindi rin.
It can only be given in a mental health facility with a psychiatric evaluation. So when I said that
I get it.
they do it themselves, meaning through the proper
Yes.
protocol, and that protocol is
So
with
there's no such thing, no project program.
no, Mr. President,
exists.
according to
Thank you.
DOH.
Thank you, because when I saw this, Mr. President, I thought it would be
Yes.
concerning to
Of course.
a lot of our people, and that's why
Thank
this
you for bringing it
representation raise it. Mr. President, thank you for the answers given to this representation by our distinguished colleague. Maraming salamat sa
Last
Department of...
update, Mr. President, wala na rin pala tayo sa top 20.
wala na sa top 20.
Oo. But I mean,
So please, wag nating targetin yung mawala lang sa top 20, Mr. President.
talagang hindi nga. Kasi if we look at the numbers, yung 2 million target, 697 lang, 690-something thousand ang na-cover. I think it's very clear, and in my discussions with DOH, they definitely are not happy with those numbers and they want to improve.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you again, Mr. President. Thank you to the Department of Health Family. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Joel.
Yes, Mr. President, I'm next to the list. May I be recognized?
Mr. President, may I request for a short break? Very short.
Session is suspended.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. And good evening to the DOH family, of course, to our sponsor. If you will be willing to answer some questions.
Of course, from our former chairman of the Committee on Health.
Anyway, the Universal Healthcare Act was passed in 2019, and most of us here really pushed for this landmark legislation, including the sponsor, Senator Risa, Senate President Soto, our majority leader, and but it has undoubtedly experienced birth pains, and halfway of its intended full implementation, though still struggling, I think we are positive that it will achieve its noble objectives, and we are getting there. No? And I'd like to thank this early Dr. Mercado again and Secretary Herbosa that slowly but surely universal healthcare law is now slowly being felt. Even President Bongbong Marcos in his last SONA highlighted that the zero balance billing policy is in effect. This will definitely contribute to the lower medical out-of-pocket expenses. Such recognition and acknowledgement is a testament that UHC is delivering on its promise. On a personal note, I had the chance the last time I had a conversation with the President in one of the events in Malacanang. He pulled me aside and said, "Oh, yung UHC mo, malapit nang matupad, kaya naman." So he's very confident that it can be done. I just have a few points that I would want PhilHealth and the DOH for their commitment for the realization of UHC's implementation. Number one is, of course, the bigger PhilHealth participation. Our people would feel that the UHC law implementation is on the right track if the support value or participation of PhilHealth in hospital bills is significant. In the past, there were many complaints that PhilHealth only covers a meager part of hospital bills. Some experience having almost 1 million hospital bills, and to their dismay, PhilHealth only shouldered about 10,000 to 12,000 pesos. But now I'm sure that with Dr. Mercado at the helm, that would not happen again. Currently, how many percent is the support value or participation of PhilHealth in hospital bills? How does PhilHealth's participation differ in public versus private hospitals? And what is our target PhilHealth participation in hospital bills on top of our promised zero balance billing in our public hospitals?
Mr. President, currently, PhilHealth's share in a hospital's bill, it's actually the share of current health expenditure, but does that translate to hospital bill? Okay. So basically, the hospital bill is 14%, and the goal is to for PhilHealth to cover as much as 35%, Mr. President. But we're only at 14% right now.
So that hopefully by next year, that will be the target, no? At least 35%.
Wait, the PhilHealth is... So PhilHealth is telling me that there's a different answer. So hold on.
So this one po kasi is total health expenditure. That's correct. This one is another one PSC. This is a hospitalization naman.
Okay. So earlier numbers I gave is total health expenditure.
This one is the hospitalization.
As in terms of hospitalization, for DOH hospitals, the coverage of PhilHealth currently, is this correct?
64%.
Is 64%, but the goal is 100. 100. So the support won't be coming from DOH, but directly from PhilHealth.
Forward.
Is that correct? Okay. So anyway, it's 64%, and the goal is 100% in basic accommodations. And then for the LGU hospitals, PhilHealth is currently paying 90%, Mr. President.
How about the private hospitals?
Kasama na yung PSC. For private LGU, it's 800.
Sa baba po. Maliit pa po. 36.
26.
Oo. So sa private, there's the private beds, they cover 26%, and for the ward beds, it's 36%.
For private hospitals.
So
Private hospitals yun, Mr. President.
That's the private hospitals.
Yes.
So can we say that hopefully by next year we will, since the Senate, through the intervention of this committee, has added so much, no, for PhilHealth for next year, can we expect that that PhilHealth will try to at least increase the participation, considering that we have added about 100 billion, including the 60 billion that we returned, so that sana naman maramdaman na ito ng ating makabayad. Of course, fellow health advocates like you would want to see the out-of-pocket expense of every Filipino to at least be lowered next year.
Yes, Mr. President, that will really happen with the benefit expansion package. Do I say it correctly? Yes. And then also the DRG, the diagnosis-related group, where, as I mentioned in one of the interpellations earlier, would be a shift from case rate to the DRGs, and that would have different rates, more rates compared to the case rate where it only has 2. Yeah, based on the complexity of the disease, and it will also include the social demographics of the patient, and like I said, the complication of the particular ailment of the patient.
And likewise, for the record, based on our Senate committee report, PhilHealth will receive a 113 billion subsidy for 2026. This is 60 billion pesos higher than the NEP recommended budget. But we all know that this 60 billion is actually PhilHealth's fund. But nevertheless, we health advocates in the Senate, including the sponsor, my co-authors in the UHCR here, this is the intervention that we had. No, we increased by almost 60 billion from what is recommended in the NEP. And I'm hoping that, sabi ko, siguro naman natuto na tayo and na hindi na gagawing savings ang pondong to, no? And we have that commitment from Dr. Mercado that this one, sabi ko, public funds, dapat to nararamdaman at ginagamit, hindi ginagawang savings tulad nung nakaraan. Do we have that commitment from Dr. Mercado and PhilHealth?
Yes, Mr. President. But just to add, as His Honor was saying, 60 billion was added in the GAB, in the House version, which the Senate also carried. But this representation was pushing for an additional 16 billion. Yung utang pa po dun sa kulang sa 60 billion. Kulang yon for that's the 2025 collection that should have been delivered in 2026. So yan pa rin ho ang standing appeal natin sa Finance Committee na i-consider sana ito, because the funding has been earmarked, has been collected. It is in the National Treasury, Mr. President. So there is no basis in law to deprive PhilHealth of that funding, because we created a law that would deliver that funding. So let the record show that His Honor Senator JV is nodding his head because siya nga ang author ng batas na to, nagsasabing ganyan ang collection natin. There is no ifs, there's no buts, there's no hindi nga when able because that amount is certified by law. So nandyan na yan. So anyway, I'm preaching to the choir, Mr. President, but we need to put it on record para sana may pag-asa pang masama.
I'd like to thank the sponsor, for really pushing for that. And tama kayo, that's earmarked. No reason for...
you cannot say that there's no funds, because the funds exist. And if it's in the national... It has been collected. So if it is in the National Treasury, does it mean it's going to be used for something else? There's no basis for it to be used for something else. And idagdag na rin natin, over the years, there's also the PAGCOR and the PCSO collection of 106 billion from 2019 to 2025 that has also been collected. And they are citing the phrase subject to accounting, budgeting, auditing. Gaano katagal ba kailangan ayusin yung accounting, budgeting, auditing para lang makuha ng PhilHealth kahit nasabi mong, o sige, sinecheck pa nila yung accounting auditing, di kahit kalahati, i-advance nyo na sana. So actually, Mr. President, pag nakolekto, almost 300 billion ang mapupunta sa PhilHealth. Sa akin, karapat-dapat lang na amount yon. The people will feel it after all the pain that the Filipinos have had to endure seeing the anomalies with these flood control projects, di ba? Pag nakita nila na, oh, talaga palang, pati nga yung LGU, pag pumunta ka sa LGU hospital, covered na, ito, may pagkukunan naman na pondo kasi it is already earmarked by law for PhilHealth, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, we thank the good sponsor and we fully support the push for additional subsidy for PhilHealth. Funding is crucial for the full implementation of UHC. In the first place, you are correct. Those are earmarked funds and that this came from sin taxes that have been collected already. Wala na rason para i-hold pa nila eh. It should be given at talagang dapat mapakanabangan na.
Actually, Mr. President, if I may add, because at the proper time in the committee amendment, I intend to raise this. Parang narinig ko, I'm not sure if it's from DOF Secretary, former Secretary, Secretary Ralph, or somebody else, no? Pero sabi, well, there's nothing that prevents the legislators from saying otherwise. First of all, I don't agree because the GAA is a general law. It cannot overturn a specific law like the sin tax law, the UHC law. But having said that, edi let us make our position clear that hindi naman tayo pumapayag na ganun yung nangyari at ibalik natin yung pondo. That is something we are capable of doing, Mr. President.
Yes, we will support you and we will work on that. No, we have
Thank
your
you.
fellow
Thank you.
health advocates are here on the floor right now. Mr. President, under the Universal Healthcare Law, every Filipino shall be granted immediate eligibility and access to mental health services. Now, I want to go to mental health because I feel, Mr. President, Madam Sponsor, that mental health issue is a clear and present danger affecting a lot of our people, especially the youth right now. Marami hong suicide cases na, depression, and a lot of mental health issues that need to be given attention, no? Especially in this day and age of social media, prone to yung cyberbullying, hate, tapos kung may mental health pa, that will increase the risk, no, of yung mga nagsisuicide, those going to depression, and they really need help. And I had the chance to meet the National Center for Mental Health, and I'm glad to know that we have programs, no, and in fact, there are mental health medicines that are being distributed. And also yung mga counseling, meron tayong hotline, but I feel that it lacks the information drive, no? Siguro kailangan, I think doon tayo nagkukulang because yung a few minutes na meron matawagan yung mga meron parang mental health problems would save lives. Siguro yung hotline, if the sponsor would be supportive, well, I would propose an increase in budget para ma-improve yung hotline kasi sabi sa mga sinusubukan daw nilang tawagan, even Kuya Kim, no, yung kanya anak daw sumubok, lagi daw busy. So siguro we can add more lines and more mga counsel, no, that can attend to yung mga and manpower, no, for the hotlines. If it's okay with the sponsor.
Yes, definitely, Mr. President. I need to get the confirmation from DOH that can you add hotlines? Yes, you can do that. In fact, if I may add, you can be very clear na, let's just say for the sake of argument that you already have 100 let's say professionals also, whether it's a psychologist, a doctor who will actually pick up that call. But there's nothing that prevents you from having a layman who has been trained to be the initial responder. You can train them to respond to these situations and then wait for you have a human being on the phone with you and talking you through it and say, I will get a professional for you in 20 minutes, but stay on the phone with me, etc., etc. Pwede naman natin gawin yun.
May peer support group na.
Okay, so but itong peer support group nyo, are they on the hotlines?
LGUs.
Kaya nga, I'm talking about the hotline kasi yun yung question ng ating senator.
I was also
the hotline. May peer group sila. They're pointing out to me that they have peer groups in the LGUs. I'm pointing out that you can make use of these peer groups or whoever else, right? You see my point? Okay, so clear tayo na para maging effective yung hotline, Mr. President. On that note also, we have increased their health promotion budget. For 2026, the health promotion budget is 261 million. And for me, Mr. President, since the cause, not of all, but of many mental health breakdowns, issues are online, then why don't you also have more professionals who are very good with communicating skills, who are comfortable, maraming ganun na, whether doctor yun or nurse yun, talking about it, what to do, how to access it on TikTok, kasi that's what depresses these people. So have somebody who will now step up and do the opposite. This is what you do. Let's do that. Can we see the results? Ako na, well, anyway, that's my personal opinion. That's not coming from them. That's my opinion. But do you agree? So when can we see this? By January, can we launch? Ang dami na, these are micro-influencers, ha? You don't even have to pay them. These are not like, these are not celebrity endorsers that will demand a high price. In fact, many of them, kung advocacy na nila yon, they will even do that for you for free. But you might as well pay them something because number one, you have a budget. Number two, hanap buhay din naman nila yon. So, there. Okay?
Yes,
if His
so
Honor agrees, yun na yun. If you want to
I
add
agree.
something.
Of course, kasi a few, that few minutes would matter. It may save lives. So, I was also told, sabi nga po nung National Center for Mental Health, some of their phones are even outdated. That's why I would like to propose na dagdagan natin. At least, if you can improve the communication lines, probably add some manpower, at least to be able to answer to those who are already seeking help.
Responded in the affirmative, Mr. President.
And likewise, there are medicines available, no? According to the National Center for Mental Health, for yung mga pang depression and other maintenance medicines. There is, Secretary Borsano is nodding his head, there is medicine available, but people do not know. Siguro yun lang ay probably improve the information campaign. Yung mga parang it's okay not to be okay, mga ganun ba? So that people would know that they can go to certain health facilities to get their maintenance medicines for mental health.
Actually, Mr. President, I know because I just saw this morning actually, I saw a very well done, I think it was a YouTube material coming from DOH on debunking all of these statements coming from different topic, my favorite topic, coming from the vaping community. So there was a female, I think she's a doctor, debunking all of their propaganda na it is not true. Ang ganda, simple lang, straight to the point. It is not true, yung sinasabi nilang healthier yan. It is not true, ganon. So it's on the DOH site. Ang sa akin, it has to also be on sites of micro-influencers. I don't know if that doctor has her own page and then i-share. Kasi kung DOH lang, the average person, even I, sorry to admit, I don't visit that site. And even if I visited it on purpose, I probably visit other sites more often that nawawala siya sa algorithm ko, hindi siya papasok. So you need these other influencers who literally nga influence the young people, the people who need to see it, to see that good piece of material that you were able to come out with.
Natutuwa rin tayo, no? Meron pala tayong 30 essential medicines for mental health patients na pwedeng i-avail ng mga ating mga kababayan na libre. So hindi alam to ng sayang kulang, no? So there are about 30 essential medicines for mental health that is available. So we just have to increase or improve our information campaign about this. Now I go to PhilHealth, no? PhilHealth benefit packages for mental health patients. Currently, the PhilHealth mental health package covers outpatient service 9,000 for general mental health service package and 16,000 for specialty mental health service package. We know that this is not enough considering the cost of therapy and maintenance medicines. I was told that cost of therapy is about 5,000 per session and ang minimum is about sana 2 sessions per month. So yung 9,000 bitin pa ng if probably PhilHealth can add a little para at least yung mabigay natin yung minimum na 2 consultations per month for those with mental health issues, no? Kasi 9,000 lang 5,000 per session. So 1,000 short lang. Baka PhilHealth can adjust, no, para at least ma-achieve natin yung 2 sessions per month for mental health patients. If that's okay with our PhilHealth head, Madam Sponsor.
I'm just checking on something before we respond, Mr. President, because based on the information I have, it says it covers 12 follow-up consultations. So I'm checking what does that mean, because, yeah, anyway, I'll get an answer in a sec. So, Mr. President, according to DOH and PhilHealth, if you go to a government hospital, the current amount allocated for mental health benefit package would already be 12 sessions would already be included. So that's really the benefit of going to a government hospital, Mr. President. Tama po kayo na pagpunta ka sa private, mas mahal yan. So maubos ka agad yung benefit mo, package mo. Pero if you go to government, kasya po daw po ito.
That's good to know. I think one of the problems also, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President, is the lack of psychologists. No? Mahaba daw yung pila. No? Although meron tayong 12 sessions, but the waiting is very long. So yun yung, I think that has to be addressed by DOH. The lack of our psychologists and mental health, those that will give counseling. No? Siguro, I hope that the DOH Secretary will take note of this on how we'll be able to at least address this pressing problem. And Mr. President, I would like to respectfully recommend to PhilHealth to revisit and update their costing for the mental health service package coverage to be more responsive, no, to the needs of their members. So,
Mr. President, can I just mention what are their plans considering the long wait time? So according to DOH, they can train family physicians and primary care physicians to respond, and then also by doing telehealth. So, but my question is, are you sure that this will be covered by, so like if you have a general health practitioner who is trained and works for a government hospital, pwede ba siyang ma-cover? But that is where I need PhilHealth. That is where I need PhilHealth to be creative in your intervention, because in fact you're already talking about a doctor. I mentioned family health or general practitioner. But I was about to say that if you really don't have any psychologist to offer, why can't they go to a group session? Is that not better than nothing? So if we're not able to think of these creative solutions, wala talaga. Mag-aantay talaga tayo ng siguro 3 budget pa yung i-sponsor ko ulit para until we get the funding. So we have to think creatively on how to address this. And I certainly hope you have better ideas than me, because I'm not a practitioner. I'm just a mother who has dealt with, issues all my life growing up. So, yun pala eh. So, according to Dr. Mercado, pwedeng nurses and midwives. So, they just have to go to that certification. So, maybe, Mr. President, we will ask PhilHealth and DOH to give us an update in January about these programs. Kasi can you imagine if in every province may mapupuntahan na, well, physically, kasi some need that physical human contact, di ba, with this group. Tingnan nyo yung success ng AA in the US, di ba? That is a peer group. That is a peer group. And I mean, I don't know how many of them actually go to a registered therapist outside of that peer group that has helped them cope through these problems. So, wala tayong choice but to think creatively. So anyway, just to put on record that President Mercado is nodding his head.
Yes, I think the DOH and PhilHealth has to be creative because, for your information, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President, there are only 2,614 registered psychologists in the country and 772 psychiatrists. So we really need to have yung pong yung manpower complement, yung force multiplier, yung mga nurses, midwives that can be trained at least to give initial yung mental health treatment or counseling. So with that, Madam Chair, Mr. President,
I just need to add this. You know, in Japan, one of the many solutions they have. Remember, they have a very low birth rate, so they now have a shortage of professionals across the board, not just health but everything. They now have rent a grandparent, and you rent a grandparent to spend the day with the grandparent for your mental health. You can go to the park, you can read a book, you can cook together, you can just sit down together. Rent a grandparent. Like, why can't we do something like that? I'm just saying we have to be creative. Yeah, so anyway, the Secretary was saying WHO has recognized the intergenerational support system, and that is also a indicator in the blue zones where people live longer, because the senior members of the family are not just interacting, but they feel like a valuable part of the family and the community. So we have to be able, and we have that already by nature. The Filipinos are like that. We don't put our elderlies in the homes. We keep them. So, but maybe we can let those who don't have a family borrow the grandparents. Anyway, Mr. President, you have the floor. Senator JV.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I appeal to this August body to include additional budget allocation for mental health programs in our priority. And I'm sure that the sponsor will be amenable to an amendment to increase the budget for the expansion of mental health crisis hotlines, including increase in manpower complement and additional budget for medicines under the Medicine Access Program under DOH.
Of course, Mr. President.
Last point on specialty centers. 2 years have passed since the enactment of the National Specialty Centers Act. This law envisions specialty centers in all DOH hospitals across all regions. We just like to ask DOH to provide a regional progress report which hospitals have already have operational specialty centers which are under construction or upgraded and which remain uninitiated. And I'm glad to report, Mr. President, Madam Sponsor, that because I go around a lot through my motorcycle, I have visited some of the specialty centers. And glad to report that, for example, Northern Mindanao in Cagayan de Oro, they are able to perform already open heart surgery. In PJ Garcia Medical Center in Nueva Ecija, they are already able to perform, while I was there, kidney transplant. And hopefully, yung Galyares, the big hospital in which we also funded in Bohol, will be operational soon. No, SecTed, when will it be operational? Soft opening. So I just want to get a progress report on which specialty centers are already operational, so that we can add additional budget probably for next year, no? So that yung our aim of having to establish specialty centers in strategic areas in the country would be realized. And I think the Senate's through the Senate's intervention, we have added quite a big amount of budget, no? From we increase from 2 billion, naging 4 billion, naging 6 billion pa. So we would like a progress report from DOH. I hope that the DOH can furnish us a copy of the status.
We'll provide. We will ask DOH to give us that. But for the raw numbers, it's I have here. So actually, we have 191 functioning specialty centers across the country, Mr. President.
SPS yung Caraga, yung wala pa kahit isa.
Although Caraga has none. Caraga. As to why, I don't know why.
Ito 00.
So the reason for that, if His Honor will recall, these specialty centers are attached, di ba, the law that we passed attaches it to regional hospitals because they already have that high level of training. Pero dito sa Caraga, walang ganon. They only have a Butuan City General Hospital. So walang makabitan yan na hindi sila qualified yet. So maybe we can also ask them to give us a report on how to upgrade to get them to the point where they can attach a specialty center. Okay. All right.
Yes, Mr. President, last point, I talked to Secretary Orbosa, in order to decongest our Apex hospitals, yung mga, I'm hoping that we can also help yung po mga provincial hospitals, at least yung to tend to the secondary or yung mga private and secondary. Total, meron tayong sobrang budget from the flood control will be used for construction and the improvement of hospitals. So, there are certain hospitals, yung mga in the centers, mga Laguna that need help, very populated, but the hospitals really need, napuntahan ko talagang kulang, humingi na tulong si GovSol, Quezon Medical, but under Gov Helentan, she really has meron zero balance billing sir. That's worth helping, because they are really populated. So I would just like to propose that and ask DOH for the support. Anyway, we will try to through the Senate's intervention, we will support this hospital at least to help decongest our Apex hospitals. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. President. We already have 1 billion added for LGU hospitals, pero that's not enough to cover all the LGU hospitals. We know that, Mr. President.
With that, Mr. President, I finished my interpellation. And next to interpellate is our Deputy Majority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Senator Risa Ontiveros is recognized.
Salamat, Mr. President. Magandang gabi po, Madam Sponsor. Natanong ko na po sa inyo nung nakaraang plenary yung mga tanong ko tungkol sa PhilHealth at maraming salamat muli sa PhilHealth para sa mga sagot noon. So, tapusin ko na lang, Madam Chair, yung mga tanong ko para sa DOH. So, una po, tungkol sa zero balance billing at saka medical assistance for indigent and financially incapacitated patients, MAIFIP funds. So, ZBB is a core aspiration of the Universal Healthcare Law. Yet, in practice, its implementation remains inconsistent. So, una po, Madam Chair, pwede po bang i-clarify ng DOH ano eksakto ang covered sa ilalim ng ZBB at paano ito pinopondohan?
So, Mr. President, the zero balance billing will be applied to anyone who is accommodated in a basic accommodation or ward and in a DOH hospital. Yun lang ang conditions. So, as long as dyan ka pumasok, basic or ward, so hindi pwede ang private, and then DOH hospital, you would be covered by the zero balance billing. And as inquired earlier by Senator JV or Senator Joel, I can't remember now who, it's everything. They will really cover everything.
At paano po ito pinopondohan, Madam Chair?
30% PhilHealth, another 30% yung MAIPIP, and the rest is the MOE. 40% the MOE and PS that we get in the
Of MOE of DOH. So, Mr. President, more or less, 30% is from PhilHealth, 30% is from MAIFIP, and 30% and around 40% is from the MOE that DOH or the DOH hospitals receive, Mr. President.
Salamat, Madam Chair. Siguro yung huling percentage na yon ang gusto kong iwan na punto, leaving this first question na nakakabahala, Madam Chair, kung kinakain ng ZBB ang operating income o subsidies ng public hospitals, lalo na kung ang mga pondong ito ay nakalaan para sa kanilang hospital development plans. So just to put that on the record, Madam Chair, para sa patuloy nating pag-improve sa pagpapatupad natin or ng DOH rather ng universal healthcare law at pagpapatupad din ng universal healthcare system. Kasi otherwise parang
So,
ang tawag mo doon, parang nakakain niya yung
no,
sarili
actually,
niyang
those are different items, Mr.
Yes.
President. The hospital development would fall under capital outlay.
Okay.
So they have a budget for capital outlay. They cannot touch that for zero balance billing.
Okay. Good to know, Madam Chair. Salamat para sa reassurance na iyan. So, okay. So 30% from PhilHealth. Okay. Observation lang, Madam Chair, na 30% para sa ZBB mula sa PhilHealth, samantalang 14% ang sabing benefit delivery rate. So may catch up na kailangan gawin din. Hindi ko nababalikan yung mga tanong ko sa PhilHealth, but let me leave this observation here. And again, para moving forward, yung improve natin yung implementation, hindi lang ng Universal Healthcare Law in general, pero yung operations ng PhilHealth in particular. So, pangalawa, Madam Chair, pwede po bang mag-respond ang DOH dito? Bakit walang ZBB sa lahat ng ospital? Gayong may tinakdang ratio sa UHC law for basic or ward nga accommodations, 90-70-10 for public, specialty at saka private hospitals. At gaya ng napaulat, ano ang plano ng DOH para sa mga probinsyang walang DOH retained hospitals, kumbaga walang primary na pagdadaluyan ng ZBB? May MOA ba sa LGU run or private hospitals, Madam Chair?
Mr. President, yan din yung tanong ng mga mayor. Kasi nung in-announce ni Presidente yung zero balance, lahat ng mayor, concerned sila. Kasi syempre gusto rin nilang makadeliver, pero wala naman silang matatanggap na additional support to be able to do that. And then later on, it was clarified that for now, the zero balance billing is only available in the DOH hospital. So tama ang concern that you have raised, that paano naman itong mga LGU. And I always raise it because I'm also very much invested in the LGUs. I often have talks with my sister-in-law who is a mayor, and they also want to be able to do zero balance billing. So what we did was the subcommittee recommended additional funding for zero balance billing in LGU hospitals as a pilot project for DOH to start. And then hopefully by next year, we can increase the support that we give them. But also, I will go back to what I have been talking about for quite some time, which is the funding that is available through the syntax collection that is already rightfully belonging to PhilHealth, then the PCSO and the PAGCOR collection, and then the backlog, yung hindi na ibigay, hindi na i-deliver since we passed the law, since we passed the syntax law 2023 to 2026, kasi may mga kulang. For example, itong binalik sa GAB at Kineri ng Senate na 60 billion yung kinuha sa savings, sa unused portion ng PhilHealth. Kulang yun eh. May 16 billion pa dapat nakasama doon. So every year, that was 2023, every year before that, may kulang din. That's why the total of those three items, syntax, and then PCSO and PAGCOR, and then the 60 billion, the total is almost 300 billion.
And I'm very glad, Madam Chair, na dun pa lang sa unang plenary natin sa mga budget ng DOH and PhilHealth, medyo malawak na po at napakalakas yung intention po natin na siguruhing ang perang utang sa PhilHealth ay ibalik sa kanya. Ang perang naka-earmark sa kanya mula sa mga GOCCs ay mapunta sa kanya at yung kulang sa GAB taon-taon ay ibigay sa kanya para lalong mapaganda ang serbisyo niya sa mga PhilHealth members. Salamat para dyan, Madam Chair. Yung pong dagdag na funding na nirekomenda ng subcommittee para sa LGU hospitals para mapadaloy din sa kanila yung ZBB, mako-cover ba yan ng isang MOA or marereplicate ba ng DOH yan sa iba pang mga LGU run at private hospitals sa pamamagitan ng isang MOA?
Mr. President, as we mentioned, it is a pilot.
Yes.
So whether they cover it by a MOA or there's guidelines that will apply to all, madali naman din i-settle kung papaano yung process na yon. I wouldn't know if it would require a MOA per hospital or just guidelines because the use of the fund may be standard across all LGU hospitals. So when they launch that pilot, I'm sure they will come up with the necessary documentation to clarify the obligations of the LGU in disbursing the zero balance funds to cover the zero balance billing.
Maraming salamat, Madam Chair. Siguro ang importante lang ay yung prinsipyo na whether may particular na klase ng ospital sa isang locality, dapat laging namumuno ang DOH kasama ng mga stakeholders niya doon na gawing available yung ZBB. Kumbaga kung yung shell na DOH run hospital ay hindi pa present sa lokal na iyon, basta through any creative means at sa suporta natin dito sa Kongreso, make available those basic or ward accommodations kung saan pwedeng pakinabangan yung ZBB. So, pwede po bang i-confirm ng good share kung yung DOH ay naglalobby para sa isang special provision na nakatali sa utilization ng MAIFIP fund? Tama po ba na 20% ng MAIFIP ay gagamitin sa catastrophic expenses at yung balancing 80% ay allotted sa ZBB implementation sa LGU at private hospitals? Kung confirmed po iyan, kung tama po, ano po yung basis nitong panukala ng DOH, Madam Chair?
Yeah. So, Mr. President, DOH had proposed an allocation for MAIFIP, but this was not approved by the Finance Committee. What we have instead is a proposal that came from the subcommittee, which is the use of the amount appropriated, the 1 billion, for the implementation of the DOH zero balance billing in local government units. And that the necessary guidelines for the proper implementation would govern the implementation of the program, Mr. President.
Salamat, Madam Chair. So wala pong 20% ng MAIFIP para sa
Po yun.
catastrophic
Well, hindi yan
at
na-approve,
80%
Mr. President.
dahil hindi na-aprubahan. Alright, salamat po, Madam Chair. Salamat sa ganong reassurance dahil bagamat kinikilala ko yung intent ng DOH sa original na proposal niya, restricting most of the MAIFIP fund to support ZBB may have unintentionally excluded large portions of the population. As it stands, MAIFIP serves a specific purpose as a stopgap measure to reduce out-of-pocket expenses and should indeed continue to be treated as government's third way of financing UHC. So, salamat sa komite na nag-reconsider no, dito sa pag-redesign ng intent at purpose ng MAIFIP through a special provision. And most urgently, Madam Chair, related to the previous manifestation, saan at kanino pwedeng magsumbong o humingi ng tulong ang mga pasyenteng hindi na-cover ng ZBB dahil man sa limitadong bed capacity, stock out o iba pang dahilan, Madam Chair?
Magandang ang tanong yun, ano? Kung hindi ka matanggap sa basic accommodation, hindi dahil
whatever
sa
reason.
gusto mong dun sa private, pero wala, paano nga naman yung ganun, ano? But, so ang sumbungan po is sa 888, the presidential hotline.
Presidential hotline?
Yes po.
Oh, wow. So, OP pang, wala po bang lower level sa DOH level, Madam Chair, na sumbungan or hingian ng tulong?
Meron naman din pong hotline ng DOH, pero kung sumbungan, baka napakarami hong magsumbong, mas yung capacity daw ng 888 is higher.
I see.
To receive all the complaints.
Okay. Salamat, Madam Chair. Nakakabigla lang kasi I'm sure bukod sa DOH, baka maraming ibang sumbungan kaugnay ng ibang mga departments dun sa presidential hotline na yon. I suppose may internal mechanism doon na mula presidential
Meron
hotline
daw. Yes. I'm
i-delegate sa DOH.
guessing,
Opo.
Mr. President, it's like 911. You can call it for any emergency.
Okay.
I'm just guessing na ganon kasi yung capacity nun to receive
Right.
multiple calls at the same time is high. So I think that's the reason why doon nila dinedirect yung question sa 888.
Salamat, Madam Chair. So, ilang budget concerns mula sa mga advocates?
Yung mga nasa
Yes, Madam Chair.
probinsya, pwede din naman silang mag-complain dun sa regional hospital. Normally may mga poster diyan kung saan magko-complain, pero sabi ni Secretary sa director mismo pwedeng mag-complain.
Alright, well noted, Madam Chair. Maganda rin kung may papel yung mga regional hospitals natin under UHC para sa ganitong napaka-importanting mechanism tulad ng ZBB. And in a way, kasi parang siya yung big brother o sister, no, sa mga DOH-run hospitals at pangunahing daluyan din ng ZBB. So, ilang budget concerns nga po mula sa mga advocates. Una, tungkol sa Public Health Emergency Allowance. So the Health Emergency Allowance, or HEA, was mandated as a form of compensation to healthcare workers who served during the COVID-19 pandemic. Despite multiple allocations and disbursements since 2024, the payment process has been delayed, inconsistent, and or fraught with logistical and bureaucratic challenges. So una po, pwede po bang makakuha ng confirmation kung itong mga figures na babanggitin ko ay tama or pahingi po ng updated information. So tama po ba na yung initial total requirement ay 103.5 billion pesos? Ang amount paid as of January 2025 ay 99.3 billion pesos. Ang balance as of June 2025 ay 4.2 billion pesos plus 8.1 billion pesos in new and appealed claims. At huli, tama po ba na yung remaining challenge ay 8.1 billion pesos in validated or appealed claims still unpaid due to vetoed budget items or lack of appropriation, Madam Chair?
It is only partially correct, Mr. President.
Okay po.
It is true that the deficit was 8.1 billion. However, DBM released 6.7 billion. So the remaining balance is 1.4 billion.
Alright. So, at tama po yung naunang figures ng initial total requirement saka amount paid as of January this year, Madam Chair.
So, Mr. President, just to further update, from the balance of 1.4 billion, it is now only 709 million because, and the reason for that is, naglalabas naman si DBM ng pondo. When I checked, at the time we had our hearing, DBM was in the process of releasing. That's why we did not make any recommendation because we were of the view that talagang maglalabas naman siya, na naglabas naman. Kaya lang, at least na iwan yung 1.4 and then we're happy to note na nabawasan pa and 709 na lang ang kulang ngayon, Mr. President.
At least malaking, palagay ko, Madam Chair, malayong progress na yan mula
Yes.
dun sa orig na 103.5
Yes.
billion, ngayon 709 million. So, pwede po bang i-certify ng DOH na yung halaga sa post-deadline appeals ay fully validated, na wala nang further claims na tatanggapin? At kung ganon, anong concrete measures ang magsisiguro na yung mga ospital at yung mga LGUs ay ire-release yung downloaded HEA funds sa lahat ng natitira pang unpaid healthcare workers, Madam Chair?
Okay. Mr. President, the validation of the 709 million is ongoing, but the deadline for this was October 2024.
All right. So definitely as of now, no
Kasi
further claims to be
From what I
accepted.
know, Mr. President, nakailang extension na rin tayo dyan. Tatlo, to be specific, tatlo.
Okay po. And then, gayon pa man, so anong concrete measures ang magsisiguro na yung mga ospital at yung mga LGUs ire-release po yung mga downloaded HEA funds sa mga natitira pang unpaid healthcare workers?
Yun yung bagong mga balance na binigay ng DBM, siguro pwede na nilang i-follow up din kasi dina-download yan sa mga ospital. So yun nga, kung hindi pa nila, kailan ba expected na ma-receive yan?
Nabigay na ma'am, ito na yung disbursement rate. 77% na yung 6 billion. Yung pinakauli.
Okay, so they've already disbursed 77% of the 6.7 billion, the last tranche.
Okay. So, 23% na lamang po nung 6.7B na yon, Madam Chair, and then yung balance na lang na ngayon ay 709 million. Okay po. At huli tungkol sa paksang ito, Madam Chair, magko-commit po ba ang DOH sa isang final 2026 GAA appropriation para i-fully settle lahat ng validated HEA claims? At magko-commit ba ang department na mag-issue ng joint order na magseset ng final payout timeline, magko-confirm ng eligibility, at formal na isasara yung HEA program, Madam Chair?
There's been a request for a special audit, Mr. President, because the deadline set was already October 2024.
Opo. So ibig sabihin, kahit lahat ng claims ay validated na, is a special audit pa?
All the disbursement has to be audited, Mr. President.
All right po. At pagkatapos ng special audit na yon, magiging posible na ba yung joint order tungkol sa final payout timeline, eligibility at pagsara ng HEA program, Madam Chair?
It depends on the findings, Mr. President.
Depends on the findings. Okay, I guess that's fair enough, Madam Chair. Nga lang dahil nakapagtatlong extension na, siguro there has to be a point in time na magkikwentas klaras na ang DOH sa mga healthcare workers, di po ba? At isasara na yung libro with full justice to the healthcare workers sa serbisyong ibinigay nila sa ating lahat. Kalahating dekada na ang nakalilipas, Madam Chair.
That is correct, Mr. President.
Salamat, Madam Chair. Tungkol naman po sa Bureau of Quarantine, the BOQ, in charge of our public and border health security, requested augmentation from the DOH, 90 million pesos for salaries of contract of service employees and 37.64 million pesos for capital outlay expenditures. Halimbawa, vector control, essential medical equipment, ICT infrastructure at service vehicles. Pwede po bang tanungin ng DOH, ano yung desisyon ng Secretary kaugnay nitong mga requests? At i-consider ba ng komite na pag-aralan yung BOQ proposal na palakasin yung functional capacity nila, yung field readiness at institutional resilience nila, Madam Chair?
So, Mr. President, the DBM has allowed the DOH to access some the retained revenue, the retained income of BOQ, but only up to a certain amount. So they're still lacking in funding to be able to fund the JOs, is that correct? Or the plantilla positions, the increased plantilla positions that are needed. So the subcommittee has actually proposed to increase their MOOE in the amount that was requested, which is 73.88 million. However, the Finance Committee was not able to accommodate this.
I see. So, dun sa total na 127 na ni-request para sa salaries at saka capital outlay, magkano po ang na-access ng DOH sa retained revenue ng BOQ?
Yung automatic appropriation, Mr. President, is 250 million, 250 million, 0.6.
So, more than double mako-cover sana yung 127 na hiningi nila. Almost double, rather.
But
Madam Chair.
that is not enough, Mr. President. They still need more funding because there are so many new access points that are opening.
Okay po. Pero ibig kong sabihin, apparently, hindi hiningian ng BOQ ang lahat ng halaga na kailangan para sa lahat ng access points kasi 90M lang plus 37M ang ni-request. Ang hiningi nilang augmentation na kayang-kaya sanang sagutin ng 250M na automatic appropriation.
That's the automatic appropriation, the
Apo.
one I mentioned.
Yes.
So apart from that, they also requested extra.
All right. And of the extra on top of the automatic appro na
Ito po yung sinuportahan natin.
Yes.
Na 73.88
Yes,
million.
pero hindi
The
inaprubahan
subcommittee supported it, but our finance committee was not able to accommodate it.
I see. Any chance po there will be a reconsideration bago natin i-approve on second reading ito, Madam Chair?
Tayo po, well, of course, because I'm handling the health budget, like si Senator JV has some request for funding for, I believe, mental health.
Yes.
Mental health and cancer. I'm not sure if it's one or both, but we wrote it down. We're happy to recommend this. Again, to the committee. If we have the support of the body, then perhaps it would be supported. We don't know. It's out of our hands.
All right, Madam Chair. Fair enough po. Sige, pag-aaralan din po ng representasyong ito and then makikipag-ugnayan ako sa Chair tungkol dito.
Thank you.
Salamat, Madam Chair. Atras lang para sa isang follow-up question, kaugnay nung health emergency allowance. May unprogrammed appropriation ba sa GAB para sa FEBA, yung Public Health Emergency Benefits and Allowances, for as standby funds kung sakaling, pero huwag naman sana, may bagong public health emergencies, Madam Chair?
So there was an amount in the unprogrammed funds under the NEP. But then when it got to the House, they removed it because there was information that DBM released funding. So they removed it. But I don't know, maybe because it's a moving amount, that it was discovered that amount that was given by DBM wasn't enough.
I see. Although, gaya ng sinabi nyo kanina, Madam Chair, at least naibaba yung balance
Malaki
ng
naman ang
utang
naibaba.
to 709 million.
Correct. That's
Nga
correct,
lang,
Mr.
hindi na
President.
nakapaglaan ng standby fund para sa yung
Yes.
inaasahan natin hindi mangyayaring mga bagong public health emergencies. All right. Salamat, Madam Chair. Tungkol naman po sa RPRH implementation, despite the RPRH law and the UHC law, millions of Filipino women, especially poorer and less educated women or less schooled women, still lack access to modern family planning. Unmet need remains high. Many pregnancies are mistimed or unwanted. Contraceptive availability is inconsistent and financial barriers persist. Adolescents face rising SRH risks, including increasing early pregnancies, higher STI, HIV incidence, and extremely low HPV vaccination rates. Youth also support access to contraception in government facilities. So, paano po sisiguruhin ng DOH at PhilHealth ang reliable, affordable, at widespread access sa modern family planning at SRH services, lalo na para sa mga mahihirap na kababaihan at kabataan, given yung persistent shortages, high unmet need, at rising teen pregnancies at STIs, Madam Chair?
Mr. President, we're told that the reason for the unavailability of the commodities, the family planning commodities, is due to delayed procurement and also delayed distribution. Of course, as far as this representation is concerned, and I'm sure our colleague will agree, that's not acceptable, no? Because at the end of the day, we know that the women and their family and their partners need this urgently.
Apo, talaga.
So mahirap po itong ganito kasi yung isang reason for delayed distribution is due to limiting testing capacity of FDA. Kaya babalik ako because earlier when we had other colleagues interpolating on FDA's delays in all their responses, no, in all the delivery of their task, we know that one of the reason is shortage of manpower, the availability of funding, but they can only access more funding if they submit their 5-year development plan. And so they say that they will be submitting it by December. So
Next
if they
month.
do this, sana kasama to sa ma-address kasi one of the causes delayed is attributed to FDA's failure to test these commodities, including condom leakage tests.
Yes, Madam Chair. And I hope dito sa pagsagot nila ng mga dahilan ng mga problema, ang kapatid o kakambal nun ay yung intensyon na i-address itong mga problema by way of
Exactly.
ensuring the
Yes.
implementation of the RPRH law for women and young Filipinos.
We'll ask, because earlier the Deputy Director of FDA was present. The FDA Director is not here, but the Deputy was here. And we also want to get the assurance that they will take this matter urgently, deal with it urgently. Kasi yung testing of again, I'll go back also though, maybe Secretary can help me out or anyone from FDA. Akala ko ba yung ano natin, yung registration ng products are based on paper, this is documentation. So if it's already a product that has been cleared in countries with mature regulatory agencies, we don't do testing anymore. So bakit napunta yung dahilan dito na condom leak test?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Or are we buying supplies from China or somewhere that's not known, not have a high standard? The regulatory agency doesn't have a high standard.
And in any case, Madam Chair, at least taon-taon, kahit sa budget plenaries, pinag-uusapan natin ito. So it signals clearly, consistently sa DOH at PhilHealth na abiding concern natin ito, na napupondohan ito taon-taon so that may resources ang UHC system natin na patuloy na tugunan yung reproductive health needs ng ating populasyon, Madam Chair. At huli sa paksang ito, Madam Chair, anong mga...
Mr. President,
Yes,
I
Madam
want
Chair.
the record to show na nagkakamot ako ng ulo. Kasi napapagod ako sa mga sagot na naririnig ko. Hindi ko alam kung bakit pa kailangan itest kasi kung nanggagaling naman yan sa reputable source from a country that has a mature regulatory agency, hindi naman kailangan mag-test. Oh, so ba't kailangan mag-test? Ano bang product yun? Anong brand yung tinitest nyo na kailangan pang itest?
Perhaps we could also ask them to submit this concern in writing, Madam Chair, at pwede pong tignan din ng Senate Committee on Health.
Yes, we will do that. Anyway, don't want to
Salamat,
waste
Madam
our
Chair.
time because the night is late, but I hope to get an answer within the evening, but we'll also ask it in writing because it is a concern that we both share, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, Madam Chair. At huli sa paksang ito, anong mga konkretong programa at budget commitments para sa 2026 ang iiimplementa ng DOH at PhilHealth kasama sa mga eskwelahan, barangay health centers para palawakin yung contraceptive availability, palakasin yung adolescent SRH services at i-address yung mga barriers tulad ng gastos, facility access at consent para sa mga minors, Madam Chair.
Meron pong document ang Disease Prevention and Control Bureau ng DOH on Adolescent Health Program. We can give Her Honor a copy, but just to highlight, they have 963 LGUs with at least one certified AFHF, that is the Adolescent Friendly Health Facility. They have 18 highly urbanized cities with 100% of all their health facilities that are adolescent friendly, and so on and so forth. They have Adolescent Job Aid 2.0 Skill Enhancement Training. This is the National Training of Trainers. Yun, so na-roll out na yan in all 16 regions. And then they have the Accelerated and Integrated Management Guidelines for Healthy Adolescents and Young Ones. The A+ idea, which is an official social and behavioral communication platform, Adolescent Health Learning Exchange, and the Comprehensive Action Plan in Adolescent Pregnancy Prevention, as with DOH as the lead agency. So we can give this to Her Honor, and then if she has further questions, we can ask the DOH to provide us with more details.
Maraming salamat, Madam Chair. Highly appreciated. So huling tanong ko na lang po para ngayong gabi, Madam Chair, tungkol sa UNAIDS country office request para sa assistance. Last September, I filed a Senate resolution urging the DFA and DOH to extend support to the UNAIDS country office to sustain its operations and strengthen the implementation of the Philippines' HIV and AIDS response. The Secretary of Health is fully aware of the situation. The country office has been reduced to a single staff member, limiting its ability to effectively support stakeholders in implementing a coordinated and impactful response. The UNAIDS Executive Director requested 22 million pesos annually from the Philippine government through the DOH until such time that international funding is stabilized. So, pwede po bang makakuha ng confirmation mula sa DOH kung bakit tumanggi silang mag-provide ng technical assistance sa UNAIDS? At kung pwede silang mag-commit sa ganong suporta sa fiscal year 2026 at hanggang hindi na yon kailangan, halimbawa para sa 3 taon pa, Madam Chair.
Actually, Mr. President, the request for assistance is to support 5 individuals that work for UNAIDS. So hindi ma-accommodate, DOH cannot accommodate it because by nature we cannot just give funding to an international agency for their staffing requirements. But DOH is more than happy to work with the individuals. They're willing to hire them actually as DOH employees. Kasi are these Filipinos? Yeah, Filipinos. Mga Pilipino naman kasi to. Pero they are hired by UNAIDS at 22 million for 5 people. So medyo iba yata yung salary, medyo malayo yata sa sa budget ng DOH, pero support naman sila dun sa objective na mabigyan ng trabaho itong mga nawalan ng trabaho, support dun sa trabahong ginagawa nila, pero hindi sa paraan ng pagbigay ng 22 million sa UNAIDS, Mr. President.
I see, Madam Chair. No, I understand kailangan namang mag-operate ang bawat department ng ating gobyerno sa
Within
sa
their
ating
means.
sariling,
Yes.
opo, at saka sa sarili din nating rules.
Yes.
Pero baka pumwedeng maghanap ng ibang proper na paraan ang Department of Health and actually ang DFA din kasi pareho ko silang in-address dun sa resolution na masustain lang ng UNAIDS Country Office yung operations nila. Kasi sila rin ay tumutulong sa gobyerno natin para palakasin yung implementation ng ating HIV and AIDS response. In fact, technical assistance ang term na ginamit sa assistance na hinihingi. Hindi ko alam na 5 staff lang ang susuportahan ng 22 million annually. Pero baka pwedeng one more try ang DOH at kung kaya nilang tanungin ang DFA kung pwede rin silang one more try. And additionally, Madam Chair, dahil yung resolution ko ay referred sa Finance Committee, I hope that our Chair could help also try to find ways to commit and support the UNAIDS Country Office as part of our international commitment to the Sustainable Development Goal on HIV and AIDS, Madam Chair.
This representation would like to offer full support for the programs
Salamat, Madam
that were initiated or that are being supported by UNAIDS. Pero medyo mahirap po yung hinihingi nila it might be violative of our own rules. As Her Honor says, our government has our own rules. Kasi yung sabi niyong technical, it's staffing, Mr. President. And I don't know this from as personal information. It is the information provided to me by DOH. So if it's staffing, hindi ho ako pwede mag-appeal sa kanila kasi naiintindihan ko po yung limitations nila. Unless there is some miscommunication or some lack of information there, I have to be, I do support that position that di sila makapag-provide ng 22 million for staffing. Pero the programs, we can. Her Honor can move to add budget to our AIDS Council and anything else that Her Honor deems necessary. And I would be happy to support it. Pero yun yung means natin, hindi yung staffing needs ng isang international organization. Tsaka binanggit din ni Secretary na we have international commitment fund and hindi kasama ito eh. I don't know kung they will appeal na masama yan for next year kasi it has to be budgeted through the NEP.
Yes. Well, yun, Madam Chair, certainly, gaya ng nasabi ko kanina, of course, we always must follow our rules. Iwan ko na lang sa huling appeal ngayong gabi, kung pwedeng tignan, bigyan lang ng second look ng DOH kung paano properly posibleng mag-partner with the UNAIDS Country Office sa usaping iyan ng technical assistance. So iwan ko na lang muna sa ganon for now,
For the
Madam
record,
Chair.
tinititigan ni Secretary yung briefer para maka-third, fourth, and fifth look pa siya.
Ay,
Kasi
wonderful. Salamat,
nakikinig
Madam
naman
Chair.
siya sa concern.
Or can the DOH absorb the work being done by UNAIDS, Madam Chair?
Mr. President, sinabi na po ni Secretary kanina, na-relay ko na willing talaga sila to absorb these employees. Pero on terms that are also within the budget of DOH and all their other hardworking staff also, Mr. President.
Yes, Madam Chair. Maraming salamat para doon at kay Secretary din. So, bilang pagsara, Madam Chair, Mr. President, Madam Chair, colleagues, today's discussion reminds us of a simple truth. Universal healthcare is not a slogan, it's a promise. And the promise is only as real as the resources we commit to fulfill it. PhilHealth cannot protect our people if government should refuse to meet its obligations. Hospitals cannot serve if we drain their capacities. Our communities cannot thrive if we should leave the most vulnerable to fend for themselves. So my appeal is clear. Let us correct the shortfalls, restore what was withheld, and invest boldly in the health and dignity of every Filipino. Dahil walang Pilipinong dapat mapabayaan. Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President, para sa
Thank you.
oras na ito.
Thank you, Senator Risa, for all your questions and concerns for the health budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Risa. May pakiusap lang, baka pwedeng wag ka muna umalis at magma-majority leader ka.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
last to interpolate is our minority leader, Senator Alan Cayetano. We'll just wait for him to come up.
Senator Alan.
A minute suspension, please. 1 minute suspension.
Session is suspended.
Again, Mr. President, last to interpolate is our Minority Leader, Senator Alan Cayetano. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Alan Peter Cayetano is recognized. This is of the record. There is an appeal from the Secretariat. Baka raw pwedeng sa bahay na lang kayo mag-usap na magkapatid.
Mr. President.
That's off the record. Anyway, levity aside, kindly proceed, Senator Alan.
Mr. President, it's a very good suggestion, except that sa bahay, ate ko siya, so hindi ko pwedeng takutin sa quorum. Pangalawa ho, si Secretary, pag dito, nangangako. Pag sa labas ng Senate, hindi. Eh, hindi naman tinutupad ang pangako. So at least dito, napapangakuan man lang tayo. So Mr. President, good evening sa inyo. Thank you for
Please
your
proceed.
patience. So pangalawang gabi ko na po ata to, pero pound for pound kay Senator Coco, mas maikli naman po so far. Hindi pero grabe naman, ang ganda naman ng performance niya. No? Senator Pia, Madam Chair, may I ask a few questions, please?
Of course.
I will limit my questions to 2 questions para makauwi ng maaga. 2 questions to you, then the rest kay Secretary na.
So ako lang ang makakauwi, hindi yung presiding officer, hindi yung majority floor leader, at hindi yung staff. Ako lang pala yung pauuwiin. Maraming salamat. Mahal talaga ako ng kapatid ko eh.
Hindi kasi napapagalitan mo ako sila hindi. So, no, first, I know this is something close to your heart, but I've been grappling with it also. Whether you talk about the markets, whether you talk about labor, whether you talk about yung call centers, business, movies, even in church, health, pinag-uusapan parating AI. So may I know both your personal opinion and the opinion of the DOH regarding AI and will they be leveraging that? Do they have a plan? Did they put money in their budget for that? I was just one comment. Parang 2-3 years ago, ang Minister of Education ng Singapore was saying something about AI in grade 2 to grade 4 in Singapore. So parang, is this another technology shift na maiiwan ng Pilipinas? And if yes, sana hindi sa health side, no?
So first, I'll start with the answer of DOH, Mr. President. According to the Secretary, the agenda of our President for the ASEAN chairship is actually on AI. So the Secretary will be doing a agenda for AI in healthcare. In the meantime, according to the Secretary, they have an agreement for data centers to be built by the UAE using the UAE Sovereign Wealth Fund, and that 100 megawatts may be needed and would be dedicated to DOH. And then the Secretary further says that DICT is helping them with on the procurement of the different commodities, no? The supply chain, etc. And what the Secretary said is, his exact words were, ang daming applications of AI in healthcare, and DICT is helping them with this. So I will now also share my particular insight on it the same way I have when our Deputy Majority Floor Leader also made her comments on certain health issues, when the presiding officer, Senator JV, also gave his concerns on certain issues. So I also have insight to share with His Honor because the question was brought about by His Honor and with DOH. I agree with the Secretary that there's going to be hundreds and thousands of applications out there for AI, for all government. And all of these companies offering this, 99% of them are trying to make money. I think we can all agree on that. They're going to tell you this is the best, then the next person will come to you, obsolete na yan, this is the best. And they're all in the billions. If you look at the request for budget of all our agencies on IT, they're so high because supposedly outdated na kaagad, so kailangan ng bago. So given yon, there's so much out there. So my question is, how do we determine what are the best health applications out there using AI? How? How do we determine? How would the ICT even know that? That is also my concern kasi when I was chatting with my staff, we all say, oh, let's ask the ICT. Expert ba si DICT sa health applications? Hindi. The expert would be you. They can only comment and say, well, ito limitation ng what do you call this? Ito limitations niyan from a technical side, but as to what it can deliver for you, they cannot tell you that. The ICT cannot tell you that. So what I want to bring up is, some time ago, I brought to the attention of DOH that there is a non-profit organization which is accredited by, they work hand in hand with WHO. It is the Global Agency for Responsible AI in Health. And it is a non-profit organization focused on expanding countries' capacity to regulate artificial intelligence in health. I was so impressed when I heard about this because me as a health advocate and as an education advocate, I'm dumbfounded by all these tools available. Like I wouldn't even begin to know how to process those tools, how truthful they are in their commitments to be able to give us, to be like if this AI says, purchase this and I can promise you it can scan and tell you what are all the illnesses. Talaga, kaya ba niyang gawin yan? What do I know? And how would even a good doctor know how accurate those promises are? But this agent, this regulatory body will be the repository of all these AIs, all these applications coming from all over the world, because their member countries will commit also to submit so that they can access all the different AIs available out there and then can just simply recommend to the countries that this is what we found, this one has such bad reviews in this country, and so on and so forth. For the life of me, I don't understand why we would not be interested in this, because up to now, DOH has not acted upon this offer that was given to us. And member countries like Singapore, Spain, Brazil, New Zealand, Sri Lanka, Vietnam, Indonesia have all signed up with them. So for me, not knowing anything about these AIs, I don't know why we have not been able to do that. So I mentioned that because I am the chairperson of the Committee on Sustainable Development Goals, Innovation, and Futures Thinking. And I don't have the ability to do this, but apparently there is a regulatory body that can do that. So,
well, for the record, I like your answer. For the record, I like your answer better. In fact, I was expecting that some of the answers to some of the questions of all agencies in this budget hearing will be may AI, we're studying it, papunta doon. So like when you talked about inventory and the vaccines and the warehousing, ang sagot kanina was may app or may yung magdi-digital na and everything, di ba?
Opposed to pen and paper, digitalized na.
Yes, but that was saying nga yung i-digitalize na 10 years ago yun I-AI na ngayon And
exactly.
I learned this from Secretary Tugade. He was telling me, Alan, whether digital or manual, may science, kasi he was in logistics So sabi niya, may science yan how the warehouse is set up, etc. And the judicial just makes it easier. It doesn't fix the system, but I'll go to that later. I think in the next few years, more and more answers will be AI. But so let me just have this follow-up. So sa DOH family, sa executives, no, sa upper management, kay SEC at USEC, ASEC, do they have a consultant, a point person, or did they hire? So if we were talking about, kailan ba yung internet? 1993, more or less. So if we were talking about the internet, websites, etc., and this was 1993, I'd be comforted by the Secretary simply stating, it's new, hindi tayo magpapahuli, but I got an IT guy, and he's helping us. And anyone who wants to help us, di ba? Pero it doesn't give me confidence to say na may ASEAN, may ganito, may ganyan. Kasi nga, and I'm not talking to the DOH family alone. No? It could be the DPWH na kaharap natin ngayon. It could be the DepEd, etc. No? So, may I ask that follow-up question? Do you have someone in your inner core, or at least a consultant for AI? I'm not talking about someone you can consult. I mean consultant, yung talagang nasa office nyo and doing everything about it. No? Yes and no naman yung question. Do you or don't you have?
They have, but ang binanggit nila is WHO and World Bank.
Yeah, so that's their consultant, not your consultant. Nakikiconsult kayo sa kanila. So anyway, I won't belabor the point. Ang sasabihin ko lang, get one, sana before the BICAM, kasi ang problema, if you say you're gonna do it soon, 2027 pa yon kasi wala kayong pera for that in 2026 eh. Ang problema sa technology, 1 year delay is not 1 year delay, di ba? So kung halimbawa infrastructure yan at sabihin mong, wala kaming pera for a hospital next year. So when you put it in 2027, you're delayed 1 year. But when you talk about AI, if you're delayed 1 year, you're delayed 5 years. Uunahan ka na nung lahat ng iba.
What is that last?
I was saying, di ba, if, for example, if we don't purchase the table next year, we purchase it 2027, nahuli tayo lang ng 1 year.
Yes.
But when you talk about technology,
Oh yes, definitely.
so if hindi hindi mag-AI ang Senate next
No,
year,
or worse, guess what? We purchased the wrong AI because that's why I wasn't listening. I apologize for that. I was discussing with the secretary and his team na may budget sila for AI 400 million. My whole point is, how do you know that you will purchase the right AI system? How do you know?
That's
How
why
do you know? That's why there's a regulatory body that will give us advice, and it's basically for free or negligible amount because for them, they're just collating all the information of the health AI out there.
Like any other advisor or consultant, yung motibo importante, di ba? Kasi kung yung motibo niya kumita or motibo niya na siya malagay doon and everything. But anyway, I think we made our point there. Sabi ko 2 questions lang pero nadagdag yun. The second question is, can you help me understand the zero billing rule or concept ngayon? Kasi if you remember last budget hearing, kayo din po ma'am ang nag-defend and si Secretary din naman ang
Sorry,
sumagot.
are you changing the topic?
Yes.
Oh, wait, because my team is not ready for you to change the topic.
No, yeah, please.
Excited sila dito because nga we also happen to be the chair, the committee on futures thinking.
Kung ako masusunod, I'd like a commitment from them na seseryosohin nila to and a submission ASAP. Dahil, as you said, kung walang pera, bakit? Kung may pera, pero mapupunta sa
sa maling technology.
Sa mali, sayang naman.
Hindi, tsaka I just found out because my team was pointing it out that the numbers that we have is in millions. So the number here is 440. So it means we only have 440,000 pesos. So we don't even have the ability to purchase anything with this.
You can,
this is
you can
probably
buy
the fee of the consultant.
440,000 pesos. You can buy 12 iPhones for that.
So, but my point is, Mr. President, we brought this to their attention early this year. Sana nasama sa NET, sana nasama sa budget appeal, so that we can fully support. Kasi yun lang naman ang gusto natin from the start. Kilala nyo naman tayo na gusto lang naman natin matulungan kayo. So yun lang naman, we're ready to move on to another topic, Mr. President.
But before that, one point lang na bringing up sa akin. Di ba yung, for example, sa call centers, may warning na baka mapalitan kayo ng AI.
All over. The news is, it's all over how many people are losing their jobs in Google, in Apple.
And of course, AI naman, AI creators are saying naman na for every technology, it creates naman more jobs. But ito naman point ko doon. Ang kaibahan sa health, tuloy pa rin ang pag-alis ng health professionals natin eh.
Doesn't even change.
So kung tuloy-tuloy ang pag-alis nila, tapos hindi pa tayo marunong ng AI,
double whammy.
Double whammy tayo. Okay. So, going to the topic of the zero billing. Last budget hearing, tinanong ko yon because the chairman of PhilHealth is actually the Secretary of Health. And he reminded me that that only refers to indigents. Diba? So, I'll go to details later all. Under the law, last year budget hearing, and it's under the law, no? The zero billing doesn't mean all PhilHealth.
So just to be clear, Mr. President, the zero balance is now a new creation. So even in the beginning, I was also of the impression that what are you talking about? The no balance billing was really for indigents only. But now the zero balance
let
is
me
for
go to
all.
That's what I'm asking you
sure.
to clarify.
Okay.
Last year, nung binanggit ko na drawing lang naman yung zero balance, zero billing, which I also brought up sa hearing when Senator Bongo was held, and I also brought it up when I was the chairman of the Committee on Public Enterprise, no? But sinabi nga ni Sec, para lang yan sa indigents. And I have different issues there. But during the SONA, ang sinabi naman ng Pangulo, para sa lahat na. But only in public hospitals.
Hindi pa kaagad nasabi yun ng SONA, Mr. President.
Yeah,
kasi
so that's my question. Can you clarify?
No. Hindi sinabing for what hospitals. Kaya nga, lahat ng... Well, maraming hindi nakapick up because I'm just saying na napakaraming mayors na lumapit sa atin at nagtanong na, saan? Hindi namin alam yan.
For the record, so that people who are watching and tayo mismo and the mayors, governors, health practitioners knows, ano yung as of today, ano yung rule? Ano yung kompletong rule as of today? Para lang malinaw.
So now, today, the rule is, and this was all clarified, I have to say this is my own personal appreciation of how things were clarified over time.
No, but can the secretary clarify it?
The only point I'm making, nandun pa rin ako dun sa, hindi yun clear sa akin sa SONA.
No, pero para clear.
Ang ngayon, I'll tell you now what the secretary says. I'm saying also that ngayon, clear na siya sa akin. Pero nung sa SONA, hindi pa siya clear.
So what's the rule
So
as
what
of
the
today?
rule is now, and I also shared the rule with our colleagues earlier, is that if you go to any DOH hospital and you are a patient in a basic accommodation or ward, then zero balance ka, which means zero. Wala kang babayaran.
Whether indigent ka o hindi.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Basta tao ka, Pilipino ka, pumunta ka sa DOH hospital at dun ka sa basic accommodation or ward, that means you will have a zero balance.
Okay. So kung hindi naman sa DOH hospital, pero indigent ka, zero balance ka ba? No balance. Ano ba difference ng no balance at saka zero balance? Ha?
So, pag pumunta ka ngayon sa LGU hospital, covered ka ngayon ng no balance billing policy. And that is for indigents. What does no balance billing mean? It doesn't mean no balance. Kasi may balance. Kasi there are case rates, but some of them are outdated. And as I also explained earlier, we are migrating to the DRG, which is a different system from the case rate na mas complex ang review niya ng babayaran. But for now, we still have case rates. So there's a big chance na meron kang balance.
Okay, so what's the difference between zero balance and no balance?
So
Or there's
zero
no such thing as
balance
zero
is the DOH hospital that talagang zero balance. Ang no balance sa LGU hospital is only for indigents, pero hindi siya, it's possible na may balance pa.
So hindi no balance yun.
Hindi nga. Kanina ko pa sinabing hindi nga.
Sabi mo sa LGUs, it's no balance.
No, that's the name of the program. But it doesn't mean that it is no balance. That's why
So isn't that false advertising?
I think so.
From now on, I will not ask you questions.
Okay.
This is my next 100 questions.
Okay. Thank you. Well, then we'll have to ask the Senate President to suspend the rules if you're not going to ask me questions.
I'm making a point. Sorry, my dear sister. I'm making a point na ang basis ng conversation is trust eh. So if you tell people no balance, pero sandali, may balance. Di ba? So why would they name it no balance kung may balance? Di ba?
Yeah. Mr. President, please, I will explain to the stenographer what is going on here. My staff is trying to explain to me what is the meaning of no balance, telling me that it is a PhilHealth program. But once in a while, I agree with my brother. Take note, Senator Joel. Once in a while, I agree with him. No balance means no, none. Wala ka nang babayaran. Eh, meron nga. Madalas meron.
Yeah.
So huwag niyo nang ipaliwanag sa akin kasi hindi ko yan kayang ipaliwanag dahil sumasang-ayon ako.
Yeah. I'm sorry for that, but I did ask the permission of Senator Soto, our Senate President, and of course ngayon ang nakaupo si Senator JV, our Majority Leader. So with your permission, can we suspend the rules so that I can ask directly? I'll try to be as brief as possible para matapos ko tong issues, but I really think the Secretary should answer
Mr.
these
President,
issues.
and if I may advise my brother, please continue asking this topic because even after I already explained, and dapat pumapalakpak na yung mga katabi ko dito na I agree with you 100%, nagpapaliwanag pa rin. So, by all means, I will stand up,
and I'll
I will
do
observe
my best to
because
keep my cool, but I think we shouldn't leave the hall without clarity. Meaning either ino-balance nila talaga or palitan nila yung pangalan, di ba?
But let me end on a happy note. Happy ako na si zero balance truly means zero balance.
Yes.
Happy ako doon. And
So,
I just pray na there is enough funding na talagang hindi tayo babalikan next year na
but
nagsara na yung ospital kasi yung MOE nila, wala na silang pambayad sa ganito dahil nagamit na sa zero balance lahat. Sana naman hindi kasi nga,
But before you
pinaninindigan natin yung
turn
zero
over
balance.
to the good secretary, you confirm, di ba, that under the law, and in fact, the secretary is the chairman of PhilHealth.
Yes, that is correct.
So he should be able to answer these questions.
Yes, and the president is also here to assist. So, but I think if he wants to ask directly, there must be a motion to suspend the rules.
Yes.
Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, with the permission of the body under our rules, particularly the section that I don't have right now, because I don't have the rules with me. Mr. President, upon conferring with the Minority Leader, obviously he's the one who's requesting for it, together with our members here in the chamber, I move to suspend the rules of the Senate to allow the DOH Secretary, Dr. Ted Herbosa, to respond directly to the queries of the members of the Senate.
There's a motion to suspend the rules of the Senate. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Mr. President, before I stand up, I will leave everyone on this note of technology and AI. I am wearing a Whoop, which is something like a smartwatch, but it is for health. And my Whoop, nabura na yung message, but earlier it said to me, you have exceeded your optimal strain. It is time for you to wind down and go to sleep. That was 2 hours ago.
No, but for the record,
But
Mr.
I'm
Chair,
just saying, this is the use of AI because it's accumulating all my data, including my stress, and it has workout-related stress and non-workout-related stress. For the record, meron akong non-workout-related stress in the last
for
few...
the record, basta't kasama mo any of your brothers, talagang lumalampas yung stress.
So anyway, my point is AI. Wala tayong choice. We have to live with AI, so we have to know how to use AI. Thank you, Mr. President. Good luck po sa inyong lahat. I will be busy praying over there. Thank you.
So, Mr. Secretary, good evening po. Can you just, before we go to the no billing, sir, can you clarify? So the policy now is, kasi meron pang private, pang LGU. So can we state it? No? So ang zero billing, wala talagang babayaran. Tama po?
Yes, Mr. President. Wala pong binabayaran.
And that is for government hospitals?
For DOH.
DOH government
retained
hospitals. Okay. And you don't have to be an indigent?
There is no need to be classified as indigent.
For indigents, it is zero billing in private hospitals as long as it was within the case rate. No, dun muna ako sa sa non-indigent. Indigent sa private hospital.
Indigent in a ward accommodation, it's a PhilHealth policy that there will be no balance. Balance.
Wag muna tayo sa no balance. Ang nasa batas, zero balance?
No balance.
No balance ang nasa batas.
Policy,
okay.
it's not a
Dun
law.
muna tayo sa no balance. Sabi sa batas, pag indigent, no balance.
Zero copay. At basic accommodation.
In basic accommodation.
In basic
a government
accommodation.
hospital.
Yes.
Yes.
Within the case rate.
Yes, within the case
Right?
rate. Yes.
So, even in private hospitals ngayon, pwedeng pumunta pag indigent, basta't within the case rate.
And in the basic accommodation.
Basic accommodation. So, sa charity ward.
Yes.
Okay. So, they can go at dapat, anong ginagamit natin doon? Zero or no?
No balance.
Case rate.
Case rate.
Case
Yeah,
rate. That's called the PhilHealth benefit case rate.
Yes, but in
So
the
they
law,
use
there's,
the case rate.
in the law, it says no balance. Meaning, aalis ka, wala kang babayaran
Which
kasi
law
walang
are you
balance.
referring, Mr. President?
Sorry?
Which law?
No, kayo nag-mention on last year that in the law, it's indigents lang ang covered nun, nung no
No,
balance.
the no balance billing is a PhilHealth policy. That if you are paid the case rate, if you are deemed as indigent and you are in the any government hospital, even private, even private, there should be no copay. That's the term of the policy of the no balance billing.
So
you have to be indigent.
Yeah, to be fair, Secretary, I'm not sure now if it was the Pinoy or the Duterte administration that announced nga.
Pinoy.
Diba?
Pinoy, Your Honor.
Okay, Pinoy, na no balance. And last year when I was asking you na hindi naman nasusunod yung no balance, you clarified. Pag indigent, within the case rate, no balance sila.
Yes.
And it's in the law. So it's not only a policy of the PhilHealth Board, it's in the law.
So I think the complication here is how much does PhilHealth pay? So if the PhilHealth rate, so there is a certain cost to take care of a patient in a hospital, whether government or private. If the cost that PhilHealth covers, which is the case rate at that time, was enough for no balance, that was the policy that PhilHealth wrote down as a policy.
Yes, and that's why I was criticizing it last year because last year's budget, that's why I was criticizing it because when we spoke 23 for the 24 budget, ang last na review ng case rate was still 2017. So, syempre, napakababa na nun. So, hindi naman natin binabago yung no balance, pero ang layo na ng inflation or ibang cost, no? So, I'll go back to that later, sir, with your permission. Let's go muna sa LGU. Sa LGU, ano yung rules sa no balance? LGU hospitals?
Indigent, no balance billing. Case rate only in a basic accommodation.
So, why don't we start calling it a case rate rather than no balance or zero balance? Para hindi natin nalilito yung publiko.
Yun kasi yung naging program.
Kasi, correct me if I'm wrong, ha? Kasi ang batas sinasabi, magsa-survey kayo. Di ba? Ang PhilHealth. Pag survey nyo, i-average nyo ngayon yan. So yung average, yan yung case rate. So kung sa DOH hospital, pag sinabi nyo 50,000 for this procedure, kung sa DOH hospital, it's only 35,000, zero billing ka, or no billing. Pag pumunta ka sa isang private hospital and it's 50,000 within the case rate, zero billing ka. But kung ikaw mismo pupunta ka sa mas mahal na hospital and it's 70,000, bayad ka ng 20,000. Because the intention of the law was, in the average, there's more than enough hospitals na you will go na it's 50,000. Pero pag hindi mo inayos yung case rate, yung average, de halos kahit saan ka pumunta, over, edi natural magbabayad ka. Di ba? So the no billing or zero billing, ang kambal niyan yung case rate. Tama?
Correct.
Okay. Ang problema, because of the scandal, etc., and I knew, sir, wala ka pa nun, yung presidente natin ng PhilHealth, ang ginawa niyong remedyo na lang, quick 2024, is you just had a order na 30% na lang increase sa lahat. Tama po?
30% plus another 50% increase in case
Yes.
rate. So the total increase as of
20
today is 80%.
Yes, 30% nung 2024, and then nagsunod nga, same year, another 50%. Okay?
Correct. That's correct.
Matatapos na yung 2025. Ba't hindi kayo nagsasurvey?
Ongoing, there are how many thousand case rates? There are so many thousand case rates. So the case rate was across the board, but we are increasing a lot of rates that have now really gone beyond zero balance. For example, dialysis. It used to be 2,500. We increased it to 6,350. And dialysis patients are not paying any more additional, even in the private dialysis center. Heart attack, we also increased it from a measly 75,000. We increased it to about 500,000 plus.
I
So
acknowledge
today,
that. I
even
acknowledge-
jeepney drivers are treated in private hospitals for...
I acknowledge yung coronary artery bypass graft surgery is 660 until 960,000. Philippine Heart Center, it's 550,000. Makati Med, it's 550 to 900,000. May sobra pa ng 6,000 and world-class ang Makati Med. I acknowledge that. I acknowledge dialysis, ganun din, di ba? But ang point is not that, I tell my staff, huwag kayong pumunta sa akin at sasabihin nyo, sa major subjects, 90 kayo lahat, pero sa isang subject, 70 ka. We're talking about our healthcare system eh. And that's why you're supposed to have periodic surveys. But nowadays with digital, and because you regulate hospitals, you cannot send to all the hospitals one piece of paper, or you cannot send a iPad na sasagutin nila, then they give it to you at sasagutin?
For your information, the PhilHealth is currently doing what's called shadow billing for the diagnosis-related groups.
Sir,
So
you're not
because we're going to
answering my
change-
questions eh. Nandun ako sa inyong survey sa case rate para
The
malaman
survey
nyo.
is the shadow billing of how much each case costs currently in several hospitals.
And how
I think
long-
160
Yes,
hospitals.
it's November.
PhilHealth is doing
It's
this.
November now. Taguig has 1.3 million residents. We have about 160 to 180,000 households. Every quarter, we do a survey with 200 questions at least per household. Every quarter. It's November now. Why can you not have this survey para alam talaga natin magkano? So, if you're going to tell me...
You're asking about a household survey
No,
done by
I'm telling
PSA
you
or
that-
a survey of hospitalization?
We're surveying 160,000 households every 3 months.
Household, not hospitals.
Not hospitals.
So we're surveying hospital
Yes.
costs.
So isn't it easier for you? You're going to do 160 hospitals na under your regulation, hindi nyo matapos kaagad?
It's ongoing. We're doing it. Kailan matatapos?
It's November na eh.
For the survey to be completed, it's about 5 to 6 million claims that they started to average the cost.
You don't need the claims. Ang pinag-uusapan dito, costing analysis. All you have to do is ask all the hospitals, yung bawat nyo, magkano yon.
So when there is a claim, there is also the actual cost and the bill. So PhilHealth has all that data.
Kaya nga
So
pinapahirap.
there it's doing the survey
Mr.
of
Secretary,
5,000.
Mr. Secretary, learn to listen then. I'm telling you, pinapahirapan nyo ang sarili nyo. Ito, cesarean section, 23,000 to 58,000 pesos. Sa Fabella, 37,000 pasok. Sa Makati Med, 18 to 240,000. All you have to do is ask Makati Med to average that for you. You send the survey forms, they send it back. You're talking about 160 hospitals. Kayang gawin ng isang linggo yan. Pinapahirapan nyo sarili nyo. So, 2024, that's 9 years hindi kayo nag-survey. Sorry, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 21, 22. 7 years. So last year, nilagyan nyo na lang percentage. Ngayon, November na, wala pa rin. So habang wala yan, niloloko natin ang tao sa billing nila. Kasi announce tayo ng announce na don't worry, may PhilHealth, lahat kayo, membro, may zero billing, may billing, may ganitong programa, etc. Litong-lito na sila. Di ba? So why don't we simplify it? Oh, so assuming we do it your way, when will you get the average? When will you get the cost analysis survey results?
Middle of 2026.
If I can do it in 1 week, magre-resign ka?
Yes.
O sige, call ako. Call ako. So, Mr. President, we will meet tomorrow. And I will bring an IT expert. You bring the list of the 160 hospitals and all of this case rate. Okay? No, sir, hindi pwedeng tungo-tungo lang dito sa Senate. Seryoso tayong pinag-uusapan. Be here at 4 o'clock tomorrow? Can you be here at 4 o'clock tomorrow? PhilHealth, President?
Yes, according to the PhilHealth President.
Okay. The yes is okay. So my staff, please make sure. Oh, sir, do you acknowledge na yung present 80% nyo, marami pa rin doon ang sobrang kulang?
It's me 80% of...
No, yung inyong plus 30%, plus 50%, do you acknowledge na marami pa rin na hindi na if you average it out and go to different hospitals, kulang siya?
Yes, that's why PhilHealth is trying to go to DRG. Because what happens is in a case rate, the diversity of costing is so high, so wide. Because it's so wide, there will be people that will be paying more, will spend more, and there will be people who are spending less. By going to DRGs, the payment scheme becomes more accurate.
How long do you need to shift to that scheme?
Middle of 2026 to pilot the DRG.
So ipapilot nyo
Right
pala.
now, it's actually being implemented as a shadow.
Yeah, Mr.
Shadow
Secretary,
billing.
what I'm trying to tell you is even in the present cost analysis, you can do it right away and people won't suffer. But hindi nyo nalang aminin na kulang ang pera nyo, kaya hindi nyo magawa, kaya hindi nyo matupad yung pangako dun sa law na zero billing. Kasi yung even on the cost analysis, madaling gawin yon. Kasi mag-a-average ka eh. Kahit naman sa present nyo ngayon, nakalagay dito, let's say, coronary artery disease, bypass, 660 to 960, it's still naitama nyo nga yun sa yung sa bypass na mahal nga yun Kaya nyo naman itama sa iba Diba? Kasi you're in the Senate All you have to do is we finish that survey and tell us, sir, if you don't give us more money, hindi namin mababayaran. We don't expect you naman to pick from your own pocket Diba? Pag natapos natin tong lahat na survey na to, at lalabas, eto yung number of patients, average, eto yung pera. Mr. Senators, Congressmen, Mr. President, you're giving us 60 billion, pero sa computation namin, pag inayos namin yung case rate, 120. So ang kaya lang namin sa mga to, libre, o kaya 50%. Di ba? Garbage in is garbage out If we do not have these rates, and we haven't had it accurately till 2017, we cannot really tell people na isi-zero billing namin kayo. Pwede ba, kung cesarean, pwede ba pagdating sa heart center, boss, cesarean ako, pero sobra kasi dito, hindi zero billing, i-bypass nyo na lang ako. Pwede natin pagyabang na ang bypass kasya. O paano ngayon mga kailangan ng cesarean? Tapos pupunta dun sa mga ospital na zero billing, puno. So wag muna sila manganak. That's why there's frustration here. You don't give us straight answers
Thank you very much. But, healthcare is really complex. And
No,
health
you're
financing
making it
is
complex.
even
It's
more
simple.
complex. To simplify it to averages will make us create many errors.
Okay.
The standard deviation for an average will be wrong because different people will have different complications and different people will have different costing in terms of care. So when you use an average, which is what the case rate does, this is exactly what we have.
Sir.
We have a problematic
Sir,
case.
don't
That's
talk-
why we're
don't-
going to the DRGs.
I know what I'm
the
saying.
DRGs are more specific in terms of reimbursement. And most countries have gone to a DRG payment system. Thailand, in fact, we're copying the DRG system of Thailand because they offered it for us free. If we copy the DRG of the US, they're asking us to pay. So the DRG is the direction to be able to pay patients more but accurately and without fraud.
Sir, walang problema yon. Walang problema na shift DRG, walang problema magbayad, kopyahin nyo doon. Ang problema, 2017 pa, in the meantime, magsasuffer yung mga tao dahil walang pambayad at kung ano-ano sinasabi natin sa kanila. And don't tell me about complications because wala ka pa dyan, hindi ka pa chairman ng PhilHealth. Meron ng rule yan Pagka bypass, no complication, eto yung babayad. Hindi kasama complication. Hindi ganun yung sistema dati. Ang sistema dati, bypass, no complication, eto yung bayad. Kung may complication, may dagdag yun. So, ngayon yung lulituin nyo kami na may complication. Kaya nga nakalagay dito, 660 to 960. I'm not proposing that you say this is 750. Kayo mismo nagsabi, 660 to 960. Etong 660 to 960, with complication to o wala?
Excuse me, but
Sir,
I think
just answer
we're
my
getting
question, please.
confused because when you start to pay for complications, that's called the fee-for-service rate. We're going away from the concept
Sir, that's not
of
what I'm
universal
talking
health
about.
coverage. By law, it should be no copay. So that's what we're going to talk about. Should there be an amount of copay, and should the copay disappear? Because insurance will always pay what its money has in the bank. You cannot just keep increasing and then ask the complications to be paid. So the fairer way to, and many systems have studied this very well. So we're following what the other countries have done.
No,
to
that's
have a
not the issue
successful
here.
UHC.
That's not the issue. The issue is what you're promising.
Averaging
Excuse me, Mr.
is
Secretary.
erroneous.
Excuse me, Mr. Secretary. You're not answering the questions I'm asking you, and we're interrupting each other. I will listen to you, you listen to me. Okay? What I'm telling you is we cannot promise people then not deliver. We cannot tell people no balance tapos may balance. That's why klinaklaro ko dito. And what I'm telling you is that even before, ang amount sa case rate, halimbawa sinabi cesarean or bypass, hindi kasama doon ang complication. So kung iniba nyo ngayon at ginagawa nyong complicated, that's up to you. But kailangan klaro yung sabihin natin sa tao. That's why I'm asking you a specific question. Etong bypass, 660 to 960 Z benefits package. Does that include kung meron complication sa kanyang bypass o wala? That's a yes or no question.
It's supposed to, yes, it includes. Because now we're also zero balance billing.
It includes?
It includes. If they're in basic accommodation, it's included. We've discharged patients with leptospirosis from NKTI, 2 million pesos, zero. We've taken care of heart patients in heart center with complications, zero.
Sir,
so it's included in the zero balance.
You're talking about the DOH. Nililito nyo na naman kami. Ito nga 660 to 960. Di ba, PhilHealth to. So at tinatanong ko lang to, etong 660 to 960.
This is a Z benefit package.
Yes,
Z benefit package has a pre-approval. So you have to actually go to it, so the chances of having a complication are actually less. So what happens is, if there is a patient that wants to get a Z benefit package, they go to the PhilHealth, ask for a pre-approval, and then if they're approved for that Z benefit package, it will be done in a hospital that is accredited for Z benefit package.
Okay, so,
So not all hospitals have Z benefit packages. PhilHealth accredits them.
Yes. So, ang haba-haba, hindi mo pa rin sinagot tanong ko eh. So, if patient A goes to heart center, pre-approved, okay, walang complication, 660, no problem, babayaran, di ba? No complication, 960 ang billing, babayaran, di ba? Oh, for one reason or the other, nagkaroon ng complication, naging 1.5 million. Babayaran ba yung mahigit sa 960? Hindi.
Zero balance is applied for all patients admitted in basic accommodation.
Okay. So,
if
yes.
this patient
Sir,
is Z-balance,
yes or no lang eh.
Wait, I will tell. If
Sir,
this patient
sorry,
is
sir.
Z-benefit,
Excuse me, sir.
they are
Hindi
admitted
tayo
in basic
matatapos
accommodation,
dito.
and they will have no copay. It will be zero. But if they are in a pay ward, they will be charged for the complication.
Sir, do you think I'm stupid? Paulit-ulit tayo kanina na
No.
sinabi na natin na ward eh, di ba? Sinabi na natin government hospital, nililinaw ko na eh. Sinabi ko na, kung 960 may complication, yes or no, para matapos tayo. Di ba? Para matapos tayo. Mr. President, I think the Secretary wants to go back tomorrow. Let's just go back tomorrow. Let's have every day na lang to. Simple-simple tanong ko sa iyo eh, para matapos tayo eh. Ayaw mo sagutin eh. Di ba? Tinanong ko sa iyo, heart center. Heart center is a government.
Heart center, zero balance.
Oh,
DOH
zero balance.
hospital.
Sir, hindi mo pwedeng yes or no?
I said yes earlier.
Oh, then stop at yes. Okay? Oh, so 960, walang complication, bayad. Sabi mo yes. 1.5 million dahil nagkaroon ng complication, ha? Ano to? Indigent, babayaran dahil zero billing. Okay. Lipat ka ngayon sa private hospital. Naka-charity ward. Walang complication. The 660 till 960 covered, di ba? Yes, okay. Nagka-complication, 1.5 million. Magkano lang covered?
960.
960 lang?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying from the start. Yung cost mo na to doesn't include complications. So don't tell me kanina na complex kasi to kasi pwedeng may complication. Yung amount mo dito is for basic. So if you do the survey in all the hospitals, then announce to people, eto yung rules. Kung government hospital, ganito. Kung private, ganito. Ilan kami dito? Si Senator JV, nakailan amendment na yung PhilHealth? We were here then. So we know the law. We know na kulang ng pera. Hindi yun yung issue. Ang issue, chairman po kayo ng PhilHealth, hindi nyo ginagawa yung survey. And then sasabihin nyo mag-migrate, pilot pa lang, next year pa lang. So in the meantime, each and every one of our constituents na may problema, hindi makapagpagamot. Oh, now answer me. With the zero billing, ilan lang ang kasya sa government hospitals natin? Ilan ang beds ng ating government hospital? Na basic na sasabihin nyo. Total.
90% of the total public beds in the
And
DOH
how many
hospitals.
public beds do we have? Excuse me, sir. I'm asking the secretary. Excuse me. Sir Secretary, you mean you don't know that? That's basic info.
It keeps changing because there are hospitals that increase their bed capacity by law. So the number is not
Sir,
a fixed number.
By law and actual, there are certain things that daily you have to know. And nasa fingertips mo yan. No coaching. I am testing the secretary precisely because I want to know if he's diligent on this or not. You don't have to give me the exact. You can give me a ballpark. Oh, so more or less, ilan ang bed capacity natin? Sir, Mr. Sergeant of Arms, pakitanggal yung naka-black na jacket. Sinabi ko na no coaching eh. Please leave the room.
So it's probably about
about 800.
Session suspended.
Sinabi ko na.
Mr. President, I think it's a bit heated now, the arguments, with due respect to my dear colleague and the secretary. Maybe we all need to take a break. We've been here also for everybody, including the secretary, has been here for the whole day. So I move that we just suspend consideration of the budget and take it back up tomorrow. I will just ask them to come back tomorrow, Mr. President. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to suspend consideration of the budget. House Bill number 4058. I so move, Mr. President.
There's a motion by the majority leader to suspend the consideration of House Bill number 4058. Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we suspend session until 1 o'clock in the afternoon of Thursday, November 27, 2025. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there
later this
objection?
afternoon.
There being none, the session is suspended until 1 o'clock in the afternoon of Thursday, November 27, 2025.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.